Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
But at the end of the day, if it comes at me, I will go at it, and I'm not being responsible for what happens. I have to kick it between the bollocks. That's what's going to happen. I will kick a panda in the bollocks if I have to.
What was that? Your ball. Can I come in? I have meat.
I don't really like talking about these people because they infect my mind and I start to relate shit in my real life to these freaks on the internet. I try to just save it all for one day and then I just blow it all out. You know what I mean?
Which one of you bitches wants to dance? Hey, you know when you're doing the usual sort of threesome thing you do of a weekend, you know, and the moonlight's bouncing off your heads and your arses and everything, does that not get a bit confusing? Right. Look, this is you, okay?
Greetings. Happy Saturday. Happy Shaturday. Welcome to the Shaturday Shenanigans. What does that mean? Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Oh, hello, lurkers. How you doing? We love the lurkers. We love the lurkers. Dun, 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 dun. Blah, blah, dun, 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 dun. Blah, blah, dun, 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 dun. We got 1, 2, 3 little lurkers. Excuse me. Right. We're going to have us a little look here, see at this here, see video. Ricardo, how you doing, dude? I am here, sir. Why does that make you laugh that I'm here? Why does that make you piss yourself with laughter that I'm here, sir?
This is the terrifying theory that your thoughts might not be your own. I think it was Dom dropped a link for it yesterday. And I still haven't watched it, so let's watch it together.
And this is where, it starts to get a little bit disturbing. Language is an autonomous informational system. One may even call it an organism, and it runs in our brains. It's downloaded against your will.
By the time you're reading the waiver, it's too late. What makes you think your thoughts are your own? According to groundbreaking work by professors Elon Barinholtz and William Hahn, every word you speak comes from an alien intelligence that installed itself in your brain during infancy. Language.
Right. Now, I don't like this use of terms like an alien intelligence. Okay. So we know where your head's at straight away. We know where your heads are at. You're talking about alien intelligences. You just stuck yourself in the box for me there, sir. But we'll continue. This is similar to Chase Hughes talking about language being a virus. It's a virus in our minds. And I'd liked Marina Karlova's response to Chase saying it's a virus in our minds. I don't think Chase is here to help anybody. Chase Hughes, he seems like a really lovely guy, but I don't think he's here to help anybody. I think he's here to make it worse. Either that, or he's full of good intentions, but he himself has been misled. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
They argue, is an organism that uses human minds as its substrate. Elon Barinholtz was interviewed before on this channel, and it went viral. Link is in the description. Professor Barinholtz contends that our linguistic system operates on meaningless squiggles, with no access to the rich sensory world of experience. He believes that LLMs can master language, but never feel pain, for instance. Professor William Hahn, on the other hand, who's also been interviewed and it went viral, link is in the description, extends this to virtual machines and software layers. Professor Hahn thinks that consciousness is just one of many programs running in parallel. I was invited to moderate.
Okay, so these scientific types are equating, saying consciousness is like a program. I really don't know how I feel about that. I don't think it's, I mean, yeah, maybe, but a program isn't capable of feelings. A program in the sense that we think of it, right? We think of a program as a series of commands. It's a series of commands and processes that create a program, right? But that's the ego. That's not consciousness. Post anything. How you doing? Oops.
In our lives. But there's another piece with this. And it has a couple of parts to it.
In the world. It's called Theories of Everything. Look that up on YouTube, Twitter /
Man, who's also been interviewed and it went viral, link is in the description, extends this to virtual.
By the way, just because your video went viral, don't mean shit. Doesn't mean shit to me. If your video went viral, it means it's maybe because they want, if they want it out there, if they want it, because as soon as they see something they don't want to go viral, right? They don't want things that are going to do us any good to go viral, right? As far as I'm concerned, they don't want anything that's going to help us. They don't want that to go viral. They want the things that are going to confuse and exacerbate. Those are the things they want to go viral.
And that are, things that are meaningless, don't actually have any real, true meaning in actuality, kind of thing. Charlie, how you doing? Good to see you.
Machines and software layers. Professor Hahn thinks that consciousness is
The link's right. The link is not posted. I'm going to wait for somebody to ask for it. I said the link is pinned. I'm going to wait for somebody that wants to come up and sees and says, the link isn't pinned. Where's the link? That's what I'm waiting for.
just one of many programs running in parallel. I was invited to moderate this panel live at the University of Toronto with this event organized by Echo Lopto. Again,
universities are not our friends at all. But the conversation has to take place somewhere, doesn't it? What the fuck? Go away. Fuck off.
Links to everything are in the description.
Today, I want to thank everybody who took time out of their schedule and their busy lives doing the many things that people do here in University
What a tiny little guy.
of Toronto to come for this extremely special live
Do you know, if he didn't have a fucking beard, I'd think he was about 10 years old.
in-person podcast with the Kurt J. Mungle. Give it up for Kurt. He runs the biggest science and philosophy podcast in the world. It's called Theories of Everything. Look that up on YouTube, Twitter/X, Instagram, whatever they call it these days. Kurt J. Mungle, Theories of Everything. Very easy to say. And then we're also joined by Professor William Hahn, who came all the way from Florida. Give it up for Dr. Hahn. Give it up for Professor Lon Barinholtz, who also came all the way from Florida. I'm extremely fortunate to be in the presence of these brilliant people today. And the incredible work Kurt has done with his channel and his podcast over the last couple of years is just nothing short of amazing. And I encourage everybody, if you want to learn about philosophy and science, technology, AI, consciousness, psychedelics like Andreas' work, maybe even hypnosis, all sorts of crazy stuff, I highly recommend you subscribe to this channel. So once again, that's Theories of Everything. And I think without further ado, we should get started, right? Let's rock and roll.
Okay, welcome everyone. I'd like to get started with 5 minutes or so on your theory of everything, the way that you see the world, and then we'll see how Will sees the world, and then we're going to compare and contrast it.
Okay, thanks. So my theory of everything is sort of a meta theory because it's a theory of theories. It's a theory of thinking, and it.
Oh dear. Well, I suppose they're everywhere.
It has a couple of parts to it, but I'll cram it all into 5 minutes. The first one is about the nature of language. Everybody's familiar now with the large language models, things like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whichever your favorite one. They all have the same basic engine. What all of these models have done is learn how to predict a word from the sequence of words that came before it. And in the process of building these very sophisticated machines that are made of lots of these billions of parameters that to learn this predictive structure, what we've actually done is we've discovered a property of language itself. Language is autogenerative. That's the term I've been using, which means that it contains within its structure, the corpus of language itself can.
Does this apply to all language? I don't think that applies to dead languages or ancient languages. Or does it? Like, is this large language models according to the English language? Or is this taken into consideration all languages? Mr. Miyagi, how you doing? Rebecca, good to see you. Thanks for being here. This is an open panel, as always. I welcome guests, as always. And just waiting for somebody to ask for the post for the link. Wazzy, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I'm late today. I overslept. I woke up about 8 o'clock or something in the morning, in the AM. Right, I woke up about 8 o'clock and I got up and had a pee, and then I got back into bed and it was a little bit chilly, and so I chucked my second duvet over. And then I was really warm and cozy. So I laid there watching Rick and Morty, and I just fell back to sleep again. And I woke up, it was gone 11 o'clock. No, I was very annoyed with myself for not getting up. But I then thought, that's right, because it's Saturday, so that means it's going to be Saturday night in Australia, and that means it's Sunday tomorrow, so nobody has to go out for work on Sunday, do they? But of course, if you're going out for lunch,
Contains the structure needed to generate itself. What these models are doing are just learning the predictive structure that's already in language.
I want to know I want to know how it works with different languages, right? Because obviously, somebody in China can presumably sit there and type in Chinese and be answered in Chinese. But the Chinese language works differently to English. Same with Russian. So sorry, I'm sat here, my brain's going, can you not hear it? It's like big rusty cogs. Trying to, yeah, I need to know if how it works.
Language is an autonomous informational system, one may even call it an organism, and it runs in our brains. It doesn't actually have access to the other stuff going on in our brains. When we are talking about objects with features and colors, there's a sensory apparatus in our brain that is processing that information. Our linguistic system doesn't know about that. Our linguistic system is what we can call ungrounded. It only knows about symbols. I call them meaningless squiggles. It knows the relationship between these meaningless squiggles. It knows that the word red tends to go together with the word apple.
What about the word fire? That's accompanied with a feeling. We do know. The language, if you're saying that the language is operating as a program outside of the other senses, but language is connected to our senses, isn't it? The fact that if I say strawberry, all the senses engage and remind you what a strawberry is. If you've never had a strawberry, you don't have those references. You only have the word.
And the word blue, and it knows that they're in certain relation to one another. But it doesn't know in any deep sense, or any sense at all, that these actually extend outside of the world of language itself. So the first observation here is that language is its own system. And what's true in silicon and what's true in these large language models, my claim is true in us as well. And when I'm standing here speaking before you, I have all kinds of things going on inside my brain. I'm thinking about visual imagery. I have a sense of my corporeality, my body. But there's a language model, an LLM, so to speak, that's running and speaking these words. It's doing it in conjunction with these other systems. It's receiving messages from them. But what it's really doing is just its own predictive engine. And this is a radical departure from the way we have thought about language until now. And when I say we, I mean the human species.
Oh, God. It sounds like another little hat wearing person that thinks that we're programmable, that we're hackable. Probably. Dynamis means dynamite. That's where the word that's means power. That's where the word dynamite comes from. Eh? Mr. Jeff. Welcome, Mr. Jeff. How you doing? Is that robot legs, or are they prosthetic legs? English is an amalgamate. Well, it's a construct. It's been constructed, hasn't it, out of from the Romance languages and like Latin, French, and some German, which all makes sense because the British Isles were invaded by all of those people. So that does make sense. Turn what down? Turn what down?
There is something deeply intuitive or deeply unintuitive about this. There's a deep intuition that our language is in concert, is completely embedded with everything else, that when we are talking about things outside of language. So this is a very radical thesis that language has this property, and that in fact, what is happening inside of us is in some ways is an autonomous informational system that isn't actually the same one as the rest of our cognitive architecture. One way to think about this is that culture itself has implanted within us this informational system that's running, and for better or for worse, it is driving a lot of our behavior, but it isn't quite the same thing as the thing that feels, the thing that cares in some ways. So that's part one of the thesis, which you might think, well, that's enough, and indeed, that I think that is.
What are you saying about the fact that the words, the way that we understand the words is because the words are connected to the senses and the feelings and our memories of, like, I suppose when you're young, learning what new things are. I'm speaking from the point of view of being, obviously an adult, knowing the words really well, like they're plaster of stilts. That's awesome. Plaster of stilts. I've never even heard of them before. I nearly lost my leg, Mr. Jeff. Nearly lost my left leg below the knee. I was very lucky. It's horrifically scarred now, but it is. It's still there.
Leads to a dramatically different, almost existential view of certainly of knowledge and its place in our lives. But there's another piece with this, because not only is language auto-generative, there's something special about the way that the models do this generation. So the models do this thing called autoregression, which is a word you'll hear me say a lot if you hang out with me. And autoregression is this particular way of doing prediction, where what you do is you take a sequence, let's say the sequence, the cat sat on the, you can guess the next word, maybe it's Matt. That's a popular ending, but there's other possible endings to that. So you might say you're predicting what that next word is. What we do in autoregression is...
Actually, I would have said the cat sat on the car, because it always does. Kids, especially just after you've washed it. You wash the car, you go inside, you come out, and there's fucking paw prints all over it, all over the car, where the cat's jumped up, walked across the bonnet, up onto the roof, across the windscreen, up onto the roof, and sat down, cleaned itself, and then buggered off. So the cat sat on the car. That's too predictable. The cat sat on the mat.
You take a sequence, and then you produce the next most likely token, or a word, we can just call it a word, and then you feed that back into the system, and it's recursive. So let's say it's the cat sat on the mat, and then what? Well, I don't know, and then it got up and it walked around and rubbed against my leg or something like that.
Here, predict this next word for me. Oh look, you're a. What's the next word going to be for me there? Oh look, talking to this chap here. If I was sat here talking to him, and I said, "Oh look, you're a." What? Predict that next word.
This is all a reasonable sequence that could come after the cat sat on the. Now, what these models are doing, and this is a really important and astonishing point, is they are not thinking directly about the rest of that sequence. They are only ever doing the very next word, the very next token, as it's called. My thesis is that we are doing the very same thing. What we are doing in our minds, in our brains, is the same kind of computation. We are simply guessing the next token. And then we're taking that token.
I'm just watching this guy over here. This guy here is deep in thought and contemplation. He's got nice shoes. This guy here, I'm trying to work out what he's thinking. Sherwin Carleman. I'm not restless. I'm goodness. I respect the woman in the world because I love deeply knowledge. Is English not your first language? Thank you for being here. Welcome. And thank you even more if English is not your first language and you're sat here trying to listen to us. Sorry, I'm just nipping back and forth from this video back into the chat to see if I'm missing and to see if anyone's asked for the thing yet, for the link, but no one has yet. It's an open panel for good souls. The StreamYard link is pinned. And yeah, it's only for good souls. As soon as I detect the bad soul, they're not welcome on the panel. We all know who the bad souls are. Well, yeah, because let's play a word prediction game. As I said, the guy on the left. Oh, look, he's a... What's the next word? What's the next word? Oh, maybe that's what... You'll get blocked. Not for answering that question, but maybe it should be written in code. The answer should be written in code. Hey, man, how you doing? Good to see you. Good day to you too.
We hear it. It goes back into our own loop. And then we're saying, well, now there's a sequence with another word. The cat sat on the mat. And then what's next? And we say, okay, then the cat sat on the mat and then we say, okay, the cat sat on the mat and what's next? And we do this over and over again. So what's magical about this is that even though we are, the models, I should say, are only doing this next token generation, there's something I call the pregnant present. In the process of guessing that very next token, they're taking into consideration all of the past and also the likely future. It has to project this kind of trajectory. It's like when let's say you're doing a dance or you're walking. You have to take the next step with the knowledge that next step is going to lead to a next step. And computationally, this leads to this sort of miraculous ability for these models to plot out very long range kinds of narratives, responses. It can seem like, oh, how could it be only the next token? But yet it is. And what this does is it leads to a possible theory of not only human language generation, but cognition more generally. Because what it provides is a very efficient and simple, elegant theory of what the brain is doing. The brain is computing this function over and over again. It's just computing the function of what's the next cognitive token. Given what's happened right up till this moment, and
cognition is not the same as comprehension, is it? I think he is right. Maybe what he's saying, it has some truth to it, right? With people that are not capable of thinking for themselves. maybe for soulless individuals that have no internal dialogue. I'm really thinking about what he's saying. But I'm doing it trying to remember what it might have been like to actually learn the language, right? How many people listening can actually remember when you were 3 years old and you didn't have all the words? You were still learning to speak. How many people can remember that time? I can remember snippets of that time, but how many people can remember actually learning how to speak? You might remember teaching and helping a little child, 2, 3 years old, trying to speak, learning to speak, teaching, a little 18-month-year-old, whatever. 18-month-year-old. Did I just say that? Yes, Richie, you did. My large language model isn't is malfunctioning. Yes, look at that. We've got Aaron Realm Media in the house. No way, man. Good to see you. Why don't you jump up here and I would be honoured to have you up here. I'm Realm. So yeah, who remembers? I can't remember learning how to speak. I cannot remember that. But I can remember from times when I would have been learning how to speak. Right? I remember back to when I was about 18 months. I've got a memory from when I was 18 months. I've got a memory from when I was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got a memory from every decade, right? From every year, almost up to the age. But up until I went to a secondary school, and then, almost a memory from every year after then. How many people have ever thought about that? Because when we think about it, if I think about it, right? Well, I think about when I was 2 years old. My memories from when I was 2 years old. My memory from my 3rd birthday, and my friend's 3rd birthday. So I would have been learning how to speak. I did not have the vocabulary that I have now, right? Can you hear that fucking Spanish music? They complain about me, about my music, but they're fine to blast their Spanish shite out. Every single fucking Spanish song sounds the same, man. Oh. But it's better than Portuguese.
The recent past, what should I do next? Then when you do that, that goes back into the loop and you proceed from there. And so this leads to, in some ways, a radically different view of what cognition really is. It, for example, leads to a completely different perspective of what memory is. Memory is not encoding of sequences. We don't actually have somewhere stored in our brain events that took place or something some fact that we've learned. What we actually have stored is just the capacity to auto-regressively generate.
I remember that I used to call Ribena Bina, and that a helicopter was a chopsicopter.
if I ask you a question, what did you do last summer? And you say, well, I went to this place, or you start imagining yourself, jumping off of a cliff or something like that. What you're doing, according to this theory, is you're in real time, just in time, taking that question, that prompt, generating the very next output from that, and then running from there. What did I do last summer? Well, and then you continue to generate. And so that really leads to...
I disagree. Massively disagree with that. I don't think of the words. What did I do last summer? I don't think of the words. I think of the events. The events, and then assign the words according to the events. I'm not predicting the next fucking word to say. Like a large language model. I'm thinking of the memories of the events, the things that I can remember. I remember those things, and they're naturally associated with the words. There's nothing predictive about that. That might be how you work, my friend. But that's not how my brain works.
A completely different perspective on what memory is. It no longer is about storing facts. It's about having a brain, just like a large language model, that has these potentialities for facts. I call them potentialities because they're infinite. What does a large language model know? How many questions can you ask it? You can ask it an infinite number of questions, and it can give a reasonable response to all those because it does this autoregressively. It's not retrieving this fact or that fact, rather it has the capacity to generate all of these facts. Finally, I'm probably over 5 minutes at this point, we can extend this even beyond language and linguistic responses, but to more broadly to cognition. As I mentioned, thinking about a sequence, thinking about what am I going to do later on? I'm going to go hang out with my friends. Maybe I'm going to have to get in my car, things like that. All of this, any thinking that takes place over time, where you have to sit there and do this, right? What are people doing when they're staring into space? My argument is what people are doing is they are doing this autoregressive generation. We're living in this pregnant present where we're just constantly generating just the very next token and letting that flow. So I think we've got what we have actually through these large language models, not just a way of engineering really useful, helpful AI agents that can do stuff, but we've captured something really essential about how the mind works.
Not my mind, my friend.
Well, fascinating. Obviously, Elon and I, we share a lot of these ideas in common. But one of the things that comes to mind right away, and we've discussed this before, is how surprisingly powerful...
Did he say his name was fucking Elon?
Through these large language models, not just a way of engineering really useful, helpful AI agents that can do stuff, but we've captured something really essential about how the mind works.
Well, fascinating. Obviously, Elon and I, we share a lot of these ideas in common. But one of the things that comes to mind right away, and we've discussed this before, is how surprisingly powerful this language model has been for doing what seems like non-language tasks. So the example I like to think of is if you imagine building like a robot or even like some kind of spaceship, and we go back a few decades, you would tend to think, all right, we're going to have this compute engine. We're going to have this kind of logic machine, and that's going to churn through facts, and it's going to deduce things and do inductions. And this is what AI in the 80s kind of looked like. And then maybe after you had that compute engine, you would then build a communication module that could talk kind of as like an add-on. That the ability to just communicate seemed at the periphery compared to the real thinking stuff, right? But what we've seen out of these models, and I think the best example is their ability to computer program, all of these capabilities just fell out of this token.
And their ability to computer program. I watched a couple of computer programmers who have tested the computer programming skills of ChatGPT, for example, and it can't program anything too complicated. But none of the programs that it provided for this guy, which were complex programs, he was trying to write, but none of them actually worked. So I dispute that.
Prediction. We didn't have to build an algebra engine or something that understands trigonometry or even optics. And when you think about when it generates the images, it gets reflections right. It gets
another Elon this Elon wears a little hat. And imagine the Pentecostal tongue, a language everyone understands. Pentecostal, I thought, was a denomination of Christianity. I didn't realize it was a language. And Mr. Dunham, welcome. Another new I've been getting a lot of new faces, and I'm getting regularly 20 to 24 people watching, man. And I've got a couple more subscribers, so I'll just take this opportunity to shout out to my new subscribers and say thank you very much. I'll even give you a little camera flash. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Welcome to my channel. If you've come via Dom or Nude Guru, thank you very much. But I've had a couple of new faces coming by. Thanks to those two guys. I think it's still a little bit early for both. Dom might turn up somewhere around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It is an anagram, and it's also, if you just flip it right, it's just Noel. I'm sure I've heard of somebody called Noel before. I'm sure I've heard that.
Speckles and bubbles and all kinds of things. It's learned a lot about physics, and you can do this with the language models as well. How is it that all that thinking horsepower just fell out of what seemed like the walkie-talkie, right? The communication module. So in a more general sense, I've been thinking about is our brain a computer? Is it a computer-like object? Is it fundamentally a different category? And or is it like the thing that you have in your phone or your laptop? And this has been highly debated for, since Turing showed up on the scene. But I would argue that software, the idea of software, is the most important idea humans have come up with in maybe 1,000 years. Because it gives us a thinking tool. It gives us a token to understand a lot of these problems that previous philosophers and thinkers and cognitive scientists were just absolutely baffled by, and for no fault of their own. Things like the redness of red, or the pleasure and pain experience that we feel, and we wonder why does the vacuum cleaner not have that, and so on. And I think that the real nature of this is we've discovered that we're software.
Hang on. Pleasure and pain, and why a vacuum cleaner doesn't experience pleasure or pain, and that was a unsolvable. What is that? What you just said, basically? That the deep thinkers were baffled by the notion that we can experience pleasure and pain, but a vacuum cleaner can't. Really? Did I just hear him right? Someone tell me that I just heard him completely wrong and that's not what he just said. I could rewind it, but this is more amusing. He just said that the deep thinkers and philosophical and scientists back in the day were baffled by things like the vacuum cleaner not being able to experience pleasure or pain. These guys are supposed to be deep thinkers. Like this guy on the right is supposed to be a deep thinker. I wonder if Dom. I wish Dom was here.
And the more interesting thing that goes with that, in the technological world in the past few decades, we've now found out that software is actually more interesting than we thought, right? Alan Turing and von Neumann said, hey, why don't we just put this pattern into the machine and it'll do a complicated process? But as we saw and heard with Levin, it's more subtle than that. You can set into motion something that the Lego blocks themselves.
I don't trust that surname, Levin. Straight away, I don't trust it. I wonder why that is.
Have some sort of intelligence, and maybe not at the level of the brain, but maybe like ants, and that they're self-assembling. One of the big things for me was the earlier version of the neural networks that led to this transformers. One of the popular ones was called the LSTM, the long short-term memory. And this is from like 1991. And what's fascinating about that is there's just this tape, this large vector, and it can do stuff. It's just a language. And if you put this language and you run this machine, which seems like it's just biting its own tail, it can do stuff. And I remember looking at that and thinking, well, that could be what DNA is. The DNA might not just be mapping to proteins, but I think a lot what Levin has now shown in the lab, that it's instantiating a kind of a proto-intelligence or an intermediate intelligence or some non-human kind of problem-solving engine, and that is what is responsible for this miraculous thing that Turing was interested in, our shape, right? This morphogenesis and how we get this pattern. Because it's not obvious that we have a genetic sequence and then jump to we've got hands and faces and really complicated structures. And I think we need to look at this intermediate software layer, which is now we're bear witness to this with these language models, that it's not a one-to-one, right? You're not really listening to my brain. My brain's not talking. Something else that lives in my brain is talking. As a side note, it feels very autoregressive because it's not, right?
It's interesting that they use these terms and like trying to make out that we're there's something else living in your brain, like another consciousness or intelligence or an alien intelligence living in your brain. It's really interesting when you listen to guys that really, they are really pumped up on their own perceived intelligence because they're getting recognition, and you know they're writing books and stuff, and other members of their field are going right, and it's this inflation of their own egos that leads to things like this. I hear they want to eliminate the cell phones and hook up something to us directly. Right, if you play computer games, or if you know a young lad that has any computer games, watch. There's a game called Mind's Eye. That's a good one. There's Cyberpunk 2077. There's Cronus. There's all these games where they're showing us that what they're trying to do is transfer our consciousness into silicon. And I forget what the game is that I've just been watching. Oh God, I can't remember what it's called. But that is talking about exactly that. And in every one of these games, we're fighting the AI. We're fighting the machines. But the most interesting one that is I've just been watching is this. When they transfer the consciousness into the machine becomes psychopathic and is pissed off because it's being used. It's basically transferring the consciousness into the machine so the machine can be a really, really effective slave that doesn't get tired. You know, doesn't have any of the issues that it doesn't have feelings. But someone without feelings is a psychopath. Who's jumping all over the place with his thoughts? Is this AI slop? Dude, this isn't AI. It's really clearly not AI. And you are not. No, we're not a brain. But what makes anybody think that their mind is in their brain? No, they're just they've got overinflated egos, and they think that their brain is. They think that they think they understand how the brain works. And that doesn't surprise me either. Hey, Rocky. Now, where are you? Are you in the Magic Tree House? Is that why I can see you? Or have they sorted it out and we can see each other now on my main channel? You must be over on yeah, you must be over there on the Magic Tree House. Nice one, because I can see you. The best thing to do is just come up on the panel, and then you can see everyone, and everyone can see you. Because it's probably a bit lonely over there, isn't it, in the Magic Tree House? Well, we got 3 people over there, and Ricardo, they're not. It's not that they're not fully human, right? They are humans. They are, but like they're just doing their thing. They've got disconnected from their spirit.
I don't know where I'm going to go with this, but as I say it, things come into mind. And something we talked about a couple weeks ago, I think this applies to behavior in general, right? Think about when you didn't know what you were going to experience at this event today, but you knew by just showing up and being there, interesting things would happen. And so I think life in general, it has this kind of autoregressive property where sometimes just getting out into the mix will give you all of these ideas and avenues and pathways that you didn't see before. So that's the idea I'm excited about the most, is thinking about virtual machines. This is something that the technological world, we go to Amazon, they use what's called virtual machines, and we can talk about that more. But these layers between the code and the thing that you're experiencing, the app, in the software world and technology on your laptop, it's not one-to-one. None of the programs you're using are talking to the chip. They're talking in some other language, C or Python, and then Python is talking to the chip with even more intermediates. And I think that we need to consider that our brain and our mind and our self, the ability to instantiate multiple selves, is because of this kind of virtualization.
Yeah, and if I can just quickly, to me, that is even more than sort of the realization of that this is an explanation of language or an explanation of the brain. It is this radical departure from thinking of, we've thought of math for a long time as a method of description of the physical environment, physical processes. But we really have to, it's not about the symbols on the board. The symbols on the board in some ways were an early aperture into the fact that there's this informational life, that there's sort of computation is this, it's a phenomenon. That in some ways is mind independent. And what we're seeing now is we're actually capturing some of these things truly coming to life in silicon, by seeing them in silicon, by seeing them take flight, so to speak, outside of.
They're really so convinced that they're going to be able to transfer consciousness into silicon. You can tell.
Their traditional medium. We have to step back and have almost a newfound respect for the informational itself as being maybe more fundamental, as Michael Evan mentioned, right? That our brain is channeling.
I'm Realm. You over there on the Magic Treehouse as well? Ah, well, you guys are welcome to stay over there. There's more conversation obviously going on over in 007 just because there's 21 people. No, there's not. There's 19 people there. Presumably it's because you didn't get the link. You didn't get the notification from 007. You got it from Treehouse. But if you do want to go over, there's a link.
Certain informational patterns in this case, and in the case of language, I think it's evident. If you buy that what we're doing is the same thing as large language models, then there's no other conclusion. Language has its own informational life.
If you buy that, if you buy that, that's a key qualifier in that statement. That if you buy it, that all we're doing is the same thing as large language models.
Plays out in our brains, and then the question is, well, what else? Right?
What else lives there?
What else lives there? What else can live there? And what else lives in the physical universe more generally? And it radically changes your entire metaphor.
What else lives in the physical universe? What if the physical universe only... There's no physical universe. Right? That's making the assumption that it's a physical universe and there's physical things all the way out there, millions and billions and trillions of fucking miles away. But what if you really don't buy that story? Because,
Physics.
Right. What do you mean? What else lives there?
Well,
Oh, maybe there's aliens. Maybe there's fucking aliens, right? Is that what you're going to say?
what else lives in our minds? First of all, what other kinds of, it doesn't need to necessarily be an autoaggressive process, but autogenerative processes. What other processes are running themselves at an informational level? I'm gesturing my hands now. I could tell a story about, well, I'm trying to express this or that idea, and I'm doing that by with this gesture, and I've learned these kinds of things, that this is a good way to do that. Or I could tell a story where the informational process is making that happen because it wants to generate the same way that language wants to generate. Language wants to express in some very, very strange but very real way. The trajectory that language takes, it belongs to language itself. Maybe when I'm moving my body in this way, there's a process that's causing that isn't really captured at all by...
Well, they do say there's some sort of link between people that gesticulate a lot and narcissism. There's a link between those two.
Thinking in traditional terms of biomechanics, or even in psychological or neurological terms.
No, it
may really be about long-range trajectories through some sort of space. And so, what are we, if not a collection, perhaps, of these almost alive informational systems? And then, if we potentially extend that outside of ourselves, what is an ecosystem? What is a society? How does physics, and more generally, there seems to be something very sticky about the past. Are these patterns...
Yeah, well, you know what's sticky about the past, mate? What's sticky about the past is that we've been fed a load of horse shit, a load of horse manure, and it's been dressed up as factual data. And we've been given all this data and these stories about the past, and when you are capable of thinking and you're not a large language model and you have what's called real intelligence, and you're able to actually think things through critically, you realize that they are lying to us. They've lied to us the entire time, and there's an obvious reason why they've done it. It's suited a purpose. There's been a structural reason for them lying to us about history. So that's why that's sticky. Oh, and the other reason would be because of your mates, your friends. That's the other reason it's sticky.
Do they have a life of their own? Is the universe alive in a different way than we had really given it credit for? Because we thought very mechanistically about Marcuse.
I'll tell you why. Because you're thinking that it's just one big fucking physical universe, and you're not actually contemplating the fact that the only place that exists is in your mind, in your mind's eye. That's the only place that universe exists. It's actual. It's not an actual thing. It's an image put in our minds by a bunch of people that are trying to control the way we perceive the world.
And this is going to be followed by that. Well, no, there's much more richness. Again, it's this respect for the richness of computation in a way that it changes everything.
Just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Hey, I see you inching away. I found developments. Far beyond exploration.
And then that with this intelligence, or older civilizations were very aware that the world was sort of embedded with this intelligent substance and it sort of pervade, everything. And And then that was sort of responsible for the complexity we see in forests and animals and human beings and so on. But it just, real quick, it reminds me of...
Intelligent substance. It's a shame that nobody asked him to expand on that. What do you mean, intelligent substance? What? A substantial intelligence? Or an intelligent substance? What does he mean by that? Is he talking about the gloop? Is he talking about the Darwinian something that hears? Obviously, both of these guys, both will say that the Darwinian theory of evolution is a proven theory, I'd imagine. So this intelligent substance, is he talking about primordial gloop?
This idea of cellular automata that Wolfram really popularized and did all the great work in, that he kind of just showed that if you have graph paper and very simple rules, you can kind of see this ocean of this primordial soup kind of bubble up, where you get non-trivial, very interesting behaviors out of what seems like as simple a system as you could possibly make it. And I would argue that our brain might be like that. It's way more sophisticated than graph paper, but it has all the properties that graph paper has. And so if we show that these simple things like game of life or the Wolfram automata can spin out these patterns and patterns that make other patterns and so on.
Also, please expand on that, how the brain has all the properties of graph paper. Please explain that. Expand on that. How does the brain have all the qualities of graph paper? Like, really? What are your thoughts on that? In the chat room, come on, what are your thoughts on that? That your brain has all the qualities of graph paper. You can plot points on it. You can draw interesting geometric patterns. I used to love using graph paper to draw. All the properties of graph paper. Like, mate, your brain might be made of wood, because at the end of the day, that's all paper is, isn't it? It's wood. Yeah, they're mapping it on graph paper, Rocky.
Maybe our brain, or even our entire body, or all biology, is more like a substrate, where these informational beings, I like this term I came across, actually some religious terminology, spontaneities. Because that really captures this idea that, like, nobody put them there, they just showed up, but now they're off to the races and they're doing their own thing. And I think...
Yeah, in our bodies, yeah. In our bodies, there's these things that just appeared, and they've just appeared, and they're running off and doing their thing in our bodies. They're intelligent beings in our body. What the fuck are these idiots fucking yapping about, man?
I think that words might be like this.
Oh my God, the worst thing is people actually think these gents are fucking smart.
Especially the early proto-language were very much earworms. They might have come from language.
You're a fucking
I heard a beautiful
earworm.
mockingbird last night, and if you can imagine hearing that for millions of years, that would do something.
Elon, help me understand what's new
Millions,
about your model.
and there's another
I don't
term,
mean
right?
old.
Millions of years. That means that they do adhere to. They think, yeah, we evolved from primordial gloop. It turned into something that turned into something else. That turned into something else. But that just jumped. There's no geological evidence of one species actually turning into another species. That's a hard fact that these people that believe in these theories, they don't like that. They don't like that fact. That there's a missing link between all the species. It's not just between monkeys or apes and humans. There's a missing link between fucking every single jump that they've said. There's no record of anything evolving into something else. They just say, oh, well, they think that this must have been This must have been a fucking fish one day, and then it became a bird.
Wittgenstein said this, 1952. I mean, you're saying, other than this fancy word, autoregression, okay, you're saying that people are thinking in terms of a sequence, in terms of something that
Rocky, this guy is a brain parasite.
comes next. So when we're in the flow state, we're present and we're thinking, what are we going to do next? And when we're planning, even if we're planning for the future, we're thinking in terms of, well, what am I going to do 1 week from now? And then how does that affect what I'm going to do 2 days from now and then 1 day from now, et cetera? It's always one step ahead. So what's new here?
Well, what's new is that we actually have an architecture and an example in which we can see that the capacity to do long range thinking, the capacity to live, so to speak, in well, at least in informational space, linguistic space, can all be compressed into this single functional behavior, namely next token. We didn't know that before. There was no example of anything.
That's why they want to get rid of us. This is why they want to get rid of us, right? Because that might apply to these fucking brainless morons. Maybe their brains do just work just like large language models, and they have no understanding of anything that they're doing or saying. They're just performing functions. Iron Realm. I don't know. I don't know if you've come across Archaic's theories, but I think there's merit to the idea that the atmosphere and the pressures here in this realm were different. There was a period where they were different, and when they were different, everything grew much, much bigger. So, including people. And we were giants when we were, thousands of years ago. We were giants. And the trouble is, so all the people like these guys, they're all like 5'6", so they've got this thing against giants. Giantism, man.
Like this, that had this kind of informational richness, that did stuff that was based on such a radically simple and elegant kind of formulation. What's new is we've got a theory of the brain, a theory of cognition.
You're right, you've got a theory of the brain and a theory of cognition. You've also got a theory of gravity and a theory of fucking evolution. So what are we going to do with that? Because you still haven't proven those other two theories with science. You haven't proven them through the scientific process, right?
Generally, that people might have pointed to.
I've got a theory that you're an idiot.
In some, in fairly vague terms, but that we can now build. What's new, actually, it's not. What's new is not.
What I'm interested to know is if Dom I wonder if Dom thought I was going to enjoy this because I was going to subscribe to it in some way, or if I was going to enjoy this because I was going to enjoy mocking these men that really think that they've got it, man. Yep. They're probably peer reviewed, don't you know? Charles, how you doing? Actually, I'm just going to call you Charlie.
Something I developed is it's the existence of these large language models. The large language models lead to the new epiphany that this is, in fact, perhaps how cognition works.
The new epiphany. Oh, God. Fucking hell.
And so we have a novel framework, and it leads to a very, very different perspective of thinking about classical cognition. So if you want to know what's new, for example, there's this, the class.
I got a question for you. Do you think we landed on the moon? There's a question I'd like to know the answer to. Do you, Mr. fucking... Mr. Man, do you think we landed on the moon? Do you believe that narrative, that we landed on the moon? It's quite important, that one. If you're willing to, if you're the sort of chap that's willing to actually go along with that fucking story and do the mental gymnastics needed to be able to actually, or just not think, like do the zero thinking, that, because the moment anybody with any brain at all and any ability to think and comprehend cognitively sees all the serious fucking flaws and holes and irregularities with that story, with that narrative. The idea that the fucking president can speak to somebody on the moon by an AT&T telephone call, 200 and however many thousand miles it is. Nice, clear, live telephone call, right? Yeah? Obviously, I haven't given him. We don't know what his answer to that question is, does he? But I'm going to say that yes, he does. I'm going to say yes, he does believe that we landed on the moon. Tell me more.
Classic view of memory is the storage retrieval kind of model. For example, if I ask you, to repeat back a sequence of, a couple digits or letters, the canonical view is that there's this thing called short-term memory, which is this box that holds stuff for a certain amount of time and then it decays. According to the autoregressive model, they're
obsessed with boxes, man. Holds it in a box. You don't know where the short-term, somewhere in the frontal cortex or somewhere in the prefrontal lobe, right? That's where short-term memory is, I think. I was supposed to. That's what they were saying. Because they said that's why I wouldn't remember my car accident and stuff, because I had a serious injury to the frontal lobe.
Let me just add. Then there's this other thing called long-term memory. What's that? Well, it's another box. Some stuff from short-term memory. Okay. If you want to hold it for a longer time, you put it in that box, and that's like it's refrigerated, so it lasts longer. And so you've got these two boxes with stuff in them, and then
nothing's refrigerated in your brain, mate. Where are you getting this refrigerated box from? What? Really? You thinking in terms of silicon chips that need to be fucking cooled? Where's the refrigeration system in the head that this box goes in?
When you want to find some information, what you do is you have to have a retrieval process. You go and you see, well, what's related to what I'm talking about right now.
Maybe do you have a little? Maybe we've got little retrievers in our brains, little golden retrievers, and when we need a memory, we just send the golden retriever off to go and retrieve it.
What information? Where did I leave my keys? Or what did I do last summer? Let me go find the relevant memory and retrieve it. The autoregressive model completely obliterates the distinction between short-term memory and long-term memory, and in fact, completely obviates the need for any sort of retrieval process at all. So it is a completely different framework. But instead, what we're doing, according to this model, is we've got these stored weights. That's the large language model. It's just these billions of parameters, and those parameters, all they are is they instantiate a function. A function, just what does that function do? It says here's a string of words which you just turn into numbers, and then it says what's the next one. That's our brain. Okay, this is your brain on autoregression, right? It's just basically a function that says we're going to take in an input and we're going to produce an output. And then you've got the short-term memory is, well, what have I said since you asked the question, right? Here's a question, I'm producing an answer. What did Kurt say to me a little while ago that's causing me to generate this very next token and the next one? There's some residual activation, or there's some, in the models it's called context. In the LSTMs, it's this memory, which may or may not be sort of the right way. In the large language models, it's literally the context is like the whole thing, right? Whatever you've said until now, whatever.
Just that term in itself, right? A long, short-term memory. Oxymoron springs to mind, but it might not technically be an oxymoron, but there's something oxymoronic about it, right? A long, short-term memory. That's just a long-term memory. Why trying to overcomplicate it? A long, short-term. It's just a long memory. Hey, Dom. Hey Dom, I'm watching this video, dude. I wonder what did you expect my? I wonder what you expected or thought my reaction might be to this. And I wonder how much of my reaction so far you've heard. Oh, you're in the background there. Boom, there you are. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, good morning. How you doing, Rich?
I'm good. I'm amused. I'm amused by these hubrises.
Then it serves its purpose.
Is that why you? I mean, did you know I was going to be somewhat amused by this? It wasn't. I wasn't actually.
Nope. I share information.
Yeah.
What people do with it, that's on them. I could have sent you Mickey Mouse cartoons. So it tells a lot more about ourselves when we take in stories. These are stories that are being told.
Right.
And then go ahead.
No. I'm sorry. I'm just agreeing with you. I should remember that if it's annoying. Even when I hear when other people do it, it annoys me. So I should stop doing it. I'm sorry.
That's your learning lesson. That's for you. So when people, in this case, how these gentlemen are putting things together will reveal one person. Like obviously, it's theory. Everything's theory. Now, how one perceives, are they trying to sell this? Are they trying to share this as factual? To me, it's like it's still a story. Whether or not the brain works the way that they're saying it, who's to say that what we have to say, they could do the same thing? Like, to me, it's not mockery on these guys. It's kind of like, it's nice. No different. Somebody could talk about aliens. They could talk about whether we did or didn't go to the moon. It's not like that, me to take a side. It tells a lot of a person striving for balance. Can I hear another person without judging it? Because then eventually what we try to do is become gatekeepers. No, these guys they're totally fucking wacko tobacco. They could be. Oh, these guys are genius. They could be. At that point, I'm staying in that very indifferent position because I'm willing to entertain 3, 4, 5 different ideals at once. Most people struggle to entertain one ideal. Anyway, it's still fun, I still think. I call it fun, Richie.
I know my own. It's my own ego getting triggered because I'm certain, right? And I know you shouldn't. It shouldn't be. I know it shouldn't be, but I can't help it. I've just got such a fucking.
Hence why
ego.
you enjoy being a troll. Usually, trolls, what they're doing is they don't realize the things that they're hearing from other people, making it sound like they know exactly what they're talking about. The troll doesn't realize how much they think that they know it all. It's a know-it-all complaining to another know-it-all. But it's kind of humorous because you know something? Once you figure it out, there you go. That's why I usually tell people, there you go.
Yeah,
you got it. You got it.
I was just going to say... No, it's gone now. You just triggered a response and then it popped out straight away about... Yeah, I keep having to remind myself that that I'm supposed to be open to all ideas, right, and all possibilities, because at the end of the day, I really don't know. So. Yeah, like writing these guys off because they buy into into certain paradigms, right? He was talking about paradigms earlier, and that's what the story that we've been told about what's outside of this earth realm is a paradigm, right? It's a perceptual. It's the box in your mind's eye that everything's been put into. And
Rich, can I give you an example to deflect on this? Somebody's listening to music. They really like this one band for all the music they're singing. Like, they love it. They go around preaching it. They're like a person that's gone to another part of the world preaching Christianity, and then they find out because somebody just inserted that band members like to drink fucking goat's milk. I mean, goat's blood. Wait. Their paradigm has now been shifted. Now they have to do everything either to excuse it. Oh, well, that's not true. No, it's people are openly talking about it. Next thing you know, they're going to have to actually replace that first impression with something else, which they should have done at the beginning. Next thing you know, they're like, oh, they're a rock and roll band. Oh, fuck it, that's it. I hate all rock and roll bands. It's the same idea with science. It works the same idea when people start talking about biology, biblical stories. It's telling people how much they filled in a room of information, but they've never challenged it before I even got in the room, and now they're defending it. Rich, that's why I find it interesting when people try to attack me. I said, you think this is personal with me, but you're revealing it's personal with you. I'm just looking at it and said, I'm like somebody going, that's interesting. I wonder why they would say that. Or then I turn inwards. Oh, I wonder why I perceive it that way. Then that actually serves me. It doesn't serve me to denounce somebody else, let alone praise somebody else. It's just interesting information. Now, if I want to be polite, usually for me, politeness in any kind of group environment is, do I really want to disturb the emotion that's in that area? So I'll be polite. But dare not have a private conversation. Are we allowed to go upside and downside of each other? Yes, Dom, you have permission. There you go. Now we can have a real conversation. Most people forget, do you give permission to others to invalidate or validate yourself? Now, this is me being a goof right now because I know how I am sometimes when I come to this kind of stuff. But for other people, Dom, I don't understand. I said, you're not here to understand me. You're here to understand you. Anyway, go ahead, Rich.
That's the thing, though. Is like I think I'd love to sit down and talk to these two guys. I can already imagine, look, you know, the I'm imagining the way they'd be about me and my theories. And the fact that I'm not qualified and I've got no letters after my name and I've published no work and I've blah, 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 right? I have no credibility or intellectual standing with them, I would imagine. But, like, would I be able to sit there in that room and listen to this conversation without reacting physically, because it would be rude for me to blow out. Oh, come on! Like, you know, but have you considered this? Right? And it is a physical thing. It's a physical because what I'm hearing when I'm listening to these two guys talking to each other is I'm hearing two guys that have got brains. They're capable of, you know, they're intelligent, obviously. They have a level of intellect, right? They're capable of computing things in their minds. But what they've done is restricted those computations with the perceptions that they've agreed to hold.
Could be true.
Right?
Everything you said could be true, but no different if you were in the same room with them and then you started playing music. They could have their perception of you, and they might even turn around and say, you know, you're triggering me by saying I fucking love your music. Now, again, it's one of those things. I'm surprised you kept the channel going on for a while, knowing that you're being triggered. It's the old saying of change the channel if it doesn't pleases you. But then the question is, why have you conditioned yourself to think it's only about appeasement? I'm just using those words, by the way, Rich. This is where people will purposely go to play. Like, give you an example. Guys, there's some guys that purposely go to a bar and they're looking for a fight. Now, the other guy that says, listen, I'm just going there to chill. I'll drink a little beer. Next thing you know, well, that guy's looking for it. I said, no, he's found you. He already knows he can pull your strings. Problem is, where did you learn how to get your strings pulled? From governments, which are humans, from religion, which is humans. We don't realize how much we've been conditioned.
This is what I've been saying. They're programmed and conditioned.
When you can start laughing at it. Some people get upset about it. For me, I find it more pleasing when I start giggling. I said, really? Am I believing in this shit? That's fucking hilarious to no end. And it's usually the people that turn around and say, well, Dom, I don't like it. I said, fuck, they just made me laugh. They just don't realize it. Yeah, but Dom, I'm upset. Okay. Go ahead, sorry, Rich.
I think, I'm pretty sure that you've told me before, my apologies for not remembering, but your age, how old are you? You're in your 50s or 60s?
My vessel's 61,
right?
But I act like I'm like a kid.
Right. No, but your vessel, your vessel's been here for 60 years.
Yes, over 60
How
years.
long? Right, when you were 48, where were you when you were 48?
I was still in my suit, but I know what you're talking about. I was close to the year of release, but I can only say that because I was aware of it when I was doing it. Where when I was 48. I struggled with a lot of things when I was in my 30s, my 20s. Now, when I was my teenagers, I was naively bliss. I'm not the type of person that argue about the system, but I had buddies that were that way. They become aware more times than not because they got harmed at home or they found out other people were living differently. But for me, I was a very naive teenager, young adult. Once I got older, I'm like, and when I say get older, in my 20s, I'm like, I'm going to be working for the rest of my life to do fucking what? Let alone I got to shit and piss and I got to shave. Fuck, that's hilarious. And that was when I was in my 20s. Now that's 40 years later.
I mean, when I was in my 20s, I was recovering from a car accident, so my head was kind of, yeah.
Sort of
all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
So I didn't, but I was thinking, I was thinking about stuff, but in a deep philosophical way and religious, like trying to fit, because of my spiritual awareness. I've never really believed that there is no God. I went for a period of being agnostic, right? As in an intelligence higher than our own, outside of this realm, responsible for the creation of this realm, right? I've always just, that's just been like a default. Like, how can this, I've never really understood how any of this could have happened without it being designed, right? That the theory of evolution always had an issue with the theory of evolution because it just didn't. It doesn't make sense when
what you're saying, Richard. You have an issue with humans and their limitations.
The limitations that are put upon us and that we put upon ourselves, right? We're only limited by our imaginations. That's all that limits us. We're actually, like, it's been proven in history that we can do absolutely incredible, amazing things. So therefore, it could be that we could do anything. My mum and dad always used to tell me when I was growing up in my most informative years, like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, you can do whatever you put your mind to.
Yeah, it's a word. It would have been more suited if somebody had said be, but the imagination is not our limitation. It's our thinking process and our feelings. Imagination, I can think of almost anything as I'm using the word thinking, but what I'm really doing is I'm imagining. So when people realize, see, this is the thinking process, is trying to make sense of it all, using their senses to prove it. I'm like, okay, so once again, so how did the sun and the moon come to be? Well, I don't know. I said, so use your imagination. We use words like perhaps, speculation, and once you start speculating, then you realize, boy, I've limited myself thinking there should be a right or wrong way. That's limitations. That's a conditioning. Once people realize that, I said, okay, because to me, atheists are a funny bunch, but so are humanists, so are Christians, so are Muslims, so are nationalists. They're all a funny bunch because they're so desperately trying to put themselves in a box called a cult.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, right? With religion. So I always just thought it was just really
Rubbish.
How could it be that you, if you're born in England, I'm born into a Church of England family, Church of England, christened in the Church of England. But if I'd been born in the town that my grandfather came from in North Africa, I would have been Muslim.
Maybe you could have been Muslim, or you could have been a child that turned around and said, "I'm laughing at the fact that my parents choose to be Muslim." Again, most people are still trying to make sense of this stuff.
I mean, maybe it would have, if the consciousness, if it was still my consciousness as it is now, right? If that was still the consciousness that was in that body that grew up in a Muslim community, maybe I'd still ask the same questions, right, and have the same issues. But I don't think there's. Yeah,
You would have, Richard. Knowing your energy, you would have asked questions. But most people, whether Christians or let's say Muslims, a lot of them don't actually ask questions. What they're doing is either they're defending it, their indifference. It's like a guy that goes to work. Some people will step forward. The rest of them, let me see if I can actually stay in the background for 30 or 40 or 50, maybe even 70 years. And a lot of people do that. And then they complain, well, the government, I said, why haven't you ever take charge of your own existence? I don't want to do that. So then you're not really in a position to complain that. Most people have voted. They voted to either be naive, arrogant, because even that, to me, being arrogant is a little bit naive too. I know it all, really. So do you have discernment? Again, Richie, I like to share stuff. It doesn't mean I'm attached to any of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. The things that I'm talking about, I'm generally not attached to that, too much, except no. When I think about it, no. Obviously, what is it? Attachment. Just recognizing fallacy, basically. Recognizing, I can't see it actually, and I'd love it if outer space was real. I'd fucking love it. It'd be amazing if there was an actual physical universe out there.
There'd be more questions. It would be more questions at that point, Richie.
Oh God, of course there would. Right, but the possibility. I grew up with that image in my mind until 2013. So 2013, I was 36, 35. That's right, and we talked about the 7-year process, 7, 14, 21, 35, 49. Yeah, when I was that's when my mind opened, right, to this, to the idea that they really are that diabolical, that they'll lie about incredible things, like really incredible, fundamentally important things.
Again, it's easy to deceive each other. So, Richie, I've used the example, but I never, because some people just don't know how to ask to flip it. So, me and you both chilling yesterday, and we saw an alien. We started communicating with an alien. I usually just leave that to the point, how would we share that with other people? But now here's the other part of that. How would other people perceive what we're talking about? Some people would say, Richie, Dom, you guys are full of shit. We'd be looking at each other. Good luck trying to explain to them. Dom, I think you're telling the truth. How would you know that? See, again, we're all using our perceptions at this stuff, not realizing. Go ahead.
It's just the words, obviously, because we say alien, and then that then puts it immediately into a box with most people share this perception that aliens are something that come from outside of this, from other planets and other galaxies and whatever, or possibly other universes and other dimensions, right? But if you were to say being, we came across this being.
But again,
it was
we're
a
changing.
physical entity that we've not, and it's alien to this realm. It's alien to what we've seen, right? The way you use the word alien. I'm talking about the way we use the word, and not but the way we use it.
But somebody could ask for clarity. A person that has discernment might ask, so Dominic Ritchie, when you're saying alien, are you talking about people from another country? Thank you for at least asking a question. But no.
Right.
See, a lot of folks don't realize, when do you use discernment? So when I talk about attachments, do people have discernment? In this particular instance, in this moment, this attachment serves. In another, it doesn't. That's why a lot of us, we carry around all these memories and say, okay, am I going to keep all these like a chain and a ball, or am I going to use them like they're in a shelf? I can take them in and out when I need them. That takes practice, no different practicing how to sing or how to run to get better at it. A lot of us forget those things. They just assume. Go ahead, Richie. No, go ahead.
Just I would say that the reason somebody probably wouldn't, if you just said alien, people will jump to conclusions about alien and not ask, what country or whatever, what do you mean? If you say illegal alien, that then immediately takes it out of that space bracket.
At that point, we're babysitting them at that point. Their assumption. See, most of them forget. We're assuming that we're aware of stuff and not realizing, but is it not being fed to us? So at that point, I would have to say, okay, so I'm going to have to do this really slow. Well, now you're being condescending. I said, no, you're actually being arrogant and naive. But again, it's convenient when people project outwards, when it's not going to going their way, opposed to when are you going to be fully accountable for you? Because the one thing I'm doing is using a language, especially if I'm the kind of person who will say, I don't own the language. Oh, what do you mean, Dom? I said, now I got to babysit you now? Have you ever had those thoughts?
And you didn't create it either.
No, I didn't.
You don't own it, and you didn't create it.
I'm aware of that.
No, which is interesting. That I mean, where these guys are coming from, it's interesting. And the thing is, within those paradigms, it has merit, and it makes sense. Within those certain boxes, right? But it's like, I think it's like getting really involved in a game of D&D. Right? It's like people are, do you want to walk around the whole fucking time with that costume? You're right. Okay, we're actually living in Dungeons and Dragons. You're going to conduct your life according to Dungeons and Dragons. Okay.
Are they into the game or parts of it? Like, I want to win or lose.
These guys are just into the game. They're not even really thinking about winning or losing, although they are thinking about upgrading. Right? They think they're going to think that it's going to be possible to upgrade consciousness and intelligence through mechanical means. Not mechanical, but with silicon, merging machine and biology, merging human and machine. They're probably, thinking about Elon Musk's fucking brain chip and shit.
Again, this is where, if you're literally in the moment, then that phrase Bruce Lee says, be like water. But for most people, they're not like water. They're stiff. He's wrong. He's right. They're going to do these chips in our brains. Interesting. I wonder if those are the same people that gave us cell phones. I wonder if those are the same people that gave us cars. Probably. So then why would it be, history repeats itself if you're ignorant, it's going to repeat itself. So if they've given us cell phones and now they're going to give us passwords, now they're going to put a chip. For most people, Richie, with all sincerity, it's a fucking easy sell. They'll say shit like, you can live longer. Oh, really? In exchange for what? What do you mean? Well, you've given us foods in a fast food kind of capacity. And what was the side effect? Well, we're going to become unhealthy. But what was the selling pitch? It'll bring you convenience. There you go. That's the human race. When we're talking among ourselves, Richie, look for the few. The masses, fuck them. They're already on their own.
The convenience thing is basically playing on the laziness of individuals, right? We want to take the easiest route because we don't like it if it's too hard, and if there's an easier way to do it, we'll do it.
It's kind of erroneous even that, Richie, because water doesn't do that. Water actually goes the easiest route. What most people do, they're like a bull in a china set. They're trying to bang everything, and then they look around and say, well, it's your fault. I said, you don't have no social awareness. I'm just saying this humorously, Richie, because I know there are people that turn around and make it about me. I said, this is entertainment now. Why? Because I know most people are self-absorbed. Just because once somebody starts poking the ideal, I'm not poking them. I'm poking at the ideal. Ideal is just another way of saying the belief, or I'm poking at the language itself. And then people say, listen, Don, but I don't agree with you. I said, when did you become the arbiter to defend the language? Oh, I never thought of that. There you go. This is why when we use terms like thought-provoking, once a person gets thought-provoking, it will determine whether or not they're gatekeepers or they cross that bridge aimlessly. That's a struggle. This is just me talking out loud. And if people don't like what I have to say, it's the same thing watching this. Why don't you change the channel? But it's usually funny because people go into other people's houses, don't like what they want to hear, and then they expect the people that own the fucking house to leave now. Okay.
Of course, the last thing that you'd want is for anybody to stop watching this stream.
No, so I have no problem leaving.
This is the best. This is the best thing that anybody's going to see on YouTube today.
In a way, that's a bonus. But another way, that's sad. I would hope a lot of people are promoting this kind of stuff if they're truly saying, listen, I want awareness. If people are only after, I want to fight the system, those are the shit shows.
I'm going to listen to a bit more of this.
The model has said, in our brains, it's probably closer to the LSTMs. It's some sort of.
Just your thought on that for a second. Long, short-term memory. Dom.
Yeah, we do have memories. You think about Alzheimer's, you might have long-term or short-term memory.
Right. But this idea of a long, short-term memory. Is it not somewhat, there's something oxymoronic about it, right? Because a long short-term memory is just a long memory.
Are you saying they're using it together? A long-term and a short-term?
Yeah, no, they're saying there's this thing that they've discovered long short-term memory.
Oh, using it together.
That's what they're calling it, LSTMs, long short-term memory. Right, it's so just a long memory then.
Well, there is long
just a good memory. Is a long short-term memory a photographic one?
I don't know. Some people actually, if they have traumatized, those will be long-term memories they'll have because it's engraved into your tissues.
And they'll call it PTSD.
Yes.
And then say, yeah, that's a long short-term memory.
Like if we met these gentlemen, I would make sure I have a boundary with myself so it's safe when I'm having conversations with them, so they'll feel safe. But if I'm going in there thinking that I want to denounce them, then I'm not actually making it a safe environment. I'm actually being clever at that point. I would probably have an enjoyable conversation with these gentlemen. I'm just not there to buy anything, let alone sell anything to them. It's usually the person that says, Dom, I'm going to a Christian group or whatever. I said, do you value their teachings? Well, not really. So you're going there to be clever, are you? Okay.
There's a part of me that just wants to humble them a little bit. Like make them think, and I want to be able to make them sit there and go,
But if somebody does that to you, Richie, what would you do?
You and New Guru have done it to me more than once.
No, I wasn't doing it to you. I was just talking out loud.
No. It's not. No, but it's not. No, it's not an intentional thing. Right? No, you haven't done it to me, but I have felt it.
Yes, you have.
It's not that you've intentionally been setting out to humble me or whatever. But yeah, you've said things that have made me sit there and go,
Is he talking about me? Is he talking about me?
Well, no, right, yeah, but do I fit into the do I,
Well,
and it's not even do I, it's like, oh, hang on a second, right, yeah, okay.
But if you're trying to humble them, then what you're doing is, as long as you tell the person before you try to humble them, I'm going to be a cheeky monkey right now. I'm going to be clever right now with you.
Yeah.
And they might turn around and say, well, thank you. It's like when, you meet somebody, Richie, and say, listen, friend or foe. Regardless if it's friend or foe, you're at least putting it out there. You're not going to be clever and say, listen, I'm really going to pretend to be your friend, but I'm really this way. At that point, you're like a sociopath where they know their feelings. Same with the psychopath. They know their feelings. Never assume that psychopaths and sociopaths don't understand feelings. Oh, they understand it.
Oh, no, I see. Yeah, no, they understand. Like, so sociopaths fully understand feelings, and can experience feelings. Can experience actually real love and stuff. They really. The sociopathy has been able to switch off those feelings. That's sociopathy. Is being able to detach or disassociate with those feelings. And I think that's the difference between a true sociopath. Is like the dissociation is the bad type of sociopathy, right? But then there's the self-protecting side that's not disassociation but detachment.
I'll give you in the workplace a sociopath opposed to a psychopath. A sociopath, words that they use, the ends justify the means. They'll work at a job that they don't like for 30 or 40 years for the end goal of retirement. They've actually become a sociopath to themselves. The psychopath says, I don't like my job. I want the end goal, and I'm going to be a manager so I can fuck people over and mistreat them. That's the difference.
I think the difference is a fundamental one, that a psychopath is born. You can recognize psychopathic traits in a child at a very young age, but a sociopathic child, a sociopath is created through trauma, generally, right? So abuse, emotional and physical abuse.
If science gets to that point, go ahead.
The psychopath will be that way no matter what, whether it's abused, loved, or what. It doesn't matter. The psychopath is always going that way, whereas a sociopath is created. It's not born.
Again, because a lot of people put value to science, the observation part of the energy, whether in the womb or when you're in an environment. So there's a good chance there's some validity to those, what you just said. You're born, or in this case, it's created based on your environment. Your environment,
like conditioning, basically. Conditioning creates the psychopath. Sociopath, sorry.
And sometimes it's in the unknown. So you could be among your family members and they're not telling you verbally, and you might not even with your senses, but something within you will observe it and take it on as its own. Next thing you know, a person's acting it out. I'm a psychopath. And then you're looking, but who in my family was like that? Well, the person that was predominant in your family. It could have been a mother or father. It could have been, it's genetic. Again, a lot of times we're trying to, when they're using science, they're trying to so desperately put it into the material so then they can apply their five senses to it. Where sometimes it's beyond the senses. You know, it's kind of like me telling somebody, where's air? Can your senses pick up air? I feel it, but can you, like, literally, can a person say, listen, I see it? I said, no, that's not air. You're seeing leaves blow in the wind, but where's air? Well, then I don't see it. I said,
you can, in a way, sense it when every breath you take, that is air. And because you know that what you're breathing is air, you're taking breath, and it's satisfying the requirements for oxygen. So obviously it's air and air. That's air. That's how you know.
But if I asked you, if somebody asked to apply your senses to it, a person would say there's a lot of trust at that. It's like, you know, asking a person, what's the most valuable thing you need as a human? Most people will go over and over again, food and water.
Can I pause that? So I would say that I can feel the air, right? But it's the air temperature.
So the element's shifting, and then you're going to reinforce the word that we use, air. And you might literally, Richie, pick it up in your ether or whatever. But it's like you telling me, Dom, when I play musical instruments, I see colors. You might be one of those people that are capable of seeing colors when you play instruments. Where other people said, I'm going to give Richie the benefit of the doubt and say, he sees it. I don't see it, but he sees it. But for a lot of people, if they can't see it, touch it, or taste it, either they denounce it or they aimlessly say, well, it must be science, so it must be true. Really? So you've never questioned it for yourself?
I don't know if I see. I've never noticed seeing colours, right? Except when I was on LSD out in the woods, and we were listening to Kruder and Dorfmeister, and it was like there was like some sort of light show going on in front of me. It was great. The fire was burning, and there were these, you know, glowing ashes flying around in the air, and it just turned into this amazing, absolutely amazing visual display of like lights, and it was crazy, and it all went along with the music. Like it was like a firework display that was going on with the music, and there were no fireworks, man. I was just tripping my tits off.
Compressed version, but that is the whole flow. The whole flow is you've got a static set of weights, which is our brain, and then our sort of dendritic weights, and then you've got this dynamic process of, okay, generate with those weights. Generate one thing, tack it on to what's been generated before, and this may go a lot longer than short-term memory. It may not be 15 seconds as short-term memory dictates. The classic experiments where they.
I think that's actually dropped, hasn't it? Humans are supposed to have short-term memory worse than. Oh no, that's attention span. That's different, isn't it? Yeah, all right.
Ask you, can you retrieve? Span. Can you repeat this particular sequence? That's not something we ever do in regular life. We don't have to remember what exactly did I say? 5 seconds, 10 seconds ago.
There is a way to teach your brain, or to teach your. There's a way to teach yourself to extend your memory, your short-term memory, right? There are brain training techniques that allow you to memorize books. So we're not taught to use our brains properly, right? The way that we're taught to do multiplication, long division, there's something like 7 or 9 different ways to do it, and we're taught the stupidest way, the longest way to do it. There's much quicker ways to do it. There's a way to do it on just 2 hands. Just use 2 hands. Do long multiplication using 2 hands.
Well, are we taught to specialize or differently? Because there are some people that learn, whether they do it willingly or they've been taught to learn different languages. So therefore, it would be the same thing with numbers. Are we taught how to use numbers differently, opposed to just, because you use the word proper. And in one environment, it might be proper, but in another environment, it might be useless. You know,
if there are 7 different ways to do long multiplication, and we are taught the stupidest, longest way to do it, then and our education system comes from the Rothschild, the fucking Rothschild
or the gang, whoever they pay a lot of money to, because it's not them per se, but they do pay probably a lot of people.
The whole idea of schools, it was Rothschild, wasn't it? The whole idea of schooling, sending everybody off to school to be taught all the to read and write and do maths and the curriculum, right, has always been set by people being funded by the same individuals, and the idea of it was to program good factory workers, and they haven't changed it much since then, except just to make it even simpler.
I guess, Richie, I'm using the word guess here. If people were taught energy work, people would realize, the ones that would, and this is where the disparity would be now, that there's energy behind numbers and symbols and words. So when a person said, Dom, I can read things, I said, yeah, you are reading energy, aren't you? What do you mean? You're understanding numbers, not this plug and play. 1 + 1 = 2. What is the energy of 1? What's the energy of 2? So when somebody says, what's 1 and 1? A person says he's not asking plus or equal. So what is he really asking? Then you read the energy. It's kind of like, math has different ways to check the formula, but then there's energy. And like I said, if we were taught energy work, there would be a big disparity, because some people would say, my gifts is by far more superior than what you can offer. This is where mystics, shamans, witches, wizards, they were appreciated in the community. They weren't envied. Most people would be envious of them. It's like when a person looks at a person that's in the musical industry, only because you play it, Richie, and you enjoy it. Some people will appreciate what you play. Other people might be envious, but meanwhile, they're not them. Ask Richie, how much work does it take? It takes a lot of work, guys. And it's not something that just comes naturally all the time. And same with athletes. Even people that are trillionaires, there's a lot of effort that has to be done there. And that,
unless they were born into it.
Yes, but even that, now you've inherited things, and it could be a double-edged sword for them. So
absolutely. With those bloodlines, you've inherited that.
Yeah. And now if all of a sudden you had a rude awakening, and it's like, holy fuck, my family is being screwed by the Rothschilds? No, my family is the Rothschilds, and it's screwing everybody else. At that point, it's kind of like, what do you do then? Because you're going to be surrounded with a whole bunch of people that are going to say, Richie, Dom, you're trying to help the masses. Why? Because we should be all one. Really, you're like a crook just about to steal something, and then all of a sudden they're saying, it's wrong to steal. Excuse me, did you just say that out loud? Anyway, go ahead, Richie.
I'm just having a little skim through the comments because I realise I haven't been really paying any attention to them. I just want to shout out to everybody. Casper, dude, good to see you. Why don't you jump up? Don't get it's late, and I'm.
Yeah, Casper he might have a run at this. He might have a run at these guys.
Crystal Shaman, good to see you. Where have you been, stranger? And Vivi, good to see you. Ryan, good to see you. Charlie.
There was a kind of error of looking where the light is in trying to build out these models. You can give people that task and they can retrieve that stuff, but that doesn't mean we've got memory whose job it is to retrieve. Instead, what I'm proposing is that we've got generation, and generation is guided by what's happened in the past, but that is guided by much, much more than the past 15 seconds. Again, it dissolves this arbitrary idea that there's a short-term memory box. All you've got is residual memory that could reach back into time 15 seconds, a minute. We're having this conversation now. Will mentioned something when we were talking over there. That's still bouncing around. It's reaching in, again, the pregnant present. It's reaching in to what my current generation is. So it completely obliterates, I would say, 70 years of cognitive science. So what's new here is a completely, an elegant and efficient model of the brain that's distinct from anything that cognitive science has proposed until now.
I really like what you said just now at the end, but also in the beginning, that this is a theory of the brain rather than a theory of neurons or neuroscience. And I would argue that some of these new models are some of the first real kind of connecting from both ends. We've known for 100 years or so what neurons are all about, at least in the basic sense. And cognitive scientists and philosophers from the other direction have been trying to figure out these properties like memory and planning and logic and stuff like that.
What about the mind? What about the mind? The mind is where it all takes place. But so you're saying it takes place in the brain, so is that you saying the brain is the mind? Because we can't. And also, is the mind conscious? So the mind is consciousness, right?
But these modern things, they're made out of simulated neurons, right? At the bottom, they're very, very simple brain cells. They're not nearly as complicated as the ones we find in our own brain. But we can think of it as a model that has both scales at the same time. And what's to me so fascinating is not only do we not need a special box for short term or long term, we don't need one for planning. We get that out of the box. Logic comes out of the box. Ability to write poems or something like that. Just it's all sort of latent in this just ability to predict the next token. And so I think we're just starting to see the emergence of an actual brain science. And now what we need to do is go look at our neuroanatomy and see, okay, is this what the hippocampus is doing? Is this what the amygdala is doing? Like, how are these cortical structures interacting with all these nodules? Because one thing, when we slice our brain open, it's not a homogeneous mass of neurons. And evolution could have done it that way relatively easily. So these structures must have some utility. I have some theories on that we can come back to.
Yeah,
remind me.
But a point which I know you'll certainly agree with. We shouldn't take the terminology of neural networks that seriously, in the sense that, and it comes back to an earlier point we made, the brain is instantiating some sort of function here. And I really mean it when I say that at a high level, that the brain is doing the same things as the LLMs. Now, does that mean that I think that we're talking...
Again, is it the brain doing it, or is it the mind doing it? And what is the mind in relation to the brain?
About neural circuits doing the exact same thing as the computer circuits? Do I even mean that they're transformer models that are doing self-attention? Not necessarily. It's really about at this high computational level. And matrix multiply, which is really the core engine of transformers, you didn't really need the brain. It's nice to call it neural networks because it's sort of, it rhymes with it. You can do it as these connected nodes. You could do it as a graph, but you could do it as matrix multiply, and a mathematician will look at you funny if you say this has anything to do with the brain. And that really gets to this point of substrate agnosticity. And even, it's not even about substrate, right? It's not even about whether it's made out of biological matter or it's made out of silicon. It's really about thinking about these things, not at the architectural level, but thinking really at the functional level. And the functionalists, there was a functionalist school once upon a time in psychology, but they didn't have the breadth.
Casper, do me a favor and just come and spurge in fucking person, will you? Just come up and talk to us. I'm glad that you're. I mean, I kind of had my own reaction. It had nothing to do with being able to write code. It was just the fact that this is all based within a paradigm that they've accepted, and it's in line with this idea that we can merge with technology and that they can actually create sentient life using silicon chips and and processors and metal and electricity, that they can basically be gods and recreate what's already been created.
Well, they're doing it slowly, Richie, where they're implanting in a lot of folks' energy by calling something that clearly isn't AI. So it's wordplay, but there's a lot of value to the energy behind when you get the masses start saying, yeah, I was talking to artificial intelligence, I was talking to AI. No, you're talking to software.
You're talking to an LLM.
What's that?
Right.
LLM?
They should just call it LLMs, but they
Well,
don't. I heard one of the programmers talking about it ages ago, and she said, no, technically artificial intelligence is sort of a marketing gimmick.
Yes.
It's a large language model.
but we give energy to it. It's like when some people will call them Christians, they say heaven and hell. They're not asking us, so where's heaven and where's hell, and why do we say the word hello? It's one of those things to find out whether or not that person truly challenges things. For a lot of folks, they don't challenge it. They allow it openly into the back door or the front door, and then wonder, oh, who's messing up my house? Well, you've let it in without questioning it. They're not, people little question, is it artificial, let alone intelligent? If not, then they say, well, then what am I? You might come to the awareness for some people, therefore then I must be artificial intelligent. Could be. We are intelligent, we know how to feel, and are we actually all origined from the body or from somewhere else? Hence where you're talking about the difference between the brain and the mind. One's subjective, the other one is objective. The brain is the objective part. The mind is somewhere else. Some people might call the image of man, the mind, mint. Are we picking information from the mind? Where other people will say things like, I'm the mind. Oh, so you're the mind. Okay, so you're the body too, right? Well, okay, so then who's running it right now? I never thought of that, Dom. Who runs it when you go to sleep? Those are the people that think it's automatic. Those are the Big Bang boys. Everything came, it just showed up one day. Oh, okay, so the sun just showed up one day and then disappears. Okay. At that point, Richie, in my mind, I'm thinking sleeper, even though I'm asleep in a lot of areas, but that person's asleep in that particular area.
Or the depth of computational resources to really explore things this way. But I think we're becoming functionalists once again.
Just real quick. They entertain the idea that all this was software, but they were looking at the 1950s version of software, and they say, oh, the mind can't be anything like that. And so the cognitive revolution kind of died out.
Right.
So now we're seeing a revival.
I want to get to consciousness and language, but there are 2 points of confusion which I think may be related. So if language just refers to itself, then let's rewind the clock 10,000 years when our vocabulary was smaller, and let's just say we had the words fight and mouth and left. How do those 3 tokens become 3,000 explicated tokens? So that's one question. Then another one is, well, what about indexicals? Like, pass me that. Meet me here. I'm going there. Okay, what tethers that to the world?
And even worse is there's these sort of conjunction words that it's not exactly clear what they're doing, and you're touching on.
There's certain phrases like I'm going there, I'm going over there. If you translate it into Chinese or into Japanese or into Russian or Spanish, that's not what you say. You don't say I'm going over there. Those are English words. I think that they're thinking about this all based within an English paradigm.
Well, again, when you're using English, the energy behind it's a more meaningful language. It's not a comprehension language or a healing language. So it would resonate when we're hearing another human being use the English language. We're going to have many different interpretations of what they're saying. We would have to actually talk to them probably privately and have breakdowns of how they're trying to use the word. Like, it takes a lot of courage for people to, have these kind of podcasts out there, because most of us are backseat drivers, and we're going to take cheap shots, or some people, what they'll do is they'll throw flowers at these people. Okay.
A very difficult problem. So the origins of language have always been fascinating and really one of the greatest challenges in cognitive science. The problem got worse, not better in some ways, by virtue of what we've discovered, because this, as you're pointing out, right, the claim here is that language is a sort of perceptual independent. It's its own kind of organism. If we look at animal signaling, and there's very strong.
It's an animal organism that's evolved.
Many decades of research, animals don't seem to do language. I think we have a better idea of what we mean by that now. They don't do autoaggressive next token generation. They have nothing remotely like this. What they do have is this kind of concrete signaling that there's this kind of situation arises in the environment. You make this sound. They don't have is. They don't have the. They don't have any of these things. They don't have anything like the true generative kind of system that we do. The fundamental question here is, how on earth did we as organisms make this huge qualitative computational leap from one kind of system to a completely different kind of system, where what those words the and all and is are really doing, we're only now going to understand, we're only going to start to understand them within this kind of framework. They don't show up in animal language. They don't show up in any sort of classic semiotics where it's like that symbolizes that. They don't symbolize anything in the environment. but they're very powerful in the autoregressive process. They are doing things in that framework. And so I think there's an incredibly deep mystery here as to how language sort of jumped from what was presumably a purely kind of correlational associationist system of this environmental stimulus, and I'm going to make this sound, or I'm going to make this, or release this pheromone, or whatever it is that animal communication consists of, to a stimulus independent, computationally autonomous system that of course interacts with that other thing, but is in many ways divorced and autonomous from it. And so I don't.
Would the idea that we didn't evolve help that out a little bit? That we didn't evolve, we are as is, created as is. And therefore the ability to speak and language existed in a different form that we wouldn't understand today, but it's always been there. Perhaps it's always been there. This idea that we walked around going, ugh, 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 water, fire, woman, right? With a very, very limited language. It's only limited in the terms that we understand it now. But back then, whatever words we were using were enough to communicate exactly what we meant.
I guess if we were just humans, Richie, that would be something we could expand on what he's trying to talk about. But we're human beings. So there's a chance, this is where people play with the ideal that the fallen ones, we're the abomination, meaning that we neither are, we're neither one or the other. We're a mix of both. Basically, we're humans and another species. And then once you start looking at technology, and then you start thinking, humans are pretty simple. Like they're like the beast. They would be like giraffes and elephants or birds. They'd be very limited in how they work with nature. But once we start looking at some of the things that human beings have created or make in this case, it sticks out. Like a mountain, sorry, not a mountain, a building of some sort, or cars. That's another species now at that point, and of course a lot of it's angles at that point. There's no chi in any of the stuff that we make. So for us to question, where did language exist? It's a fair question. Doesn't mean we have an answer to it, but its existence could at least, a lot of people at least entertain it. So where did language come from? I don't know. And then people just fall right back into, oh, this is the way it is. It was, no. There's so many different languages out there. And people could even read these three gentlemen their body language. That's another variation of a language. Each senses is its own language. But again, who gave us this? So if a person can speculate, who is it? Could there be a possibility whoever interceded with humans could also say, now it's time to go to another layer? Because there's limitation in that body. How much resources have to be consumed with the human part, especially when most of us aren't even participating in actually growing plants and raising animals. We've made ourselves expendable as a species. It's a tough one.
I don't have an answer to that question.
So I'm reading comments and listening to you at the same time.
Question by any means, but I think we have a refinement of the question. Where did language come from? It's now not just a question of how did we develop such a sophisticated signaling system? How do we have so many words for so many things, and we're able to put them together in novel ways to express new things? It's how
only in English, though.
How did we develop this autonomous generative system? It's a very different question than even sort of the Chomskyan question of origins of language. You're not going to get it from a simple genetic kind of a mutation or something like that allows for more higher expressive communication abilities. It's not even communication. It's autogeneration. And so it's not an answer to the question, but it is a respect for the fact that the question is extremely deep. I don't know where language came from. I have very strange thoughts about it now. It's similar to the conversation we had with Michael Levin. There's patterns in the universe that have found their ways into our brains that are much, much richer than we could ever have imagined. They're just spectacular. They are far greater than anything that if you take the greatest scientists and the greatest engineers and lock them in a room for thousands of years, no one could have come up with anything remotely like language. Maybe they could have come up with a brilliant...
Do you believe that God exists? It's the little tiny hat.
But again, this is one of the, Richie, a lot of folks don't like to philosophize. Those are the whys. That's the Sophia wisdom part. Some folks want to do the how. That's scientific. Most people, if they're honest with themselves, they want to do plug and play. They just want to play with whatever's here. Let somebody else create the tire and let somebody else dispose of it. The only reason people do even weigh in on about what should we do with tires, because they use the media to talk about there's a crisis out there. Like, again, the folks that I've had conversations with, where it's like, if we're going to philosophize, leave your likes and dislikes at the door, please, and your rights and wrongs at the door. We're philosophizing. Go ahead.
There are ways. I was just thinking about the tire, and I was just thinking, yeah, that's me. I'm quite. In fact, I don't even care how the tire's fucking made. Just put the tire on the car.
That's it.
Somebody make the car. I'm not right. I like the car. Somebody made the car and the tire and all that. There are actually ways to dispose of that tire without pumping really supposedly damaging gases and chemicals into the air, right? Oh, my that was strange. My computer just glitched then, and everything went black. I thought, we had a power cut, and then suddenly, and I was like, oh no, but the lights haven't gone off. Oh, my computer's just turned off. No, it wasn't that. Just glitched. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Rich.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God, I've derailed my own thought.
You were talking about tires and how they could probably be better disposed.
We could it is possible to create a furnace that burns the tire and captures all of the exhaust, right, and processes it. That would be possible to create that.
And who would be doing that? The same people that make the tires?
Well, I don't know.
Well, no, you do know. If we really stop and think about it, are we just in the middle process? We plug and play. We're not actually being the ones that are making most of it, even though some are making it, and how it comes to be. And now people are going to say, okay, how do we get rid of it? Well, were you part of the process? What do you mean? Well, yeah, what part? I was just using the tires. Okay, so do you really have a true say or an input when it comes to disposing it? Or is that just the media feeding us that stuff, making it look like it's a crisis, now we got to solve it? It'd be different if me and you, Richie, were scientists and say, okay, before we bring this to the public, we haven't really figured out how to get rid of it. But we can make more money if it pollutes, meaning that we know the better tires will last longer, but it won't help the economy, meaning that a whole bunch of people would have a job having a disposable tire opposed to a tire that would last for maybe 3, 4, 5 generations. How many people would want one or the other? Now, some people will quickly say, Dom, I'd rather have the tire that lasts 3 or 4 generations. Okay, so what jobs are you going to be doing? Do you want to become a farmer your whole life? Which would be great, but most people will say, no, I don't want to do that. I want to be a lawyer. Okay, so you want crime now, don't you, to become a lawyer? Sorry, Richie.
I mean, I just so my one of my responses to that is, hey, listen, all right, I came into this game quite late. All this stuff has already been done, and the car already got invented, and tires, and all of these things, and this is it. This is the game now. This is the playing. This is the board. And
remember, I'm just using the tire. Let's talk about the cell phones and laptops that me and you. We weren't born into that. How much oil is being used for laptop? What about all the batteries that we use? We're participating now. It's not like as though anybody that turn around and say, well, no, that's excuse behavior. The human race, as much as people want to think, they want to separate each other, we're all accountable. The extent of it, that's another story. Anybody that says they're not accountable, fuck, I got to get popcorn again because this guy's going to entertain me.
I emailed you yesterday, Nude Guru. I don't have a reply. I don't know if you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, I sent you an email yesterday. So I just want to make sure it is your email address. Hang on 1 sec. I just remembered that the title of the stream I mean the description. There's no description in it.
I only shared that with you, Richie, because it came to my attention because you had said something about thoughts. Those are your thoughts. And then somebody was just giving another opposing thought. I thought, let Richie be entertained with this for a bit. And you are being entertained.
Let's see let's see what he does with this. Yeah, I mean, it's...
Richie, in my interpretation, there's no right way or wrong way to how to proceed.
Right, there is a place where what they're saying is right.
If you think so. Like I said, to me, there's no right or wrong to this. But if you think there's a right to it...
No, I mean, within certain paradigms, then what they're saying makes sense. Mm-hmm. Right? Whether it's right or wrong, I don't think there's a... You can't apply that to what they're saying, right? It either makes sense or it doesn't. What they're saying makes sense within certain parameters, right? That all that involve theories, already established theories that have been accepted basically as fact. And it's like I said, it's like being stuck inside the game of Dungeons and Dragons and not realizing that you're just agreeing to the rules of the game in this version of the game, Dungeons and Dragons. But actually, there's that's not the only way to play the game. Though there's more than one game. It's so, yeah. Ava Pisani, how you doing? I love that name. Ava Pisani. Are you Italiano? Shout out to JP, by the way. And Need Guru, of course. Certain paradoxical paragymal or paradigmal parameters. Paradamical.
Communication system based on the standard symbol,
It's a word now. I've just created it. Paradamical
representation. But nobody could have come up with this. Where did it come from?
So it makes me think of a few things. One, this idea that at one point there were like 5 words. And I don't think it would have ever been like that in a sense, because I think we have to remember that there's this analog and digital component. I can say hello or hello. It's very different. I said the same token, but I had this analog kind of background layer to it. And so I think early on, we need to think how that emerged first, and then how that morphed into the thing where we have strict things. But I came across 2 things recently. One, it was talking about Shakespeare and his signature, and they have like maybe 30 or 40 versions of his signature, and they're different. He never signed his name at the same time. And so why do we even say that's his signature? And then
actually, there's an argument that he couldn't sign his name. He signed his name as an X because he was actually illiterate.
Another interesting thing I came across from a few hundred years ago, they found a letter, and the letter was talking about rabbits. And this one particular letter used the word rabbit, I think at least 24 times in one document. It was spelled differently every single time. How? Like, I'm a bad speller, but at least I'll just make up something and then maybe be consistent. So the idea that words even have a particular spelling, that's what we mean by that word, I think is a relatively modern concept, which doesn't really make any sense to me. And another thing that comes to mind is I would argue that language, as we know it now, this autoregressive, very sophisticated kind of software thing, probably didn't evolve out of like even small groups like tribal groups or villages. I think this would have emerged at the city-state and the empire level, right? Ancient Sumer, things like that, where you had thousands of people working in cooperation, because then you get this kind of externalized memory where the words are floating around, right? You hear words that no one you know even knows that word. Like, oh, that's a new word to all of us, for example. And so in like kind of a city environment, you would get that language is something else.
Are you thinking of a particular...
Like the first time you learnt the word wanker.
City, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe, right? And then just also the other thing that comes to mind, I really believe in this kind of apprenticeship from the animal kingdom, I really think the language of the birds and animal calls, and we tend as modern humans to think, oh, well, they're just making noises and they don't actually mean anything. And I haven't done this, but I had the thought of like, try it. Try to learn a bunch of animal calls. Try to learn a bunch of bird songs, and I would think this is going to fundamentally change your brain, and it might start to make sense in a way.
Do you think we're not giving nearly enough credit to animal communications? We have a very narrow straw that we're sipping.
We kind of just we downloaded that first, and that was kind of like Windows 1.0, right, which no one ever saw. And then later we get the upgrade, and we're like, oh, that's that.
We were animals too, and we were also grunting
and we still do.
Right.
We still do. So this brings up another idea of bootstrapping, but I want to come back to that.
So hello and then hello actually can be tokenized differently if you put an exclamation point in front of hello.
That's a great point. Yeah, the token. Or I think the next generation of models are going to just be listening to the audio of YouTube and listening to the radio and stuff like that, watching archive television. And then they will get kind of both the analog and the digital systems at the same time.
Voice models, I don't know if people are using those.
They're talking about putting feeling into the expression hello. Are they not? That's what they're talking about. The difference in the way you say it depends on the energy that you put into that word.
Again, Richie, it's the energy. You know, I can act excited. I can act really depressed. Again, it's for persons, you know, some people forget to ask each other, so what are you really trying to say? What do you mean? Well, the word I get, but it's how you're expressing it that I'm actually not aware of.
Right. Yeah, I think.
Are we done?
Coffee.
Are we done?
I've been going for I've been going for 2.5 hours, man. I didn't even realize that. I've not said this even once, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming up to Christmas. If you're feeling generous,
Donation. It's a donation.
I thought it was a trash. Don't be hitting on me.
Put some money in
Stupid
there.
ass. I whoop your ass, Clarence. Don't
Come
call
on,
me
now,
shit.
watch it.
You tall black motherfucker.
There's women up inside.
I don't give a fuck about
Calm
it. Ain't
down.
nobody give me
Ain't
nothing.
nothing going on.
Maybe you need to be singing with somebody in a wheelchair and then they get up.
I've been yeah, I wanna go over and use go over to the other part of the hostel and use the room over there to do a live performance. I've been thinking about it. I might just get my I don't know. I might just get my guitar out this afternoon and say fuck 'em and just play in here because I'm having to put up with listening to that fucking Spanish shit the whole time, and yeah. If they're allowed to play shitty Spanish music, I should be allowed to play really good English music. And Vivi, I just saw that. Check my. Oh wow, Vivi. Thank you. Oh, wish I could give you a kiss. Thank you. You're bloody awesome. Thank you. The panel is open, ladies and gentlemen. I don't need to hear anymore. Do you want to go any further?
Oh no, Richie, I'm okay. You can change it to whatever you want to change it to, boss. I'm okay.
Is anybody else? Is Angry Casper still there? Casper, where have you gone?
I heard rumors there's a gentle Casper out there too. Maybe it's
There's
the
a
same
camp.
person.
Oh, I wonder if there's a camp Casper.
I enjoy hearing him. He has a lot of valid points.
Booyaka Shah and Leafy. You all right, mate? Good to see you. And Ryan, have I shouted you out? I'm not sure if I have. If I missed you, I'm sorry, mate. How you doing? Good to see you. Right. I need coffee. Yeah, well, I don't need it. I want it. And I have another cup left in my mocha pot. Sorry, I'm multitasking right now. Da-da-da-da. Not very well, though. If I was multitasking, I'd be able to do what I'm doing, continue speaking at the same time. But obviously, I'm a man. Apparently, we can only do one thing at once.
Richie, quick question. Do you want to take a jab at the jab?
No.
Okay. Because did you get the video that I sent you?
Dangerous territory.
Okay. Well,
that's dangerous territory on my channel.
Okay, then we won't do it then.
Just because that was all the stuff that I was. The Magic Tree House and my original 007 channel, they were all taken down for that. And I know that they have since had to admit that nothing I said, there were no lies told, and everything that I talked about came true or was proven to be true. They're still assholes. Like, they deleted the Realist 138 channel for fucking subversion. So I'm not gonna. That video I did see some of it, the Facebook one, but they're talking clearly about the coof, but not saying coof.
Did you get a chuckle out of it at least?
I'll have to watch it again, dude. I'll have to watch it again because I can't bring it to. All I remember is the reference to the coof.
Mm-hmm. How to get a day off.
Was it a song? It was a song or something, wasn't it? Or like?
No, it was more about how to get away from your family by declaring that you have. You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
It was a Saturday Night Live skit.
I think I was watching it with the volume down because I was taking a look at it while we were streaming or something. Oh my bloody! What's going on? Right, my monitor keeps switching off. Something weird going on. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, Rich.
All right. Yeah, my monitor is flicking off and on again. I've got hearing this interference. It's like there's a loose connection or something. But nothing's moving. Nothing's moving to create the wobble on a loose connection. So I'm trying to work out why my monitor is just switching off and on, off and on, and off and on again. Skynet, yeah, man. It's fucking Mossad is who it is. I love you, Leafy, dude. Panel's open, guys. So we're going to check in with. I think we should go and check in with Parker Edmondson. I was really pleased yesterday to see that one of my favourite YouTube creators called Oompaville. It's actually this guy.
It makes sense, guys.
He's one of my favourite creators. He's just funny. He seems like a really decent guy, right? He's a funny guy. And he has been watching this guy. And like 2 years ago or something, he got him on his channel and he interviewed him. And I think that might be why Parker's got like 80. Actually, that's gone up. That was 75,000 when I started watching him. So since I started watching him, he's had 7,000 new subscribers. So it looks like Parker Edmondson is about to explode onto YouTube, maybe. But this chap, he's just brilliant, man. I wish I knew him.
Okay, today I'm here with my friend Tyler, and I'm going to be using my antique washing machine. Sorry, I don't know why that wouldn't center on the camera. Anyway, there it is. I will eventually rewire it to reincorporate the original switch. If you've ever heard the saying turn on or turn off the lights, which I know you have, it comes from these switches because you would turn them and you turn on the lights or turn off the lights. Anyway, let's get this thing working. First, let's fill it with water and get one of my dirty shirts. And for all those of you asking how I do my laundry and do I wash my clothes, you're about to see and you're about to find out I do. Okay, so my friend Tyler's carrying some of my clothes. We're going to load them into the washer now. And there it is in all its glory. If you want to just put it in here, this washer is from 1900.
A fucking washing machine from 1900. They built things to last back then. Because it's still working now.
That was the model up right above the at the river with the big rock.
Yeah. Well, this was This was after the Industrial Revolution, obviously.
True.
Towards the end of the Industrial Revolution. So yeah, and incorporates the mangle as well. By the looks of it, looks like there's a mangle incorporated into the top part there, right? Because they didn't have the spin dryers in the 1900s. They used mangles, didn't they? Squeeze all the water out.
It completely comes off? Yeah, put it in there. Not the coat hanger, though. Okay, the clothes are in the machine. Now we've got to add water and soap. Okay, the machine is now filling with water. I had to turn that so it wouldn't leak out. Let's see if it's dripping anywhere. I would highly suspect it would be. If it is, I'll just solder it to keep it from leaking.
Maybe pick the plug up out off the ground there with all the water. Maybe pick it up and put it on a brick. You can see how it's going to work, can't you? It's going to shake. Forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, forward, back. And the ridges on the inside, it's the same idea as scrubbing it down by the river on the washboard. Exactly the same idea, right?
Doubles up as a sewing machine, maybe.
Doubles up as a baby, as a baby. You know, rock your baby to sleep in this thing.
With or without the water.
Yeah. Obviously, you don't want to use water, and maybe you want to put some cushions in there. But yeah, just 1900 that's a 1.9 liter cataract.
Let's go back to the old ways, guys. As women are cringing.
Hang on, my sister had cataracts in her eye. So is that she had a 1900s washing machine stuck in her eye? She had a cataract.
Could be. Is that healthy fluoride that he's putting in there? Is that healthy fluoride that he's putting in there?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much fluoride your skin would absorb through your clothes?
Well,
How much residual fluoride there would be in your clothes? Is that can you detect fluoride in clothes after they've been washed and dried?
The thing is, Richie, this on that note, when people say, Dom, I don't drink tap water, I say, but you shower in it. Yes. The clothes back in those days would have been more stronger and better property. Today's clothing is unhealthy for our skin, and the machine might eventually rip it apart. Anyway, this ought to be fun.
We should feel it. I don't know. Here, Tyler, can you put one of these in there? Don't eat it now.
They're not even flavored.
Dang. Okay, now we got a Tide Pod in there, and we got some of this this stuff right here. Let's go ahead and close this and turn it on.
So he still uses modern day products in his 1900 washing machine, but I guess.
Okay, the lid is on. So currently, when you plug it in, it just comes on. That's why I'm going to rewire the original switch into there. Let's plug it in, and we'll pull the lever. Yes. Washing the clothes.
Oh, look, it says water line.
Oh, dang. I love how you notice that after. Okay, I think it's done washing. Let's turn off the washer.
That's pretty noisy, man.
Okay, let's check it.
And it sounds like there's an engine running. It's electrical, but it sounds like there's an engine running, isn't there?
Look inside. Yes. Look at that. It smells good. This shirt was dirty. It's probably still dirty. Yeah, it was stained by something. I think it was stained by grease. I mean, that's going to have to be worked on, but like, I don't know. The water is definitely a different color. Look. So I mean, it is working. And then to dry your clothes. Well, of course, you gotta wash the soap off of here, but you would have to wring your clothes, so you do this. We're gonna do it the other way, so it doesn't go back into the water. It's the wrong one. Hang on.
Here we go, there's the mangle. Electric driven mangle, of course, instead of standing there and cranking a wheel. Man, imagine living in the 1900s when they invented this. When you did up until then, you had to go down to the river to wash your clothes. Or you get a big tub, big tin tub, and have a washboard, wash your clothes by hand, and then they come up with this thing.
Probably that's why because women have always worked and probably worked more than men when it comes to a lot of things around the house. Once they started bringing in all the new technology, it allowed the women to break free and now participate in a different type of workforce. Again, the evolution of technology has made one thing useless and make another thing more useful. In this particular case, again, this is what the masses want, unfortunately, Richie. This is the shit that they want. Be entertained, which is funny, don't get me wrong. Homestead, how they used to live.
I'm gonna have to replace this rubber.
You're going to have to replace it and reset it because that's not tight enough. You're not getting enough water out there.
Richie, I'm actually thinking about people making pasta now because that's the same kind of ideal. We have to use a hand.
Yeah. I I've never made pasta. I'd like to give it a go one day.
Mhm.
But you need a I mean, I guess you can do it with a rolling pin.
Yes, or this old washing machine.
So anyway, that's good old Parker Edmondson, man. He's a switched on lad, right? He created, in fact, let me see. This lad created a wireless electrical transmitter, and he transmitted electricity 918 miles with it. It's basically Tesla tech using coils and
Welcome to the channel, Parker. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
I really appreciate you coming down. You live in Texas. Jacksonville's your primary residence out there east. I've been watching your videos for a really long time, and I think that it's super cool that we finally got to do something together. For this, I just wanted to kind of ask you some questions about some of your videos.
Sure.
Because, like, I think that you do a lot of really interesting, wild stuff, and I think a lot of it needs some extra context.
Yeah.
For people to kind of understand exactly what's going on. But this is your main account on TikTok right now.
And I was shocked the first time at 2 years old. I reached into the wall, and I don't know what I touched, but it shocked me.
All right, let's watch the video first.
Waves to power a light bulb through the air? Are you standing in the way of this? This energy has pathways. We now send energy through wires. Because you're not standing in the way of the wire. The wire is buried. The wire has insulation.
So if we explain this just for a moment, this is Neil deGrasse Tyson saying how you can't transmit electricity wirelessly.
Right. Well,
effectively.
He works for NASA, so he's already out of his field talking about this. But anyway, like, I believe that science isn't about he said, she said. It's about doing the work, having a hypothesis, performing the experiment to prove or disprove your theory, and then coming up with a conclusion. Did it work or did it not work?
Yeah.
That's what science is, not about famous people saying, like, this will work or this won't work.
I agree entirely. And this is you demonstrating your magnifying transmitter.
Yeah.
Air to power something
that light bulb on that stool is an incandescent 11-watt light bulb.
The air could kill you.
That's
unless
crazy.
you bring a little bit amount and then you store it and then use it later.
Absolutely wild. Can you, when you're shooting electricity through the air, do you feel it?
Sometimes you'll feel the ground start vibrating, but like not really. Now, one time I was standing in the middle of this thing when I first started out, and I got hit in the back by like a 4-foot arc. But what's crazy is you can't really feel it that well because it's such high frequency that it doesn't like to go into your body.
Right.
It stays on the outside. It's called the skin effect. So it travels on the outside layer of the conductor or the skin to the ground, and that's how it doesn't kill you as well because it doesn't go and stop your heart. Right. So you can get away with more amps with that as well.
Interesting. So your dad is a master engineer or electrical engineer?
He's a master electrician. So he taught me how to wire when I was 3.
Yeah.
But like once I got that transformer from like the telephone pole transformer, he didn't want me to get that. And he was like, I found one on eBay, and I was like, I bought it, and he was like, I really don't want you to hook that up until I get home. And so he was like, he did not want it. And of course, he came home and it was connected. And I was like, but anyway, I was like, hey, watch this. But anyway, yeah, no, I know what I'm doing. But like a lot of times, it takes a lot of convincing to him for him to let me do.
He's 25, I think. 25, 26 years old. I think he was born in year 2000. Because in 2019, he was 19. So that makes him 26 now. But I think he's a fascinating character. Rediscovering Tesla's, he's like got really interested in Tesla when he was young, so he just started making coils and shit, and actually practically doing these experiments, right? Applying the scientific method to these experiments, to these theories that he was playing with, and either proving or disproving them. And he's proven to himself and to anybody around there, obviously watching, that he can transmit electricity in the form of making a fluorescent light bulb or an incandescent light bulb, whatever, light up a little bit.
Well, there's alternating currents and DC currency, direct currency. I think Tesla, the way they're talking about it, is more like a magnetic force, even though it's the same, somewhat similar. So to light up a light bulb, that's one thing. The technology would have to change to accommodate nuclear energy.
So he talks about how it's using the Earth,
yes,
as the Earth and the air as the conductor for the electricity to travel through.
Again, electricity is a byproduct of nuclear energy. Again, we've been conditioned for all this, which is fine. You know what I mean? This is why when they talk about as above, so below, we're talking about, again, I'm using words, Richie, to try to best to describe it. It's magnetic.
And electricity, we think about it only in one term, but like the electricity that you get from your wall socket.
Yes.
Right? But I think it's a different type of electricity.
It would be a different type of currency.
And there's one that is it can be nuclear, generated by nuclear reaction or fission or whatever. But there's another one that is like what generates the electrical signals that run through our bodies. What generates that?
Yes, that's the energy that we're trying to tap into. Where the other one, the devices, then we try to fuel it with 120, 220, 240, 347, 640. Those are just numbers. It's like different tonalities and musical notes. So that energy is always around us, in us. Could it travel through the air? Probably. Whatever fuels a tree or a plant. Again, the devices would have to change. We would no longer be using a stove or using cars that driven by a limited fuel. So again, I know what.
Which is exactly why they've not expanded their research into that field, because there's no profit.
Unless
for the capitalist world, there's no profit in that. They can't.
Well,
if it's
it has to be
that readily available.
It is available. It's just they make it coin operated, the less technology. It's kind of like looking at a plane and say, how does it really get fueled? Forget about the jet fuel, but how does it, because they only have so much jet fuel on it. That's a different technology. So that technology does exist and it's being used, but it's not distributed to the masses.
I think the jet engine it's much more about the compressor side of it, the compression of air, right? And that compression of air is some of that is captured and then sent back into the other end to cause a not perpetual motion, but it assists in the energy transfer into further spinning those turbines and compressing the air even more.
Yeah, it's kind of like
to actually move something of weight, right?
It's like, Richie, because you know this, because you've had them, where a drone, the opposite propellers are going in the same direction opposed to the other ones. But now if you have a saucer and then you start moving it opposite way from the top to the bottom, this is where people get the concept of a flying saucer. But again, if we could pull the energy from the top as much as the bottom, then we have that energy. This is where lightning is coming both from the top and from the bottom of the earth.
It actually, yeah, it's like, if it doesn't come from the bottom, it doesn't connect. It needs that that little pathway, right, down to the ground. But there's a little tiny little spike that comes up from the ground that it connects to. Like further, like, so the highest point on the steeple of a church, on the top of the steeple of the church, yeah, the lightning comes out from the steeple at the same time as it's coming down from the sky, and the two meet, they connect, and it creates a flash of lightning, right?
This is why when
what about those lightning storms though? That where the lightning, I've seen it where it really does seem to come from the ground up, and it finds a path up into the sky and creates like branches. These branches, and it seems to stay there more than it's not like fucking normal lightning, man. It's weird.
Hence the term "as above, so below." Something is as above is like what we've been able. Some people they tap into the sun's rays. This is where we get laser technology once you start playing with magnets or magnifying glasses. So again, it's one of those things where when people start hearing it, the distraction is to make it sound like as though it's woo-woo, or it's like, oh, the elites are using all this technology. Well, you have the same ability too. It's just that, do we actually participate in actually making it or harnessing it? For most people, if they're honest with themselves, it's plug and play. And when it comes with plug and play, you have to actually coin operate it. As much as people like the idea, but I want it free. Nothing's free here. You got to put an effort, even if you want the sun's rays. Again, sorry, Richie, a lot of people don't want to hear that. What they want is entertainment. They want a guy with bushy hair, with a hat on, and he's an endearable character. And his father's a master electrician. Okay.
Well, he's proving some of Tesla's theories,
How do we know that? They're telling us about a guy named Tesla and his theories.
Yeah. All right.
It's like 3, 6, and 9. What's 3 1s and 3 2s and 3 3s? That's 3, 6, and 9. What about 3 4s, 3 5s, and 3 6? You got 3, 6, 9 again. Again, if people grasp energy, they realize how much they're entertaining themselves. I get it. He's a young boy. He learned electricity. That's fine. I said, okay, so are we pulling wires through conduit? Are we doing electrical wires like Romex? Are we going to be talking about other kinds of electricity? That's nice. Your dad's a mess electrician. So what about you? What do you get from it? Now, that's not me making fun of him, because no different. We can make fun of those other guys that are talking about how thoughts work. But what he's getting is, and how many subscribers that he has tells you where the human race is at. They rather be entertained than informed.
Well, in defense,
you're defending
this lad. This lad here, I don't think is trying to entertain anybody in that sense. He's just sharing. He's sharing his.
True.
And he seems to be somewhat on the, maybe if there's a spectrum, he might be on it somewhere.
He could be, but you would have to talk to the 90,000 subscribers to ask them how are they perceiving it. And more times than not, if people are honest with themselves,
well, if you let me finish saying what I'm saying,
if
you let me finish saying what I'm saying, he's not setting out to be an entertainer. I think his intentions behind his channel and the things that he's sharing are like genuine and honourable, right? But he's being, obviously, there are people watching him because only because they're entertained, right? But there might be a chance that because they're entertained, and the things that he says they haven't thought about before, there might be a chance that means that they'll start thinking about those things, right? There's a market for him, right? But there's also a place for him. There are some people that he'll be able to get through to that other people might not be able to get through to, because of his endearing quality and nature, and the fact that he's just seems like a really genuinely nice lad.
True.
So anyway, stop poking at him. Just say
time out, Richie.
he's
Time
awesome.
out. Richie, were you not poking at a bunch of other guys?
Eh? No, but no, I don't care. Shut up.
Okay.
This is Park Edmondson, man.
My
Leave him
apologies.
alone.
Okay.
It's Park
I wasn't
Edmondson.
poking at him. I wasn't poking at him.
He gets a pass. Those other two lads are just too. Yeah, no.
I wasn't poking at him. Go ahead, Richie. Sorry.
Do something because like he's scared. He doesn't think. Sometimes he doesn't think I know what I'm doing, but then he's gotten to the point now where he's like, he knows I know what I'm doing.
Is there anything he just said no?
One time I made nitroglycerin. That's the main ingredient, and dynamite.
I've seen the video.
First time
You hit it with a
I
hammer?
made it. The first time I made it, he was like, no, or I wanted to make it. He was like, no, and he like tried to call my grandma and stuff to talk me out of it. I was like,
He made nitroglycerine, dude. The guy made nitroglycerine in his garage and blew up a brick with it. I guess there is a certain entertainment quality that I enjoy. It entertains me. This is like fresh air compared to most of the shit that gets suggested to me by the algorithm. And he's not AI, right? He's got his mate that went around AIing her fucking house and all the symbols around it, and then feeling that she understood the architecture and everything because of AI's responses to the what's this image mean. But he's not using AI. I'm pretty sure he's not using AI. I think he's always been this kind of scientifically minded. The panel's open, by the way. If anybody wants to move the conversation on, and you want to stop watching Parker, you're not appreciating Parker Edmondson as much as I am, and you want to talk about something else, best way is to join the panel. Link's pinned in my main channel.
I guess, and so me and my grandma left and went like on an adventure. We went to see some abandoned building or something because I love doing that. But then I got bored, and that's never good for my dad. Mm-hmm. So I made it again, and I made it, and you can see the video on YouTube of me tapping it with a hammer and it blowing through the paper, and the camera sound didn't even do it justice. It made my ears ring. I had to buy a helmet to put on for the next demonstration.
So yeah, you have a lot of very interesting stuff though. You have a unique aesthetic style.
Mm-hmm.
It's Victorian era. Mm-hmm. You have so much cool stuff. The 10 types, I've seen that. You've got your electrical stove. I've seen that. You made, I think, cocoa on it or something.
I did hot cocoa.
I saw a video of that. You have so much interesting stuff on here. Is there anything you think would be cool to show? Post every day.
I know one. So there's one where my friend Chrisley's going to be. Okay, today I'm going to be recording my song on my phonograph. I wrote this song in 2018. You can find it on almost all music platforms. My friend Chrisley's back there. Say hi. Hello. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so
he's got a proper ancient fucking phonograph, man. And he records this song like they used to record back in the 1900s. In the early 1900s. And I didn't know how they worked. He explained how it works, right? I didn't know how it works, so I learned something new from him about early recording. The fact that the vibration of your voice and the sounds gets etched into this he calls it wax, but it says it's not wax, it's some sort of metal compound thing. But yeah, it's etched in, and there's a different head that you put one head on to record and the other head on to then read the recording. And I'd never thought about how they first started recording, the voice and sounds and stuff. So I did learn something new, and fairly useless, but it was interesting to me, being a musician. His hair's got to be AI. No, his hair's awesome, man. That's proper Afro hair. Roxy's son, his hair's like that. If he lets it grow out, it's like that. Proper big, bushy afro, man. And he is a time traveler. He's come to us from the 1920s. Charlie? Came to us from the 1920s. Are you going to join us today? Was it you that was going to join us the other day but couldn't for some reason?
Yeah, Richard, there's been many technology that it's kind of evolved, and we've been able to capture the voice, whether a reel-to-reel, cassette player, 8-track, CD player, record player. So it's so nice to hear when... Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is like before all of that, isn't it? This is like the first early recordings where it was literally etched into a wax cylinder, right? And it's literally about the vibrations of the frequencies vibrating the needle, which then obviously evolved into vinyl. And listening to music from a needle scratching on something, rather than a magnetic strip that information's stored on magnetically somehow, right? Or digitally. This is like the I guess I never. Why did I never really think about that? When did they actually first start recording the voice? I should know that. So obviously, I'm going to AI it. Mid-19th century.
Just as far back as transhumanism has been going then.
The first capture, 1857. Patented the phonograph in 1857. So that's when the phonograph, which is what he's using as a phonograph. The stylus etched visual representations of sound waves called phonautograms onto a rotating cylinder covered in certain blackened paper or glass. Why did I never ask that question before? Being a guy that likes to record things.
Well, Richie's no different. Some athletes aren't either aware or apply it until it presents itself and somebody says, your breathing needs to change if you want to be better at your craft. Oh, why didn't I know that before? It doesn't mean we know everything, even though we might specialize in that area. That's why, I said it jokingly because my craft is I'm an electrician by trade. So it's always fun when I hear the word master electrician. Okay, that's like masturbate. So it's just another terminology.
I mean, so my great granddad was or considered himself a master craftsman.
Yep.
And was considered to be a master craftsman. Mm-hmm. That was a thing back in the day, man. Being a master of your craft.
Yep.
So the idea of master electrician, does that mean that he's just the boss in the electrical plant that he works in?
When you're a master electrician, it just means that you have to pull out. You're able to pull out certain permits and have insurance. They've really beaten up the entrepreneurship. So if you're
Right.
qualified, you're an electrician. To you basically be able to pull out permits, you have to be a master. That's just kind of like you're putting more
Permits,
qualifications.
like tickets in England. I guess it would be tickets.
Yes.
If you've got tickets for this, you got tickets to work on central heating or yeah, central heating, because you've got water and electricity in close proximity, and all like you got to have tickets for everything, man.
Yeah,
So if
that's-
you've got all the tickets to do with electrical stuff, then you're a master electrician. Right.
Again, that's kind of erroneous. You can be an industrial electrician, a residential, commercial. A master electrician has to start off as a qualified electrician. Now, to be a master, that's more about for insurance. So now, for you, you have to pull out an insurance. Well, if I'm an electrician, I said, no, you can't pull that out anymore now. You have to be a master. So now you got to get a different ticket. Go ahead.
So it doesn't have the same connotation as it did in the
In those days.
1800s.
That's right. Yeah, that's the difference. Now, it'd be like you being an apprentice and then somebody becoming a craftsman. You master your craft, meaning you understand it, you know how to apply it. That is what they meant back in those days. But today, you're qualified. I can go to anybody's house or building and do the electrical work. But Dom, can you do the work? Yes, I can. Can you pull out the permit? No, I don't have that ticket. And on top of that, you got to pay more money for that. You got to have different liabilities. Again, in the old days, when we were younger, Richie, you can open up a company. You don't even need to be qualified as long as the people that work for you are qualified.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do that now.
Yes.
Something else I was going to say, and it's gone. Don't forget, I'll say it again, guys. That the link is panelled. The panel link is pinned, so we are looking for more members. We don't want to be just me and Dom sat here chewing the fat. We
I enjoy being the third wheel usually, and I don't mind dropping off when somebody comes here to share with you, Rich.
You don't have to drop off. You don't have to drop off. We could get 4 or 5 people up here having a productive, intelligent conversation. We've got at least 1 or 2 intelligent people in the chat. We've got 21 people watching, 3 people in the treehouse, 18 over on my main channel, and I want more coffee.
Well, there's one intelligent person here on panel, and it's not me, so I'm okay with that.
I don't know about that. What is intelligence? Really?
Exactly.
I know what they tell us it is, but it certainly the last 5 years have definitely destroyed my my faith in intelligence and what it is, and what they say it is and what it actually is.
Do you think we've been misled?
No, don't be daft. I've just noticed something, right? On my main home screen on my phone, there's a tile missing. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what has been deleted. And I haven't deleted anything. So it means that my phone has deleted something.
Should we be more suspicious now? What's happened?
No, I don't think suspicion is... There's no need to be suspicious about it. It's just Google or Google has either stop something or I don't know. I'm not really. I don't care that much. I don't really care that much.
But you care a little bit, right? Just a little bit. The way you said it. Not really, Dom.
No, well, I'm just checking if this, as long as it's not like there's certain apps, so like if suddenly WhatsApp had been deleted off my phone or something, or my bank app or something like that, then I'd be more concerned. But it's nothing that I've got loads of crap on here, so at the end of the day, I don't really care that much, as long as it's not any of the important ones,
Years ago, I went to a meetup, and it was one of those groups where they were talking about laws of attraction. And an individual came in and said, "Oh, it worked for me," and then he went on about his government actually made some sort of error and put more money in his bank account. And he went on about law of attraction. And so I, of course, stupid me, I stand up in the group. I said, "Okay, well, what happened if it worked the other way? Would you have called the government and say, listen, there's less money in my bank account?" He goes, "Well, yeah, I would have." I said, "So are you going to call somebody and say, listen, they made an error and put too much money in your bank account?" Of course,
Exactly.
I got shit on in that particular group because I forgot that I was in a cult group and I didn't want to fit in.
But it's like so. What do you do when the bank checks their records and then comes back to you and says, "We put this money in your account on this date, and you must have known that it wasn't yours. Can we have it back now, please?" What will you do then?
If people were honest, they would turn around and say, "Oh, well, if I can get away with it." It's the unicorn folks that say, "I want to do the decent thing." Okay, so you're the unicorn person. For most people, okay, 9/10 the law. It's mine now. Okay.
Like part of me wants to say, well, you fuckers have stolen loads of money off me anyway, like with your stupid fucking charges and shit. So, yeah, your fault for putting it in my account, not my fault.
And you're being honest, Richie. No different if they took money away from you and then you turn around and say, "Yeah, but you owe me money." "Yeah, but you guys are goyams." Yeah,
but they have. They have,
Of course they have.
and they're trying to demand money off me that they have absolutely no right to. But yeah, so fucking bankers.
And they
just
pay
all a bunch
people.
of bankers, mate.
That's right. And they pay people to enforce it. It's one of our own that are enforcing it. Or we're going to get some agency now to, make it a collecting agency. You've committed a crime on the street by speeding, so we're going to get one of your own as a police officer to give you a ticket. Yeah, but what about the big corporations that purposely make cars go beyond the speed limit? Well, that's another story, Tom. Okay. Richie, you already know this.
Then that goes to the why. So just because we can, does that mean that we should? So just because we have a car that does 120 miles an hour, does that mean that we should drive it at 120 miles an hour?
True, I'm with you. But here's the equation now. Just because they can, why do they keep doing it? Because they can get away with it.
That was a funny one with me, because I had such a serious car accident early in my 20s. I was extremely careful driving afterwards. And I never went more than like 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. And I didn't have any issues sticking to 30 miles an hour in a 30 mile an hour zone. I just lost all that urgency.
Yeah, because you
value.
value.
And I realized when you actually drive at a leisurely pace, it makes driving it more enjoyable. Like driving fast is good fun, but it takes a lot of energy, a lot of focus, energy, and there's a little bit of there's adrenaline in there, but you can enjoy a drive without the adrenaline rush. You can just really enjoy the drive, man.
Yeah, that's
just
why people say
through the air.
we'll get there when we get there, opposed to other people. No, I got to go there. Okay, so you got to rush to go there. You got to rush to get things done. It's like Chevy Chase, I guess, or one of those vacations or whatever. Okay, here it is. Let's go. Sorry, are we going to sit down and enjoy this? No, Dom. We're in a rush, Dom. To go where?
Are you talking about, what was that called?
I probably bastardized it, but.
No, but you're talking about the, oh God, it
it's
was
a movie.
Like Chevy Chase and Hugh, the big Candy, John Candy, and all that. When National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
There you go. That's the one. Thank you, Richard. Yes. Yeah. The kids and all that.
Yes,
yeah.
right.
Quickly. There it is, guys. Let's go. There it is. We went to the museum. There it is. Let's go. And a lot of us don't realize we are that hamster on that wheel. And then once something happens, unfortunately, Richie, it happened to you too, where you get into a major accident, it's one of those things. Where am I going in such a rush?
Mm.
It's almost like it's a nice gesture when people, or words when people say, be in the moment. But are we? Are we truly in the moment? Not to say that most people can even practice that.
Well, I think we get lost in the moment.
Yes.
You can actually get lost in the moment, and that's where time dilates, right? When you get lost in the moment. Wasn't that a song? Lost in the Moment. There's lyrics to a song somewhere, isn't it? Right, it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. It's been far too long since the last time, so.
When we relate to each other with attentive and generous gaze, Simone Weil said, attention is the purest form of generosity.
Shut up, Tanya!
Yeah, I want more coffee. I want coffee. Give me coffee. What time is it? It's 3:36 in the afternoon. I've been going for 3 hours and 31 minutes. That works out about right. It was about 12:10 that I started. Still haven't had anybody else come up and join us. What's going on? Are you guys intimidated by this panel? Is that what it is? Are you intimidated? Don't be intimidated by the panel.
It may come as news to you, but we are currently in a war of information. You cannot afford to just sit there consuming. You have to take part. Come up on this panel and take part. Get things off your chest. Give your point of view.
I'm just gonna nip off and make a fresh pot of mocha. Do I leave you with? Are you going to talk to my audience, or should we put some music on?
Put some music on,
have
Richie.
a little coffee break.
Yeah, would you mind putting on some music, Richie? Thanks.
Yeah, not at all, mate. Not at all. What shall we have? Press 1 if you want Christmas tunes. Oh, this is the karaoke track.
with a little love and some tenderness. We'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist with a little peace and some harmony. We'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got a hand for you. Oh, I wanna run with you. Yesterday, I saw you standing there. Your hair was down, your eyes were red. No comb, I touched your hair. I said, get up and let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together, walk the road a while. 'Cause I got a hand for you. I got a hand for you. I wanna run with you. Won't you let me run with you? Hold my hand. Want you to hold my hand. I'll take you to a place where you can be anything you wanna be, because I wanna love you the best that I can. You see, I was wasted, and I was wasting time, till I thought about your problems, I thought about your craft, then I stood up, and then I screamed aloud. I don't wanna be part of your problems, don't wanna be part of your crowd, no. 'Cause I got a hand for you, I got a hand for you. Won't you let me run with you? Hold my hand. Want you to hold my hand. Hold my hand. I'll take you to the promised land. Hold my hand. Maybe we can change the world, but I wanna love you the best that I can. The best that I can. Oh, best that I can. with the Sultans. We're the Sultans of Swing. And then the man is there, that's right, turn the microphone. He says at last, just as the time bell rings. Good night, now it's time to go home. Then he makes it fast with one more thing. We are the Sultans. We are the Sultans of Swing.
Where is she? Where is she?
When you're feeling under pressure, do something different. Roll up your sleeves or eat an orange.
What's up? Welcome back.
The Little Book of Wisdom. Black Books is fucking important. It's so good.
It's the best, isn't it, man? It is the best. I love the fact that our Australian brothers and sisters were blessed with black books as well.
Oh,
What
it's
about
so
in
funny.
Canada? Did you know it in Canada? Dom's off having a coffee. All right. Yeah,
I remember
so
when
how you doing, Kieran?
doing great. I remember when the Jehovah's Witnesses turned up to the house of black books, and old mate answered the door, and they go,
Want to speak to you about Jesus?
As he said, "Oh please come in, and they go, that's never happened before."
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Bro, not gonna lie, true story. I used to invite them in back when I lived in a like a suburban home with a wife and kids. These cunts would turn up, and I go, like on a hot day, I go, looks like you're thirsty. Do you want some orange juice or water? And they go, oh yes, please. I go, come in. Then I pretend I was completely naive and just ask them hard questions.
Dude, you must know, man. Like that's the whole Jehovah's Witness thing is part of my story. Like in 2016, January 2016, I was gonna commit slidey, right? I was gonna do that, jump off the balcony, and the knock on the door, and I opened it. It was a Jehovah's Witness, and I was like, dude, come in, do you want a coffee? And we talked for 5 hours, and then the next day, that was on the Thursday, on the Friday, he came around and talked for another 5 hours. And then he said, I'll be back on Monday. He came on Monday, we talked for another, we went for 2 weeks, the shortest engagement was 3 hours, the longest was about 5.5, until the guys in Kingdom Hall told him that, and his wife as well, told him that he wasn't allowed to come and see me every day
I
anymore.
thought-
He was demoting too much time. 9 months. I was studying with him for 9 months, but it wasn't really a Jehovah's Witness study. We would sit there, and I had all these questions, like, because I really deeply researched the Jehovah's Witnesses. As soon as he left after that first meeting, I spent 18 hours then researching Jehovah's Witnesses, the Watchtower,
Fuck yeah.
defellowshipped ones, the ones that left, the ones that were defellowshipped, all of it. Like,
I think after the second visit, I think I have a feeling I was like blacklisted. Like they come around twice. Like the first time I was pretending to be, interested and nice and stuff. They come around again, and then I think I went on to the Jehovah's blacklist. They said, "Don't go back there. Don't go back and see this guy. He's a fucking asshole," which is true. which was kind of true. Don't go and see this guy.
Well,
then I had
because basically, if they don't, they're only allowed to talk to you for as long as they think there's a chance that you'll agree to be baptized.
That's right. I had like an old guy and a young woman turn up. So the young woman was like a trainee, obviously. So the old guy had like a hat. He was like a used car salesman, and he goes he goes, like he had no idea that I was raised Catholic, and I kind of know a bit of this shit. I just played dumb on a Sunday morning in me socks and me fucking boxer shorts, answer the door. And he goes, do you think, have you heard about the government in heaven? And I go, no, I haven't. What do you mean? and then halfway through, I said, you sound a bit condescending. And he goes, what? He goes, what? Condescending? I said, yeah, like you sound a bit like you walk around the suburbs knocking on doors and you're going to teach uneducated people, like as though people don't think. And the young girl was like, nodding her head. I think I may have deconverted the apprentice. I said, who do you think you are coming around knocking on doors? You're going to teach me? You're going to teach me? Like I haven't thought about this shit?
Well, it's like, I mean, one of my questions for people was always, why didn't God tell me that? Like, why do you think that you're the one that God has instructed to come and tell me? Where did you get that instruction from yourself?
That's hilarious.
If it just came from another person, like who
the fuck do you think you are?
That was one of the. I think I remember that was one of the things that he mentioned, government in heaven, kind of thing. And I said to him, "You understand what government means, don't you? Governing the mind, meant to be in mind. So, you're talking about governing the way we think, then, right?"
Yeah, my angle was, who the fuck do you think you are? You're going to come around here and teach me? Get the fuck out of here, right?
But I don't think people do it. They might come across as, arrogant or whatever in their faith that they know, and they are teaching you. But I don't think it's not like all intentional.
No, it's not. But it's not. But if you call them on it, you find out. They find out. Because I agree, it's not intentional. But the point is, they think they're going to teach you. They think they have been gifted with the wisdom, and they're going to come and teach you. I just go, shut the fuck up. Like I had two young guys. I think they were Jehovah's. These two young fellas. As usual, they're wearing their white shirts and their black pants and a backpack. And it was really, really fucking hot this day. And I said, come in for a drink. Come and have some water and tomorrow.
That sounds like they could be Scientologists as well, though.
It was similar, but I'm pretty sure they were Jehovah's. And I said, come in for a drink. So I'm coming in for some water. And they're both wearing a badge, right? One's called Elder, for the sake of argument, Elder Smith and Elder Jones. And I said,
and they're in their 20s.
yes, yes. And I said, what's your name? What's your name? He goes, oh, I'm Elder Smith. I said, bro, I've invited you into my house and told you my name's Kieran. What's your name? He goes, Elder Jones. I said, bro, how do you become elder? And he goes, well, I did a course, right? I did a course. I said, fucking bro, elder is a title that other people give you, not one you give yourself. Right. So I said, how are you elder? Like you're the same age as my children, and you're calling yourself elder in front of me in my house.
Elder implies wisdom, right?
Correct.
The term implies wisdom. So you're an elder, okay? So that means you're wise.
Yes.
Right, at 20 years old.
Yeah.
How are you wiser? What's your experience been that has made you wiser?
I said to them, elder is a name somebody else gives you. You don't choose to be an elder. That's something that you grow into, and other people call you elder. You don't get to get a badge and say, I'm an elder. Get the fuck out of here. These guys were hilarious. They were hilarious. I kind of messed them a little bit because, I was going to say I didn't mean to, but I did. Because being brought up Catholic, I knew all the hard questions, so I asked them the hard questions, and got them into a bit of a knot, trying to explain. I said, make it make sense. And then I'm pretty sure they fucking blacklisted me because they used to come around all the time, and then they
you can't ask impossible questions, dude. If you ask impossible questions, like make it make sense.
Yeah.
I'm still sort of getting to grips with it myself. I can't exactly explain it to you. However, it says in the book here. But what you said about he did the course. How did you become an elder? I did the course. That's like, how did you become a master electrician? I got the tickets.
Yeah.
Nowadays, right? We've.
How did you become a black belt in karate? I read a book.
we've kind of belittled the meaning of the words.
Correct.
By making the titles so easily attainable, just by you just do this course, and pay this money, do this course, and bing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to answer Charles, you've highlighted Charles's comment. Kieran's back. How was the old man now?
Yeah, where have you? I was going to say actually, where because like you've been off my radar for a while. I mean, I don't go anywhere else really anymore. I did pop into TML's yesterday. That was interesting. The we can talk about that actually. We can talk about that.
Hey guys,
but just want to reply. Dom's alive. He's alive.
So you truly haven't lived until you get a knock on your door. You open up the door. There's your Jehovah Witness. There's a Mormon there. There's a guy selling a vacuum. There's a guy campaigning for political position. And the only thing that I truly ordered was the pizza guy. So they all come in. At that point, I'm having fun.
Sounds like a joke. A Jehovah's Witness, a Mormon, and a pizza guy walk into a bar.
A Jehovah's Witness, a Mormon, and a Jew turn up at your doorstep.
Oh my God! You said Jew. You said Jew. That's a bit racist. You can't say.
No, hang on. No, it's not.
It's how you say it. It's how you say it, I guess.
It's how you say it. I didn't. You're the one that's giving the. You're the one that's playing the racial connotation. I was just stating.
He's playing. But yeah, you invite them in, the Jehovah Witness. I hope they're actually going to vacuum while they're there, right? Because you're here to clean up, the sins of humanity. But for me, when I've invited them in, I said, okay, does that make sense to you, what you're trying to share with me? Well, yes. There you go. Leave me some literature. I'll read it. It's always fun. And I'm a former Catholic too, actually. I find that funny too, actually.
Oh, you're more charitable than I am. They go, I want to leave you a brochure. I go, no thanks. I just go, no, thank you.
Oh, thank you. I needed something to start the kindling.
Yeah.
I need something to wipe my ass.
Yeah. Or people that come in, or not come in, but they knock on the door and they basically say, can we count on your vote? I said, do you know the person that you're actually asking me to vote for? Well, not really. So then you're campaigning for somebody that you don't really believe in. That's the
Right.
Jehovah's Witness and Mormons and Scientology.
The funny thing was, the last guy who turned up, he was like a young guy. He was like in his 20s, and he had a fucking Ford Falcon XY GT 351 fucking original. And bro, he had an original Australian supercar. I was impressed. I was impressed by that. Not even lying. It was so bizarre.
did you say you said to him like, listen, dude, whatever's going on up there in that noggin of yours, I've seen your car. There's hope for you yet.
Well, his friend was like a little bit retarded. He was a little bit I don't know, autistic. One of those guys, when you speak to him, he just sprouts out fucking scripture. Oh, in fucking Jeremiah fucking 3:2. I go, bro, come on, knock on his fucking forehead and go, is anybody home? He goes, well, in Timothy fucking 4. I go, bro. He goes, well, in James fucking 2. I go, bro, come on, calm down.
That could be conditioning. It could be like nervousness. It could be all kinds of reasons for why he was blurting out scripture and his only answer and response is scripture. I've had people do that to me, where you posed a problem or whatever, and they've just quoted the scripture back, and it's like, do you even know what you just said? Like, tell me exactly how you think that scripture applies to this situation.
What do you think?
Right.
Yeah. Well, in John 5:6, bro, come on. What do you think?
How many people know the scriptural, or the reference to scripture that's 6:7?
Bro, you said 6:7. You spastic. 6:7. Get the fuck out of here.
But that's I forget what it is, but it's something about reaping what you sow. It's that scripture about reaping what you sow.
I'm okay with reaping what you say. Yeah.
Grim Reaper, it's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you for a while either. I asked Jehovah's Witness who wanted to speak to me. I told them, you can if you give me a bag of fresh blood to drink.
Well,
I never saw him again for some reason.
I'm pretty sure you guys have gone to hardware stores and you go down and you ask one of the people that work there, where could I find screws? They can tell you what aisle and what shelf. That's the exact same thing about people that do quotes with biblical stories. They've been conditioned. There you go. Okay, so it's over there, top shelf, over there.
Actually, dude, I'm used to B&Q in England, where they just kind of look at you with a blank stare and say, oh, sorry, mate. I'm just a temp. I've only been here for 2 days. I don't know.
But I'm elder.
Go and ask that guy over there.
I have a badge that says elder.
Go and ask that guy over there, man.
So they haven't been fully conditioned yet. So those are the church people. They haven't been fully conditioned.
I worked in B&Q for a short time, and I was the guy that said, do you know what? I don't know, but hang on a sec. Wait just there, and I'll find it for you. Right? And I went and found, and then came back and said, aisle 4C. Down there, just on the right. Because I was.
It's really funny. It's really funny when they pull out their phone and they Google it, like right in front of you. They go, "Oh, hang on, I'll find it for you." Just go into Google. I could do that myself, bro. I can do that myself.
Well,
but you get the idea with the same thing when people quote scriptures. They're doing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm. You can find. Look, bro. I'm the more. Like I said, I'm a lapsed Catholic, right? I'm a really bad Catholic, and I've been inquiring about orthodoxy. And the more I look into it, the less I want to quote scripture. I can't talk about scripture. Get the fuck out of here. I want to learn, not teach. And these people, they're 20 years old, and they go, I read the Bible. I'll tell you what's what. Will you really tell me what's what? Get the fuck out of here, these fucking people.
Usually, I usually say, I have to learn how to read now too. Now, holy fuck! What's next? Braille? I got to do Braille next.
Well, Jeremiah 3:12 says, "Thou shalt." Fuck off.
we have been joined by the character from Terry Pratchett's Discworld, man, himself, Death Incarnate, the Grim Reaper.
That's me. Hello.
How you doing, man?
I'm all right. You put an invitation out for me to collect some good souls, but I haven't found any yet.
I can offer you my kinky version of it, but I can't give you anything that's good.
You're the one who's got the.
Oh, your audio's gone a bit. Are you plugged in somewhere? That sounded like a bit of a connection issue. We had a bit of an issue then with your audio. It just went crackly.
Oh dear.
He was taking up another soul. That's why it was crackling.
Apologies. Hopefully, it's okay now.
How's Rincewind doing, by the way?
How's what's doing?
Rincewind, the wizard.
From Patchett, yes.
From Pratchett, yes, mate. Yes. I read every single book of his at least 5 times each. Like,
well,
I've got them all on audio book and everything. I still love Terry Pratchett. God rest his soul. Was devastated when I found out that he had fucking Alzheimer's of all things, man.
Yeah, you probably forgot too much. That's all. But still.
Are you on a Bluetooth?
Oh, I'm on. Actually, no. It is Bluetooth.
Right.
Thinking about it.
I think the battery might be going or something. That's.
I keep getting this problem. Yeah, the battery's fully charged.
Maybe it's a distance thing. Maybe just I don't know. We'll work through it. It's all right. It's just you crackled out again then a little bit.
Yeah, I think unfortunately it does. Every now and again, it's a pain in the backside, especially when I'm trying to run the show myself. I know what it's like.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's all right most of the time. It's just only happening infrequently. So this is the first time up on my panel, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I've been in the chat occasionally, but as I say, I saw this open invitation and I just could not resist.
It all depends on what your definition of good is, doesn't it? What is good?
Well, I have to say, Grim Reaper is a much more formidable name in chat than it is on panel. Like when you come up with bad Bluetooth, not quite as imposing as you sound in chat, right?
And I mean, at least
you mean I sound normal.
The least you could have done is come on with a decent Grim Reaper voice.
I'm here to collect souls, but hang on, my Bluetooth's playing up. Okay.
I'm here for your soul.
What, dude? You need to get a desk with some effects on it, like a reverb, so you can proper Grim Reaper it out, man. You've got to like two big tombstones slamming together, like.
I do actually have a voice modulator, but people accuse me of using it when I don't. Or when I do, they say, "You're not using it." What? Can't win.
Do you know, I wasn't expecting you to be English. I thought you were
American. Right. No. Well, I do. I spend a lot of time over on American panels, and I get a lot of Americans coming over when I run shows, but it's actually nice to come across a show that I can understand, or the host I can understand.
So, which part of England are you from?
I'm not actually in England, but close enough.
Yeah, but where you from? Oh, what, you're fucking Welsh, are you? Are you Welsh or Scottish? If you're not quite English,
I am English, but I don't live in England.
Yeah, where you from though, bro? Where's your heritage, bro? It's not that hard.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was created around about 1776.
not the time, the place, bro. Where you're from? Jesus,
Which part
isn't
of
that hard?
England? Which
Isn't
part
that
of
hard?
England you're from? Well, I'm trying to place your accent, trying to work out if it's like
Tries
around
to place
the Yorkshire
Nope.
area, maybe down a bit from there.
Or the Midlands? Maybe the Midlands?
Nah,
You're from the Midlands?
No, it's too
And it's
north
not
to be
Midlands.
Midlands. It's too north to be Midlands. It's
northwest of England.
That's Wales, bro. You're from Wales.
no
Northwest.
Northwest, not North Wales.
Northwest is like Shropshire and then Manchester. You got
spreads over
like,
to.
but, I mean, it's not fucking Liverpool, you know, because that's like over there.
He's not.
in
He's not.
the northwest.
He's not a Scouse. He's not a Scouse. We know that.
No, he's not a
We
fucking
know he's not a
Scouse.
Scouse. We know that. We know that. Right.
And it's not the Wirral. It's not the Scouse region either, because there's a lot of people up there that sound like they're from the fucking Scouse land, but they're not.
Somebody
outside.
Somebody in chat says Lancashire. Is it Lancashire?
Lancs, aye, maybe Lancashire. Or Nottingham.
Nope. You
Fuck
actually
me,
got
my
it.
English.
You actually got it right. You're the first person to ever get it right, even though you don't believe it.
What, Wirral?
The Wirral.
You're from the fucking Wirral?
I'm from the Wirral.
Jesus, why did I fucking get that?
The Wirral.
I should have fucking gotten that. So
I'm actually from the nice part of the Wirral. It's still got the lead on the houses.
Other side of the fucking Mersey, mate. So I had a girlfriend from fucking L20. She
Not
was
the
right there in
Mersey
Liverpool.
Not the Mersey side. No.
She told me that my fucking Liverpool accent wasn't actually a Liverpool accent. I sounded like I was from the Wirral. And she said, "Where did you get your? You just watched lots of Brookside."
Well, which part of
Brookside's in the Wirral. Right?
Which part of England do you think I'm from? I'm from Great Britain. So which part of Great Britain do you think I'm from? It's a trick question.
Yeah.
Really
okay.
south. Really south.
Really
Cornwall. He's
No.
from Cornwall.
No.
You don't
Across
get
the
from
water.
Dorset. Where?
Across the water. Across the water.
Well, that's
Across
not.
the water.
Oh, the Isle of Wight.
Isle of Wight.
The fucking Isle
No,
of Wight.
South, you retard. South, across the south. Across the south water.
Guernsey.
The Isle of Wight. Oh,
No.
Jersey.
No,
Guernsey.
no.
Isle of Man's up north.
Bloody
in
France.
Scotland.
What's that
that's
bit of
not
water?
Great Britain.
What's that bit of water between England and Ireland? What's that bit of water?
Oh,
you mean the Irish Sea?
Yeah, go across there. Go south across there.
So
You
you're
mean
from
Ireland?
fucking Northern Ireland.
Yes, I'm from Northern Ireland. Yes, I was born in Belfast.
Well, yeah.
I can't do a Belfast accent.
Either can I
Well,
anymore.
Can't.
It's strange that I've recently come back from Belfast.
Really?
And that's the reason why I was about to say you totally lost the accent.
Yeah, because in primary school they made me, when I come to Australia when I was 4 years old, they wouldn't let me speak unless I spoke in Australian accent. It gave me a fucking stutter. Fuck these people. I'm not even lying. Not even lying. I was born in Belfast, had a very thick fucking, I had a Catholic Belfast accent, not a fucking Protestant
I
accent.
can't do. Why can't it be just from fucking Dublin? Dublin's easy. I could have done
That's
a Dublin
Republic.
accent, but
That's
Belfast,
Republic, though.
fucking, that's the true Ireland.
Well, there's
Yes,
two.
The actual fucking Emerald Isle wasn't contaminated by the fucking British, the German crown.
What about you, son? What about you, son? You say that's all I know. What about you, son? Okay, that's what we used to say. Or we could say Gaelic, Kajay Maritatu, which is, how you doing? God bless you. Kajay Maritatu. That's Kajay Maritatu, yeah.
Gaelic.
Fuck off.
I was working on that. I was also thinking of garlic. Either way, he likes licking things.
Was literally born on the Falls Road, which if you go a bit west becomes the Shankill, and it's for a Catholic.
Right, so were you born on the crossroads there?
Right on the Falls Road, yeah.
Right on a crossroads, right? There's other things that happen on the crossroads. Musicians do deals with entities that appear on the crossroads, and there you
Correct.
were, born on the crossroads, man.
Correct. But my dad had the sense to get me the fuck out of there. He said, this is no place to raise children. So when I was 4 years old, he said, let's get the fuck out of here. We'll go to Australia. And so far so good, except for 2 days ago. Not gonna go into it, but except for 2 days ago, it's been fucking good.
Well, are you talking on a personal level, or are you talking on with the recent events that happened?
Yeah, the Bondi Beach, that bullshit, bro.
That is like the. Oh man, that's causing some division, right? Can anybody actually believe what Netanyahu has done? Like, you don't. How can you say more clearly? Oh, we warned your country. If you didn't do what we wanted you to do, then the violence is going to increase.
No,
and there would be more anti-Semitic things will happen. And oh, look, Australia, this is what's happened. And then basically threatening every other country in the West like some sort of mafioso boss. If we don't all get in line with their fucking with the way they want things done, then we are going to see terrorism increase. Talk about projection, dude.
Yeah, I see it
Come
differently.
on.
I see it differently. I do. I see it differently.
Really?
I like it when you say things like that because you're agreeing to disagree.
No, I don't. Agree to disagree is fucking gay. I just disagree. There's no agree to disagree. That's retarded.
Well, we can agree that we disagree. We can agree that we disagree.
Or we could just
disagree. We can absolutely
disagree.
agree. We can disagree with each other and agree that we are disagreeing with each other, right?
Exactly.
So we can disagree with each other without actually that creating like, oh, we disagree with each other, so therefore I can't speak to you again.
Yeah, but
I can't even be associated with you because you're disagreeing with what I'm saying.
I didn't say that. I just said.
No, I know. No.
It just sounds a bit soft. Like it does.
I know that you're really worried about sounding like you're fucking gay, right? But just get to grips with it, dude.
Just
When
get
you
over
speak,
it.
It just happens, man. Just when you speak, it happens. It's an unfortunate side effect of having that voice. You sound a little bit gay.
Having Gaelic around.
You told us earlier that you used to speak the gay.
Why are you fucking racist? Why are you racist?
I'm not racist. I can't distinguish against anybody. I treat everybody exactly the same.
Oh, you mean you hate everybody? You hate everybody the same? Okay, fair call.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in do unto others as others do unto you, but I believe in doing it first.
Right, but does that mean being nice?
No.
Does that mean that you will be nice first, or that you'll be nasty first?
No, you'll be an asshole first. Fucking.
Yeah, exactly.
But then that sort of limits the response or reaction, right? Because
I'm okay with that.
if you're nice first, then the person might go, oh well, yeah, and be really nice back, right? And then that can then lead to other nice things, right? But if you're nasty first, the other person is going to only have the option to either cower or be nasty back, right?
Yeah,
so
but if you're nasty first,
there's not many people out there like myself who'll just go and be nice back, even though you're being nasty.
No, but if you're nasty first, then they know who you are, like straight away. We can talk.
That you're nasty.
Yeah, sure, whatever. But
I prefer the element of surprise.
Well, the thing is, what happens when you come across using intelligence and sarcasm and no one understands because they can't get their wit that low? Which I found a lot of the case when I talked to the Americans. It took them a while to realize what intelligence is and how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just look at Trump.
Oh God, Trump thinks he's the smartest man on earth. Oh,
Trump's pretty good. Come on, boys. Come on. Prove me wrong. Trump's pretty good.
He thinks he's the second coming of what? We don't know. But
Trump is an amazing, awesome, extremely amusing character. And
Well, you
that's
have
all
to
he
be.
is.
He would have
That's
to
all
be.
that's all he is. He's a placeholder. He is a character. He's an actor. He's playing a fantastic role, right? And he's doing it really well.
I agree totally. I mean,
Well,
look what you said about Somalia. He didn't even think about what he said. He just said it because he's programmed that way.
And
he's
then
nothing
you got
but
the
a robot and a puppet.
And then you've got the likes of our Mr. Keir Starmer that sounds a bit like fucking Mr. Bean when he talks.
Who is, like, you could say that either he's a terrible, terrible actor, and that's why he looks a bit like a frightened fucking rabbit all the time up there on the, with it, you know. But actually, maybe he's just a really, really, really good actor. He's really good at being really bad. He's a really good actor at playing a really bad actor.
That sort of makes sense.
I don't think so. Like, could you or me, like, who's going to play that role, like the leader of the free world, when everyone's trying to get you, even your own party's trying to get you?
That's a
You have to be crazy.
concept based in bullshit.
You have to be
though.
crazy. No, it's not. It's not. You have to be
It
crazy.
is the leader of the free world, right? The leader of the free world. Nothing's free. This isn't a free world. Nothing's free in it. And
it's a turn of phrase.
We've
It's a
been
turn of phrase, bro.
I know. It's a turn of phrase that creates a false perception, right? And that's intentional. Always the leader of the free world, because you live in the free world. This is freedom. You're not all slaves. You're free right now. You have the freedom to move around.
I am free.
You're free to go to work.
I am free.
And pay us money.
Yep.
And pay us money from the rent. You are not free from obligation to pay taxes. You have to pay to be free.
Sorry, guys. Before
That's
you guys,
okay.
Richie,
go on, Dom.
Before you guys continue, which is be enjoyable, just to address Green because he's collecting souls. Can I do installments?
Allegedly, yes.
Thank you.
What's 5/8 of a soul? Okay, I kind of get it. I kind of get it. Wants to pay
5/8 of the soul is 1/8 is due.
Look, who do you think? Who would you recommend should replace Trump? Like, who could fucking do it? No one could do it.
Obviously, it's going to be his son,
eventually.
Baron Trump. Yeah,
How fucking tall is he? That's fucking weird.
He's actually a partner for him, and he's
I
like
don't think
he's 6'7" or something, isn't he? He's fucking ridiculous.
I don't think JD Vance can quite pull it off. Like he's a good
mate. Please,
can you really see JD Vance?
The finger puppet of fucking Peter Thiel. Right, he's got Peter Thiel's fist right up his ass. And
the Democrats are going to win the next election.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They got nothing. They've got nothing.
Let me finish. There's a reason why I'm saying that, right? And then what will happen is during the next term, his son, Donald's son, will become a senator, and then he will be picked as the presidential election the next time around.
So it's going to go Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat. It's a uni party anyway, so
it's the same party.
Honestly, I'm not sure there's going to be another election, either in the UK or in
what are you talking about?
Or in America either. In the UK, they're talking that the Labour government in the UK is talking about making these changes that will basically ensure that the Labour Party stays in power.
Yeah,
Yes.
fuck them.
One of the reasons why Labour wants the digital ID to come in, apart from making sure that they control everything, is so that when you come to vote, they can see who actually votes and who doesn't. And as the majority of people don't vote these days, what are they going to do? Make it illegal to vote? Think about it.
Well,
They'll end up with one party being elected all the time.
But that's been the situation as well. In the UK, it's been a uni-party in the UK since the 90s, since the late 90s, right? Since Tony Blair and the whole Gulf conflict and everything. It's been pretty much a uni-party since then. Didn't really matter which side got in. The same things went through. Same thing in America. Doesn't matter. They're two wings of the same bird. They're all being financed by the same people. It's, this whole globalist thing has been in play for a long time, man. A long time.
For at least
voting is overrated.
Years,
I don't think anybody's vote has ever meant anything. Really, I don't. I do not buy into that at all.
Globalization was done a few years ago under the orders from the WHO that everybody couldn't go out and they all had to be imprisoned in their own home except for certain times when they were allowed to go out and exercise. The whole world fell for that, so we know globalism is round the corner.
Well, it's not even like the whole world moved. Each government moved in lockstep. Mm-hmm. Each institution moved in lockstep. It showed that this global net was already cast, and the key players were already there. So I mean,
well, don't forget our wonderful government here in the UK has now signed a document with the WHO which says that they will do whatever they say needs to be done in the event of.
Have they finally signed that?
Yes,
because they kept reintroducing it. So of course, Keir Starmer's going to go and sign that.
It's signed, and the reason for that is that the government could turn around and say it's not us, it's them.
I'm not sure that I am going to come back to the UK. God.
So Richie, I have to ask, because I thought the Green was here to take our souls. Now he's going to also disenchant us of how the system works.
I'm only here to tell the truth. You make your own decisions which way you want to go.
And what does that look like? Just out of
curiosity. We have interest in discussions about truth and what's true and what's truth.
Or more deceptions with the vain word of truth on it.
Well, I'll tell you what's true.
Okay.
True
opposed to truth. Sorry, I'm just playing with words here now. True or truth? Which one are we talking now about?
Oh, well. If you tell the truth, you get put inside.
There is no place for the truth in court.
No,
you will not.
By that.
Truth means nothing in court because in court, truth is only something agreed on by two or more people.
So is that more conspiracy, collusion, opposed to the word truth?
But is that true, or is that just the truth?
That's exactly true. True is more like a wheel. Truth is more about an energy. So I get a lot of people like to speak in vain. God, truth, the devil, the demons. But is it truth? I'm saying this being clever, obviously, but I'm putting it out there. What is truth then?
Court is about making money. That's more than just truth. That is true. Court is about making money. They're revenue collectors, and that is true.
Okay,
which is
true.
more than truth. Truth, mate. Truth. When you say it sounds better than true. Yeah, truth. It's got that at the end of it. It makes it sound like fuck. Yes, mate. Truth.
Truffle sounds more like a sweet cake or something.
It is connected to truffles. Does that mean truffles? I like truffles. Help you speak truth.
Well, they say that truffles are expensive.
I'll tell you what, I would say I'm a bit uncomfortable about how fucking quiet Kieran's been in the background there. Is that you? That noise is coming from? Let me just mute you up there and see. Yeah, I think it was. I think it were.
Yeah, that's his CB directly.
Oh no! Hang on. I've muted the wrong person. I fucking muted.
You muted me.
Grim Reaper. I muted you. Didn't mean to mute you there, sir.
No, it's fine. I'm not offended whatsoever. Twat.
That's a static.
Or if you're American, twat.
What?
Have you noticed that's how they say twat? They say, oh, you goddamn twat. What's a twat? Do you pronounce that? That? Like, why do you pronounce twat? Twat?
Well, I confuse them sometimes and ask them to spell colour.
Canadians spell colour the right way, don't they?
Yes.
Didn't Trump actually announced that the language they were going back to the English language, not the US. That like I think it implied that they were going to start spelling colour COLOUR.
No, well, yes and no. I mean, that means that they've got to put a U in neighbour as well. They just, it's a letter they don't seem to understand. They're silent. So if it's silent, they don't need to put it in. That's the way that it's, I mean, having conversations with some Americans, not all Americans, can be difficult. And I do ask occasionally if I can put the subtitles up for the interpretation. But others, yeah, I would say they got quite a lot of intelligence. But then you come across people like Trump and Biden and all the other old folks.
Right, and Elon fucking Musk.
Oh yeah,
we're all supposed to believe that Elon Musk is some sort of, he's a genius. I'm telling you, he's a fucking genius.
Don't you ever go at Elon too much, because if it wasn't for Elon, I wouldn't be able to run my electric car and go and charge it at his Tesla stations.
Right.
And then get a Tesla person come up to me and say, "You do realise these are for Teslas only?" And I turn around without even thinking, "Yes, but this is a Peugeot Tesla. It's a new range. It's not in production yet. This is a beta model." And he turned away and just, they couldn't comprehend. But they got more cameras on me than I'll ever have on them. Simple.
Are those souls worth taking at that point, Green? Those folks?
Sorry?
Should have said,
are those souls worth taking? Those ones that...
Oh, God, no.
Okay.
Do they have a soul?
No, they've already had the soul taken away from them. They've been reprogrammed by Tesla.
I think in some of these cases, it's the soul has just gone, do you know what? I'll give up. I'm done. I'll give up. I've tried. No, fuck it. I'm leaving. I'm off. Somebody else.
That's a great comment, that. Plug your generator into it. I saw a video on YouTube where a Tesla had broken down in the middle of nowhere, stopped the guy to ask him for a lift, and then took a petrol can out the boot to go and get some petrol. And the guy who's giving him a lift had said, "But it's electric." He said, "Yeah, it's for the generator so I can recharge the fucking thing." And that was my reaction. And I thought, maybe I should carry a generator with me occasionally. Because one day I'm going to get stuck in the middle of nowhere and not be able to charge.
Are you being serious? Was that not part of the joke that you actually have an electric vehicle?
I am a proud driver of an electric vehicle.
But it's not a Tesla. It's a Peugeot.
It's a Peugeot.
A Peugeot, right?
3008. It's a decent car.
I was actually, that was my first job after my car accident in 2000 when I got out of hospital in 2001. My first sort of proper serious job was as a Peugeot salesman, car salesman.
Oh, good.
But do you know what? It pissed them off when I did this, because as an employee, I got special rates on the cars, and I got automatic exception for the finance. I bought a car off the lot, but it wasn't a fucking Peugeot.
Now that I do find funny.
It was a Mazda 323 Fastback 2-litre V6.
Nice.
So it was like, you know, come on. Like, I know, yeah, whatever, but what? A 106 for fucking $6,000, or this 2-litre V6, and I can get it for $3,000. That's a no-brainer, is it not?
Yeah, I agree totally. Totally.
That was my best.
But do you know what the best thing
car
is?
ever.
I live in a terraced house. I have no drive.
Right.
So I have to travel to go and charge the vehicle.
So you mean to make sure that you've got enough charge when you get, but you've got to make sure that you're not parking up at night with not enough charge to drive to the fucking get the charge station the next day.
Yep.
Yeah,
So I've got to make sure it's always around 20% as the lowest, which is fine. It's just, you know, I mean, if I'm in a petrol car, I never let it go below a quarter or even half sometimes. You know,
for me, it was just when the light went on. When the light went on,
yeah,
that was time. I know I had about 15 or 20 miles, and that was enough to get to the petrol station. But like the days when I stopped it, when I never let it go below quarter of a tank, the end it, and I worried if I went lower than quarter of a tank that it'd start chucking up the dirty fuel at the bottom. Like, it was best to leave a quarter of a tank in there. So, but then the trouble is, the day when you do have to go down, right down to running on fumes, then you are going to have to deal with all that gunk and shit. So for a long time, I wasn't using. I was filling it up, you know, at quarter of a tank. I was filling it up because it was only 51p a litre, right? Back in the day. And oh man, I remember that 51p a litre. Like, fucking.
Is that 1842?
No, that was in 1995.
Bloody hell, yeah.
1995. So 30 years ago, man.
You go that far back.
I'm 48, sir. I'm 48 years old now.
You don't sound a day over 50.
It's gonna be. It's gonna be in 2 weeks' time. I'll say, like, I'm gonna be 49 this year.
I just think I feel my age.
How old are you, sir?
2, 3, 4, 5, 14,000 years, allegedly. No, I'm 64.
You're 64. Nice.
I'm 64.
Dom's just done a voy, but, well, actually no, because he's left a nice note in the back. Okay, thanks, Rich and Kay and Grim. I'm off for a walk. Enjoy each other here. Thank you very much, Dom. Thanks for being up here, mate. And yeah, hang on, distracted myself now. Derailed my brain.
Oh,
looking at these comments. Unslaved Truth, how you doing? Welcome. Truth is a state of being, true which is subjective. Why ask what's true as of an objective matter? Will we all live now?
Did he say truth is subjective? Bro, come on.
No, truth is subjective. What's true is not.
What's the difference?
It's objective. So people can have. All right, I'll just give the example rather than stating it, because you'd be triggered immediately otherwise, right?
Yeah.
My own story. I had an experience that was really supernatural, and dealing with things that, because as I perceived them at the time, they would appear to me as jinn and shadow beings and shit, and there were gold orbs and fucking turning into men and stuff. And it was really supernatural experience, but there were no drugs involved. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning. I'd been awake for about an hour and a half. I was drinking coffee. It was a beautiful sunny day outside. Right? It was a really, really intense experience. But it was a supernatural experience. So when I describe it to anybody, people either believe it or they don't believe it. They think either I'm crazy or I was on drugs or I was hallucinating or whatever. But my truth, my experience is what I would, how I would describe it, right? If two people share an experience outside of the norm and outside of, what, it's just crazy what happens, but they share the experience so they can both say, yes, this happened. But when they try to explain it to anybody else, everybody else says, don't be fucking ridiculous, that couldn't have happened. It is their truth that it happened. To them it happened. To them it was true. To everybody else, it was a subjective experience. They interpret it in a different way, or maybe don't even believe happened.
I get that. It's like me and my brother can both speak about a time when we were 10 years old, and he thinks he did a thing, and I think, no, I did that thing. So we both have our own truth, but one of those is true. Right, I've got my truth.
But
he's got his truth.
But at the same time, both things are true in your mind's eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
In your recollection of things, it's true that it was you. In your brother's, it's true that it was him. It really could be false memories.
It could be,
it could be that you experience the same things, but maybe at different times. Or
it could be, but also if we found a long lost videotape that showed the actual truth, then we'd know that one of us was right and one of us was wrong.
But
or it could also show that you're both right.
Right. Because you both experienced it. And you experienced it from different perspectives, right? You're different. Yeah. You're different consciousness. Two different consciousnesses experiencing the same thing. And that moment for you was your moment. That moment for your brother was his moment. So your memory puts you in the main character position. You remember it as being you. Because for you in the moment, it was you.
Yeah, but if if I believed, my memory was I held the bicycle for my brother to learn how to ride, and his memory was he held the bicycle for me to learn how to ride. That's both our personal truth. But
are you twins?
No, we're like 1 year apart. So if we found,
is it the same event? It was this one event that
this one event,
happened.
yes, yeah. And then
was it the conquest of a woman?
No. but then,
both after the same bird, and you're like, no, mate, I took her to bed. I was the one that took her to bed. No.
Stabilizers removed first.
What was the event, Kieran? Come on.
But then we found a long lost videotape that had the truth.
And the truth was, it wasn't either of you.
Well, that could be. Actually,
it was actually someone else. It was your dad.
You're making my point, right? You're making my point. Right. So
yeah, but don't forget that video only shows one moment in time. It doesn't show the times that you and your brother were supporting each other when Dad wasn't around on the bike. That's why I asked. Who had their stabilizers removed first?
That's actually a good point. That's a good point.
And that's the reason why you both have this impression that you are both correct, because you could both be correct.
if you are both learning to ride a bike at the same time, but if that's not the example, riding the bike it wasn't riding the bike, was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh, it was riding the bike, having your stabilizer removed.
Yeah.
I'm just
So
gonna
maybe
mute up for a bit. It won't be long.
Maybe the difference was like it was like literally minutes between you having your stabilizers taken off, and then your brother having his taken off. You know, it was. I don't know. I don't have a brother. I don't have any memories like that.
You're kind of making a case that that the truth is always kind of wow, bro. You're making a case that the truth is always subjective, and I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure.
What's true is that there is one of you, obviously, and your dad doesn't have two pairs of hands, and so he could only take off one set of stabilizers at a time, and so one of you got them taken off before the other. That's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
The truth. The truth, like memories, right? If we remember what we're doing when we remember things, apparently we're only remembering the last time we remembered to remember it.
Oh, I know, that's weird as fuck. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's how our memories can kind of get a little bit mixed up and confused. And she was wearing a blue dress. No, she wasn't. She was wearing a white one with her tits out. You know, or no, I got my stabilizers taken off before you, right? It's the story.
Well, it's weird, bro. I think if I was in primary school for 7 years, right? So we have preschool, then we have 6 years. I was in primary school for 7 years. I reckon if I recalled every memory I had from primary school, it wouldn't fill 1 hour. There was 7 years of experience, and I've only got access to like 1 hour of memories. I would love to tap into the other memories, because maybe I'd tell myself a different story.
Because it's all part of the condition, and the 7 years thing is a significant thing. That's what me and Dom have talked about. The 7, like the first 7 years, then the next 7, then the next 7, then the next 7, 7, 14, 21.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that we
35, 49.
like I've created. If I think about my entire life, if I was to sit down, like I'm 55 years old, that's a lot of minutes, a lot of hours. But if I sat down and wrote down all my memories of my entire life, it might fill 24 hours out of 55 years. So I have strung together.
It might fill 24 hours, but it'll only take you seven minutes to actually speak it. Like
I know, right?
You can describe that 24 hours in 7 minutes.
I know. So I have strung together some key moments in my perception. I've strung together some key moments from my life, and I'm telling myself that's who I am. But wouldn't it be great?
Right, you've built the story. You've built the story out of those significant parts, and that's what has built your character now.
Correct.
Where you are, the way you are now, right?
I had the most amazing experience. About 3 days ago, my brother rang me. Haven't spoke to him for like a year, and he called me to see how I'm going. And he reminded me of an experience I had, and I think him reminding me was the first time I've thought about that since it happened. That wasn't it wasn't a memory. It was, he said, like, remember this time? And I went, shit, I haven't thought about that, like, ever. But now it's come back. So I've got a new.
Mentioned it. It's Bing, you've got access to that memory, and shit,
fucking awesome.
Wow,
fucking awesome.
I love it when that happens, man.
Oh, it's fucking great. It's so good. I've totally forgot that happened, right? And now I've got a new memory, and I can add that memory to the story of who I am. And it turns out I'm not quite the person I thought I was, which is a good thing, by the way.
Holy fucking shit. Are we recording? We are recording this, aren't we? Yeah. No problem. Excellent. And where are we? 4 hours and 35 minutes in. Fucking hell.
Good job.
Kieran? fucking hell, man! I just wasn't expecting these words to be coming out of your mouth. Because what you're talking, like, I've spoken about. We can't change the history, right? We can't change what's happened. It's impossible to go back in time and undo what's been done. But if we're able to tell ourselves a different story, see what the events from a different perspective, and tell ourselves a different story, then it can affect. You know, we don't have to be who we think we are. Right? When I was angry, pissed off, and angry all the time, and very reactive, it was, you know, it's because of this and this and this and this. Right? That's why. That's why I am. I can't help it. That's the way I am now. But going back through those events, really, actually taking them apart and thinking about them objectively, like from the corner of the room, you know, up in the ceiling in the corner, watching down,
a
watching
third
what was
person
going
perspective.
on. Third person perspective, right?
Yeah.
And just analysing myself and whatever. That's, you know, that was all part of understanding how to then deal with depression and you know, with the depression that I was feeling and stuff, and helped me take accountability for you know, for at the end of the day, I put myself into these situations and whatever, you know. But that's just according to my story, what happened in my life and what I was dealing with. Everybody's dealing with different stuff, right, and for different reasons. But that's why I really appreciated Gurdjieff, The Fourth Way. I haven't studied it, but hearing about it and hearing like an overview of what he was contemplating really fucking made sense. And it's about, you know, reflecting on yourself and being able to do it in the moment. Eventually being able to actually do it in the moment, so you're always in the moment, but you're always fully aware of yourself in the moment. Like, you don't, because our egos can cause us to blurt out stuff and say stuff and, you know, and attack people or defend ourselves, or, you know, our egos can cause us to, because it's coupled with feeling, isn't it? And we get, people say words that trigger us, and we get energetic about whatever it is that our response or our reaction is to that person that said the word that triggered us, right? But being really fully aware and conscious in the moment, we never react. So you're able to control, you know, you control how you respond. That's what I'm working on really hard. That's why when Queen Stephanie got me out of my chair squaring up to the camera, got me that triggered that I would actually, there was a physical response from me, and I really wished he would been stood in front of me. The fact that he managed to do that, I was like, dude, oh shit. And I caught myself as soon, it took me getting up and squaring up to the camera, and then seeing myself from the fucking, you know, from above, looking down again, ha, look at you, he's got you out of your chair. So I sat down and went, oh mate, well done, you triggered me enough to, you know, for a physical response, where if he'd been stood in front of me, I would have squared right up to him. And I've been working on people not being able to do that, because that is a reaction. That's not a response. That's a reaction without thought. He said something. It made me angry. I stood up, and because in real life I would have fucking squared right up to him. And if he'd said it again, I would have knocked him out.
That's why I say do unto others as others would do unto you, but do it first. That way there's no reaction. You're being proactive, you're not being reactive.
Do you enjoy chess?
Yes.
I enjoy chess, and I play best defensively. I play much better defensively than offensively. I might miss a move offensively, but I'm really sharp with my defense, right? And it's kind of the same with. I've never started a fight. I've never started a fight on anyone. The only times I've ever been beaten in a fight is when I've been jumped from behind and not seen where it's come from, and that's happened twice. Every other time, I never started the fight, but I was the one that walked away from it with the least injuries.
Well, I like to be 3 or 4 moves ahead of others. And certainly when it comes down to a discussion, you can have a calm discussion like we're having. We can have a heated discussion. I've been on quite a few of those. All right. But when you get into a heated discussion, you have to control yourself so you can look at where it's going and how to stop it from going that way, or making sure it does go that way if you believe that you are totally in the right. But belief is not the same as being in the right. I mean, I'm 99.9% correct in everything that I say and do. It's always going to be a little bit where doubt comes into it. It's recognizing that.
I would not like to claim a percentage of what I do is right and what I do is wrong. I think ultimately, right and wrong are also subjective in a way, and
well, I double on seven. If right and wrong is subjective, then why aren't you always right?
Who said I'm not?
Well, if it's subjective, I mean, right and wrong is subjective. Therefore, I am always right, 100% of the time.
Yeah, I get that. I see that.
So I think I am exactly where I should be.
Where's that?
And I got here. I mean, in my mind, body, and spirit. Right?
Oh, right.
I'm
okay.
exactly
Like
where
you
I
said,
should be.
mind, body, and spirit, not mind, body, and soul.
The soul, I think, is a passenger. I think the soul is a passenger.
No, bro. The soul's the one.
I don't know about the connection.
The soul's the driver. The soul's the one driving the bus, not a
the
passenger,
ego
bro.
is the one.
Come
no,
on.
dude, the ego drives the bus, and there's nothing you can do about it. The ego drives
No,
the
the
bus.
ego's a backseat driver.
No, the ego either sits and listens to I did this analogy back in 2018, 2019. I wrote a song about it. Let your soul take control, right? Put your ego on the back seat. That's exactly what the song was called. That was the lyric in the song. Let your soul take control. Put your ego on the back seat, right? But then I realized that actually the ego is the body, right? The ego is an inextricable part of the vessel, and the vessel is part of the realm that is. So it is.
So what's the soul then?
You can't, right? And it's the ego that gets out of control, right? And when we do hallucinogenic drugs and we look to ego death, it's to have an out of body experience where our mind, our consciousness, is no longer in our body. But our body's still there, and that means the ego is still there in the body, right? So the body cannot be controlled by the soul. No, I think the ego can be controlled by the soul or guided. You can listen to the voice. You can listen to your conscience, right? You can listen to your conscience, or you can just say, no. But I want to get my dick wet, so I'm going to.
No, I've had experiences. I've had experiences. 007 without drugs. Like I just don't do drugs. I drink alcohol, but I don't do drugs at all. I just
you see, but alcohol is a drug. Alcohol is a drug.
I know.
So you do drugs.
Okay,
you are a druggie, just an alcoholic druggie.
Sure, that's right. Okay, not the point.
Also, do you drink coffee? Do you drink coffee, and do you enjoy sugar?
Lots of coffee, but no sugar.
And sugar? Okay, well, still coffee, caffeine. Do you smoke?
Correct. Yes, I smoke nicotine. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So you do drugs, dude.
What I'm talking
It's
about
just,
is
you're
I
talking about
don't
illegal
do. I'm
drugs.
trying.
You
No, not illegal. What I'm saying is I don't do hallucinogenics.
Mind altering. You don't do mind altering drugs.
Well, alcohol does alter your mind, but I don't do hallucinogenics. That's all. The only point I'm making is I don't do. I don't.
Alcohol can cause you to hallucinate. Alcohol,
But it's not. It's not correct. But the point I'm making is shut up, dickhead. Okay. The point I'm making is I have at times lay in bed, and I've told my brain to do certain things. Like I'm lying in bed and I'm feeling stressed and I'm feeling a bit worked up. But bear with me, and I can literally say, some part of me says, brain, do the things you need to make me relax. Now, what is that? What's the part of me that can give my brain instructions? And it works. And it works.
Right. Listen, dude. You're talking about what I talk about. This is mind over matter. In the sense, it's that right. I have the perception that our bodies were created perfectly, and that we don't need to understand how they work.
I agree.
We just need to understand that they work, right?
No, you
So
need to understand. You need to understand that your soul can boss your body around. Right? Your soul can literally boss your body around.
Only if you allow it.
Well, I mean, you could think of it as your soul. Like I said, I really think of the soul or the conscience as the right. We're in a rally car, and the ego is is driving. The navigator. The navigator is the soul. So you either listen to the soul, you listen to your soul, and you navigate this. This forest run.
That sounds fair.
Right?
That sounds fair. Okay.
Or you don't, and you go, no, fuck you. I'm going to do this, man. I can do it myself. And you end up crashing into a tree.
I'll go with that. I'll go with that. The soul is the navigator. Fair enough.
The soul is the sat nav, the GPS.
Yes,
and
that's it.
You choose to stay on course or deviate. And it's when you deviate that you end up down different avenues, use the expression, right? But keeps it on topic to a certain extent.
But the GPS will always bring you back. It will always bring you back if you
only when you accept the instructions. And that's like saying around saying, I need help. You can't get help until you admit it to yourself that you need it. That is your soul trying to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you listen or not is another thing entirely.
The other thing is how I spent so long asking questions of what I perceive to be God, asking for guidance, asking questions. But it wasn't until I quietened my mind through meditation that I actually realized, sorted out my own, what I perceived as my own thoughts, as opposed to the intrusive thoughts that I wasn't asking for. They were just intruding into. I was these thoughts and images and whatever going in my mind that I didn't. I was like, where the fuck are these come from? Because I didn't ask to think about that. Why am I thinking about that? Right. So meditation, mantras, and what have you, to clear my mind of all of that fucking interference and static and fucking right. And then I could hear the tiny little thought that was persistent, and also felt, I don't know. You just know it's coming from somewhere good, not somewhere bad, because of the things that it's telling you. And it's a thought, it's not a voice. But it's a thought that's so quiet, you have to quieten your mind to be able to hear it. And then it's like instinct, right? It's the thought that when you meet somebody, you meet this bird, and she's really fucking gorgeous and fit, and this little thought goes, dude, it's never going to work, this one. And you go, no, shut up. Yes, it will. Fucking hell, it's meant to be. Right? And then they end up things go tits up. You always knew right from the start that it was never going to fucking work, but your ego tried to convince yourself that it was. Because, you know, did you see how hot she was, man? Of course it's going to work. This is like Hollywood.
Look at what you can control, not what you can't.
The old prayer of
AA.
the Serenity
Yeah.
Prayer.
Grant me
Lord,
the
grant me
grant me the courage to change the things I can, and the well, I don't know, the patience to accept the things I can't. It's something like that. Yeah.
and the
I
wisdom.
mean,
The
it's just
wisdom.
something
Know the
I
difference.
of the two.
Know the difference, right?
I don't know where it came from. It's just something which I've always said to people, and it's something which I do. I can't control certain aspects of my life because it's forced upon me one way or another. So, not that I can't control it. I know it's there, but I'm not going to let it define me because I control me. I control.
I think what you're saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is you can't always control the circumstances, but you can control the way you respond to the circumstances.
Or react.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Whatever. React, respond.
Well, response requires thought, right? Response requires thought and cognition and comprehension. You need to be like, it requires thought to respond. You have to have thought about it first and said, right, there are a number of ways I could react to this, right?
I think 007, there are times when you've already thought about things, so you have a baseline, like a foundation where you can then respond, and it looks like reaction, but it's based on things you've already thought about. You don't need to think about it in the moment. You just, like, if you know who you are, then you respond, but it looks like reaction because it's immediate. But it's only because you've already thought about it.
I guess it depends on the type of response. Like, it's like you're stood in a queue.
Yeah.
At the shopping centre. You're stood in a queue with your missus, and a guy comes up and grabs a tit.
Yeah.
Right. And you knock him out.
Sure.
And it's not because you were reacting, it's because you knew yourself that if that ever happened, that's what you'd do. And it happened, so boom.
It's also
same with me.
Protective.
Same with me. If I'm debating online with a leftist wokey, right? I automatically.
Do you mean like radical coder?
Yeah. Yes. Which I have, by the way.
Somebody else I don't know.
I automatically assume they're lying. Okay. Now, that's not a reaction.
To themselves.
That's experience. It's experience. I've learned when you engage with these people, just assume they're lying, and then it all makes sense.
It's because they're lying to themselves. They're lying to themselves because they've bought into a narrative, and they know that narrative's faulty, but they don't want to pick at the frayed bits around the edges because they know it'll all unravel. So they lie to themselves that it's a solid structure that they should defend because they're virtue signaling.
Yeah. But the point I'm making is I just assume, like, I've had some friendly interactions with lefties and wokies, but in the back of my mind, I always know they're just fucking lying. That's based on previous experience and previous thought. In the moment, I'm not thinking about my response. What I'm saying is I've built a baseline for interaction based off previous thoughts. So I kind of have these basic principles from which I interact. So my response isn't always a thought out response, but it is a response based on having thought it out before.
Love you, Leafy dude. Thanks for being there, man. Have a great day. Are you going to work? That sucks if you've got to go to work, man.
Thinks it's a great conversation. It's an unusual conversation.
Oh, this is a normal conversation on my panel, dude.
Well, it might be for your panel, but for me to be involved in this sort of conversation is abnormal. Normally, I'm dealing with lefties, as it's been put. I just put people who don't necessarily have a brain cell that joins, or even it's unusual to come across people where there are two brain cells that go bang. Hallelujah to that. That's all I'll say.
I'll drink to that.
You know.
So the thing is that it's interesting, isn't it? That if you there's studies done on like psychological studies been done that say that when if you feel a certain way, if you have a feeling about something, if you're not able to express that feeling, right, either verbally or through art or in some way, but normally it's to actually speak it, to be able to express it through words, how you're feeling, it increases the likelihood that you will react violently, right? When something you don't, something that just fucks with your paradigm, you're more likely to react violently. And it's interesting that on the left, they're all about censorship and not being able to say these things and you're not allowed to do that and you can't, like, I fucking got the...
You can't say that.
Who said?
You just don't, that's not what you say anymore.
Right? This stifling of people being able to actually express themselves and express their feelings, it's the left that's actually more violent than the fucking right. And that's kind of in correlation with the whole idea of censoring themselves. They have to censor themselves. They can't say what they really think, because what they really think might go against what the ideology that they're subscribing to, right?
Mm-hmm. Just want to answer a question. What's my real name? I can't tell you because of the reprisals it can have on other people who have already met me.
What you should have said was,
I can tell you, but then I will have to take you.
I was going to say something else, but I can't say that. But I was going to say the K word, but then I would have to K you.
What?
Kick your heart in knots.
Hey, you're not allowed to say that anymore because these people who don't know the in-betweenies, they don't know whether they're male or female. You're not allowed to say that anymore. I mean, you can't even say kicking the gonads for crying out loud. Everything's become politically correct. Well, in the words of Kevin Bloody Wilson, you political correctness. I say it how it is, and if people don't like it, that's it. Not my problem.
I wish I had. I don't have one for political correctness, my ass, but I do have this.
Now for declaration, my ass.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, go on.
No, I was just going to say, I do want a coffee. I was going to go and, did I make a second cup? I may have made it, but I've drunk it, and now I want another one. Cup of coffee. I can leave you two gents chatting.
Yeah, safe enough. Well, safe as it could be. I don't know this other guy. First time I met him. Nice guy, though.
Kieran is a very interesting character, and I'm a little bit... Kieran seems to be thinking in a slightly different way to how he was thinking the last time I spoke to him.
Right.
All this talk about reflecting back, and and remembering things that actually help to tell the story in a different way, and this whole idea of him being, his character, why he is the way he is, and everything. I never thought I'd hear Kieran talking like this.
You mean you never thought he'd open up about his soul?
Well, he was quite mocking towards those sorts of conversations beforehand. But he is Kieran's like a he used to be more of a troll. I don't know what he's going to be like now. Kieran, what are you doing? Are you going to the toilet or something? Are you canoodling with your missus on the sofa? Like,
he's quiet.
The new guru should come up. New guru should come up and.
Yeah, I like new guru. Comes out with
new Joe.
Oh yeah. We've had our differences, but we've also had quite a lot of agreements. But he does come out with some cracking one-liners.
Him and Dom are sort of in the same. I put him and Dom in the same. Not category.
I mean, he chooses. See, the thing is, I accept that people choose to live their lives the way they want to. That's fine. Just don't try and force me to live my life your way.
Oh God, yeah, that's something that NG would never do. That he's not. That's the thing.
No, I know.
He's That's why I need you to respond to that email, man. Because I need to have a chat with New Guru in private, not just in front of the world. Because
no, I know, yeah.
There's some things that aren't for everybody.
Yeah.
Right, and they don't need to know about them or hear about them because they're maybe not ready for them,
Well, yeah, I mean,
and it's like basically creature comforts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Creature comforts of living. How far are we willing to go to get away from the system because the system's corrupt and toxic, right?
That says a guy who is 007 and obviously works for either MI5 or MI6.
Clearly, I'm called 007 because I do actually look like I could be James Bond. Because I've
absolutely.
Don't know. You look more like one of the criminals, one of the arch enemies. To tell you the truth,
I think I'd make I'd make a much better bad guy. Absolutely.
That's it.
But bad guys are easy to play, man. It's easy to play a bad guy. But that's why I loved Daniel Craig, because Daniel Craig, it made James Bond more real, right? He made him more relatable. He's just this fucking grumpy look on his face all the time. He was tough. He was dealing with emotions and shit, and
Well, he didn't deal with emotions. He just took it out on people.
Yeah, but he did feel. I think he felt like maybe he was capable of love, or attachment. But
don't mean to interrupt, but fellas, I really have to go. It's 4:20 a.m. I've got to go on
4:20. Smoke them if you got them, man. 4:20.
Wait, come on, bro. No, I mean, no. Well, 4:19. Okay, it's 4:19.
Oh, it's 1 minute from 4:20, so we've still got. It's all right. Get them ready.
No, fellas, it's been a great chat. Really enjoyed it. Appreciate you, 007. Reaper, nice to meet you. I'm sure we'll talk again.
Don't be a stranger, dude.
Yeah.
Don't be a stranger.
I'm around on YouTube, and so no doubt I'll bump into you. But I know where you live, so I can come here.
See you guys. Thank you. Have a great morning, night. whatever it is. Okay, thanks, guys.
Hopefully speak to you again soon, man. Take it easy.
Of course, of course.
That's funny. Yeah, I was going to say Daniel. He played James Bond more like the way the book was written.
Right.
The books, he had a real dark side, 007. And he was a badass for his time anyway. But yeah, he played it well, I thought. But I still prefer Sean Connery.
Oh, Sean, I mean, it's another Shaturday Shenanigans here.
And from a comedian point of view, it'd be Roger Moore.
Roger Moore, right? When I remember when I was 10 years old, my favourite Bond was Sean Connery, and I thought Roger Moore was a bit like he was too young. He was a bit of
not by the time he finished,
a bit more comedic. Wasn't but he did Live and Let Die, didn't he? And Live and Let Die had a brilliant soundtrack and was a little bit spooky when you were, 10, 11 years old. Live and Let Die.
Oh, it was written by Wings, wasn't it?
Yes, man. Yeah. It was written by Paul McCartney and Wings, and it was like really dark.
Yeah. And funny enough, that was one of the songs that made Wings become international. They were very British, but all of a sudden they became international. They were known also for silly love songs, which drove me nuts.
I want to know. I want to know how it plays in. Like, so, if the original Paul McCartney was swapped out or died in the, it's supposed to actually be the one running the tour shows for his own bloody house, isn't he? Billy Strings is, or no, whatever his name is. Billy Strings is the fucking American bluegrass.
Yeah, they didn't sort of name them, but yeah.
But yeah, that theory that the Paul McCartney there now is not the same Paul McCartney as from the first.
It was a double gap.
But Paul McCartney, the one that exists now that married Belinda, obviously went on to do his own thing, right? And so he then went on and did Wings. And like after the Beatles. So that was this Paul McCartney, not the Paul Mccartney that originally.
Right,
conspiracy theory is true.
They
Paul
say
McCartney's a twat. The one nowadays is, yeah.
He's woke. I'm very peaceful.
We have been joined by L, and they buggered off again. Okay. No, we got somebody in the back rooms. I don't know if you've been around recently, but there's been a certain increase in a certain troll on my channel. So I've been somewhat cautious with names that I don't recognise coming up.
Well, you might have recognised my name.
Grim Reaper, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I recognise your name. Because Grim Reaper was, one of the best characters from the Discworld novels. So
before I was known as the Grim Reaper and formulated the network, I was actually known as God.
Were you not Metatron?
No, I was just God. I've got an email address which suggests
bank account as well.
You should email God. So, of course, when I put that in, guess what came up as my name? God. And it stuck. But what was funny was a number of people who would have phone calls with me via Telegram or whatever, and they're walking down the street and they're referring to me as God on the phone. From that point of view, I think it's hilarious. But recently, a friend of mine went to a funeral, and he phoned me. And when he was asked to put the phone away, he said, I'm just on a call to the Grim Reaper. It's important." And I said, I can't take you anywhere. There's
Or,
okay.
well,
Funeral of all places.
Here's a funny one for you. When I started, when I was in primary school, secondary school, like from the age of 11, and I was actually doing art. My obsession, my choice, like my subject choice, and no matter what that we were told to draw, I would work this subject into it every single time, and that was the Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper, Armageddon, and the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
Oh yeah,
I worked that into and I couldn't understand why I was obsessed with it. Nobody, like, it's a bit weird. I came from a aspiring upper middle class family, right? That there was nothing satanic going on. There's nothing bad going on, man, to make me
that you were aware of.
So fascinated with that, right?
Yeah.
And now here we are in the apocalypse right now, right? But we've already had the first 2 seals broken, right? We're approaching the breaking of the 3rd seal.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
And the Grim Reaper turns up just in time.
And the Grim Reaper's here. Grim Reaper's here on my panel, man.
Yeah. I would say life is strange, but it isn't really. Not from my perspective, anyway. You know, I mean, I think everybody else is strange, and I'm normal.
Just a message to maz88@mac.com. Your device isn't connected. So
means you've got an.
I wouldn't be able to bring it up anyway.
Yeah, they've got an internet problem.
Or a device problem. They're coming in on their phone, and they're doing it through Brave or something, and it hasn't given permission to the camera and microphone, so the device isn't connected.
I've actually lost my camera, so I can't show myself. Unfortunately.
Are you on a desktop?
Yeah. For some reason, my camera isn't recognised. It's not there, and I think I've got to do a complete reboot, which might also have explained the problem that I had with a mic, which I've now resolved. But I only know that because no one's complained.
Well,
I find that with Karens.
It's your mic it's much better now than it was. It went out a couple of times. It's gone a bit crackly a couple of times, but it's been pretty good. I've not really noticed it for a little while, so it's all good. Jay Heighton, are you off? Right. Welcome to the channel. Was that you? Was that you in the background? Right. So L, I'm not going to bring you up until I've got some idea who you are, because I've got trolls that I have to deal with who come up and porn bomb me and.
Have they spelt their name with an L?
Yeah, it's just L.
Oh right, okay. It's no one I recognise.
I don't know if I know. I don't know him. If I know him or not. There's a private chat. If you're on your phone, I'm just gonna have to pop your camera on for me and give me right. I'll put my camera on, right? Here we go. And you give me the Spock sign, and if you can't give me the Spock sign, give me the finger. Otherwise, I can't bring you up because I don't know who you are. And it's an open panel to good souls, See, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign when somebody doesn't want to communicate at all to try and get themselves onto, because I've got these. I'm a gatekeeper for my own. What's going to go on my own screen, on my channel, what's going to get broadcast. I'm a gatekeeper for that. And when I've got people that are trolling me maliciously with malicious intent, I'm going to be a little bit more. What's the word? Thorough.
Skeptic.
Vigilant.
I mean, the thing is, I've got a couple of rules, and I always say around to people, say, if you don't pass security, you're not getting in. But I never say what the rules are because they always change. And that's something else, which is handy to have.
My rules are really simple. Be respectful. Be respectful.
Immunity confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Yeah. My freaking my monitor keeps going off, and I don't know if my microphone's cutting out when it's going off.
No,
I don't know. Did my microphone cut off, or was that just the?
I didn't notice anything. Yeah. Oh well. Okay. So while we're waiting for 00 to come back,
I'm back, mate.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to put my camera on or a camera on. My phone, for some reason, thinks that it's the camera. But this might work.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello. Yeah, I'm here. See, I'm
We
live.
can see it. There's something weird going on with it. It's like there's a weird effect going on. There we go. Look like you. Look, you got a white beard just like mine.
Yeah, I've got a white beard, right? I've got grey hair, or I did have. A friend of mine has just finished the first round of cancer. And as such, first round of treatment, as such, they've lost the hair. So I said I'd shave mine. So it could be, the same. We're both idiots, one way or another, just that she lives on the other side of the Atlantic. But mine's growing back
still
quicker.
being there in spirit, man. El, listen, I don't know if you can hear me back there, El. I would imagine, hopefully, that you can. So, as I've said, I don't recognise the avatar. I don't really recognise the name, and I want to make sure that I'm not dealing with a malicious troll. So, if you can, actually, I'll tell you what we do. I know I've got a different method.
Okay.
There we go. Boom.
Oh, just as I put my camera back on.
Well,
I'll tell you why. Somebody wanted to see my whole face. So there you go. I've shown it. Oh dear.
Yeah. Pop it back. Go on, put it back.
That's me here.
There you are, look. Luke. No, down a bit.
No, I've got StreamYards in the way.
Oh, hang on then. Hang on. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
What Jacob Marley looks like.
Oh, Jacob Marley or Alistair Crowley?
Well, no, Jacob Marley's Ebenezer.
I don't know, Jacob. Oh, he's a good. Ebenezer good.
Yeah. But you see, he became good. I didn't.
Right.
Never have done. You can tell I like this time of year.
So, hang on a sec, because Elle is back, right? So we'll try this one more time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, you are on stage, L.
Hello, Al.
Hi.
L, how old are you? Because it sounds like you might be at 52. Right, because it sounds like you might be about 12 or 13.
Oh, some people that are adults just have young voices.
Could you fit, like, I just need to see you on the camera before
I
I'm going to
can't
take
see it,
this.
by the way.
Before, Grim Reaper can't see it. I am the only one that can see this camera backstage, right? And I need to see that you're not going to porn bomb me. I need to see it. No, I know.
I'm actually watching something.
Right.
I think certainly from the point of view of terms of service.
Can I see my avatar?
Yeah, it's like mushrooms.
I can't see it because it's got I can't see it because it's got a picture up on the screen of something else.
Oh yeah, no, because I'm protecting myself against you. Yeah, but I can see your avatar.
Well, then how come the other guy can see his, but I can see the other guy's avatar, but he can't see me?
Well, I can't see anybody's.
Nobody can see anybody.
But I can see your avatar.
Where can you see my avatar?
I saw it a minute ago on YouTube.
Oh yeah, because it was up. It was. Listen, I'm gonna take a guess here. You're not really old enough to be in this. To be here. So. Thank you very much for joining us, but this isn't this is not the panel for you, my friend.
What do you mean?
Right?
What do you mean?
Exactly what I just said. I'll see you later.
Why
Take care.
Is it not? Wait, why is it
because
not?
you're too young. Because you're too young.
I'm not too young.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Oh dear. Yeah, banned. Sorry. You're too young for this channel.
But yeah, sorry. That was strange.
That was a 12-year-old.
I couldn't actually confirm male or female, but
no, that's why I say that was a 12-year-old. I think it was actually a boy, but it was a very young boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it wasn't a very young boy, if it was an adult using a voice changer to sound like a very young boy, then that's even more fucking disturbing. And see you later. Don't bother coming back.
Yeah. Well, on every voice modulator, there's one which is there for child or high pitch. It doesn't make any sense why you want to use anything like that, personally. But anyway, down to the individual, I suppose. Yeah, okay. I would say, being as old as I am, I would have to agree with you.
Yeah.
You don't want to
What
come
can
on
I
my.
say?
I'll tell you what, you don't want to come on my channel and some of the conversations we have because I don't care. I have an open. I do have an open panel, and majority of people who come up I know, but we have some strange conversations around people's rights and things.
Right. I mean, if you have people like Radical Coda, I don't know if you've heard of Radical Coda, but
no.
He's the most leftist loony.
Oh, he won't come near me then.
And I would say he's not even admitting it to himself that he is homosexual. I'm gonna say, like, I'm heterosexual, and as a heterosexual, we're not supposed to have a gaydar, but I'm actually also I'm an amazing human being, so apparently I do have some sort of gaydar. And
I thought you were about to say secretly.
Say that again. You thought I was going to say what?
secretly, I like the guy.
Oh no!
That's what I thought you
He
were
drives
gonna
me
say. You said-
insane, dude. He drives me insane because he's in this constant paradigm where everything is a win or lose situation, and it's always big W for radical coder. Again, another big W for radical coder. Right, because he's judging every interaction that he has as some sort of battle where he has to win. He has to win. He has to win the argument. He has to win the argument, and
Well,
he
Not
doesn't.
met me
He
then.
doesn't. Eh?
He's not met me then.
He's,
how can I put this? Right, I'm the opposite, so to speak.
Good morning.
How's it going, Mac?
Hey, Grim, what's going on, buddy?
It's been a while. How are you doing?
Yeah, it has been a while. Doing all right.
See, it's only good people on my channel.
I'm glad you're doing well.
I'm doing fantastic. I'm just looking forward to the 26th. I don't have to be nice to people again.
What's on the 26th?
Allegedly. But it's all
Boxing
over.
Day.
It's all
Boxing
over
Day.
with.
It's
all
the
done
day
and
after.
dusted.
You're going to go to the store, bring back your presents, and get money. I got it.
But hang on, Boxing Day was the day when you went and saw the extended their family that you didn't see on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. So
What's up, Leafy?
it'd be like we'd see one side of the family on Christmas Eve and the other side of the family on Boxing Day, but it would swap which side of the family we saw on which day. Right?
Yes, you have to alternate it sometimes.
Alternate it, right? And sometimes you have to have Christmas Day. Christmas Day with this family, and then Christmas Day with that family. Never
Yeah.
Christmas Day with both families, because that would end up in trouble. No, best not to bring these two groups of people together. There might be a fucking war.
Also, Boxing Day, the day after, the reason why it's called Boxing Day was nothing to do with boxing. It was.
I know, and that confused the hell out of me.
It was to do with the day that you opened your presents,
Right.
which was the day.
No, it's the day that you threw away the boxes from the presents
no,
that
no,
you
no.
opened on the Christmas Day.
Okay, in my house many years ago, I used to go to the tip on Boxing Day because I always called it Tip Day.
Right.
I would be throwing out all the old crap plus all the boxes, etc. You know, so yeah, I get it. Makes sense.
Well, my first memory, like solid memory of Boxing Day, was we went to go and meet up with my mum's sister and my cousins, my auntie Les and auntie Minnie and the cousins and auntie Ginny and her kids, and we went to a bowling alley and went bowling, and I didn't get it. I was like, but it's Boxing Day. Why are we going bowling on Boxing Day? Why aren't we going to the boxing?
Well,
And
my
it
family.
was a big issue.
Yeah, my family, we have Festivus. Festivus for the rest of us. So we get to the kitchen table and we file out our family grievances.
Before you eat or after? Or during?
dinner. During dinner, so we can throw food at each other because you know.
Oh,
Right. Do you remove all sharp implements and instruments and you know, place them taped up in boxes, put in a drawer,
Yep.
in a different room, and then just make sure that all you've got there's
No.
paper plates and.
We got a glass cabinet on the wall and it says break in case of emergency. We put our knives in there.
Knives, guns. Who said that? I was just thinking, at what stage, if you got kids, at what stage did either you tell the kids the truth that there's no such thing as you know who, or did they find out because they caught one or both parents putting the presents out the night before?
My daughter
Dude.
found out from her friends.
Right.
I actually can't. I don't remember how I found out, but I do know that at one point I was absolutely fucking certain he was real because I did catch my dad being Santa Claus, but all I saw was him through the opaque, smoky glass light, and it had ripples on it. The glass, it wasn't. It was 1980s, 70s, 80s glass, man. Into the living room, and obviously the fireplace was a distance away from the door, so it was all really blurred. And I just saw him like for 3-4 o'clock in the morning by the fireplace, and what I saw was Santa Claus, and I shit my pants because I thought, fuck, if he sees me, I'm done. I can't be awake. I've got a bit of sleep, so I ran into my bedroom and like slammed my head down, buried my head under the pillow, and pretended I was asleep, right? And then woke up in the morning with a pile of presents at the foot of my bed, because that's how my parents did it. But every Christmas, I'd wake up. Me and my sister would wake up in the morning with a pile of presents at the end of the bed. And we never, ever woke up while they were doing it. Not once. I never woke up catching my parents doing that.
And sleeping pills work.
Maybe. Well, no, I think it was hot milk and brandy with nutmeg, but
yeah. My folks would fuck us with us kids because they'd like, you got a bike because you can see the shape of the bike in the wrapping. It's like, oh shoot, I got a bike. Yeah. Then I open it up, it's fucking socks and clothes and t-shirts and shit.
Well, years before the good songs by people like Bob Rivers, what's his name, Jeff Foxworthy, I turn around to my kids when they were 3, each one when they were 3. Right. And it was sworn to secrecy about Santa Claus. Because every time I told them exactly the same story, Santa Claus is no more. I found somebody went climbing down the chimney, so lit a fire with sticks of dynamite.
You're right.
And they went, so what happens now? So we don't get any presents again. So it doesn't matter what you thought you're nice, because I really don't care.
Yeah. My parents said, if you're a bad kid, you're getting coal for Christmas. And they usually hang our stockings on the wall and put the presents in there wrapped carefully. You can kind of see your present, but you got to open up to see what's inside it. I go to my sock, I got fucking briquettes from the grill in there. So there's your coal. You've been a bad kid.
My mum would always have to put, they'd put sweets in, right? There's multi-packs of sweets. There's a Mars bar and a Twix and a Kit Kat and a fucking, right? We get those, and but she'd always balance it out with an apple, a couple of oranges, a little box of raisins, and just healthy stuff like some nuts. Yeah, like walnuts or something, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously I'd demolish the sweets and the fruit would go moldy.
Yeah, yeah. You're allowed to take the candy out of the socks. I didn't have any candy, but Christmas Day there was a box for me. I guess all the stuff that was in the sock, they wrapped it in a present for me.
Oh.
Yep. Where's my candy?
I don't remember many Christmases. I've got to be honest.
See, I don't know how many I remember, but I remember that Christmas was the best time up until
Hell yeah.
up until I had my car accident.
Oh,
every Christmas there was always just there was an atmosphere in the air, right? There was this
right,
the Christmas songs singing, and and we didn't really get snow and that down in fucking Newbury, but we there'd be frost and it was cold, and sometimes it'd piss it down the rain, but basically there was always a nice atmosphere. And after my car accident, for obvious reasons, it happened the day before Christmas Eve, so it kind of completely changed Christmas.
Yes.
And also not being around children. Not being around children changes Christmas, because children are what really make Christmas. The way that we have it, this bullshit
I
fucking
totally agree.
Santa Claus and fucking trees and all that. And there's something homely and magical about that, and that's why we stick to it and gloss over the fact that it's all a bunch of fucking lies. It's lies. Basically, there might be truth. It might be based on truth. But bring in the evergreen branch in from the cold to stay evergreen in the living room. It's a very pagan fucking earth magic ritual. It's what is it? It's Samael? No. What's the other word for it? The pagan one.
What? Oh, it's celebration of life, isn't it? Of light.
Yeah, well, yeah, the return of life. Like everything
The return
dies,
of
but there is still life in the evergreen, right?
Mm.
The evergreen stays evergreen all the way through, even through the winter.
Yep. Just look at Holly.
Right. Holly
She's
and
more
the
pale than-
ivy. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, I mean,
Da,
Ivy
da,
was
da,
great as
da,
well.
da,
But...
da, 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 da,
I'm sorry,
da.
you're talking about decorations. I'm talking about women. Ivy and Holly.
Oh shit! Yeah, right. Yeah. All right.
All right. I'm only joking.
I knew a holly. I've never met an ivy though.
Oh, she was poison.
Matt Moon Crazy, how are you doing there, Ostara or Beltane?
I might be.
I'm thinking of the other name for Halloween. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sarwayne or something. Sarwayne, something like that. Yeah. Ostara or Beltane. Ostara, isn't that like is that linked to Zoroastrianism? Samhain, yeah. Matt Moon Crazy, you're the chap that left a comment yesterday saying, did you only get one donation? Because you said you sent me a donation as well. I did only get one from Mac yesterday, so I don't know where you sent it, if you did send one, but it weren't to me, mate.
Oh, ouch. Yeah.
I don't know if you used PayPal or Ko-fi. Those are the only two options because the channel's not monetized. Thanks for YouTube.
Oh. Terms and conditions.
It was monetized. Right. So my first channel got 5,000 subscribers. It was monetized. I got donation. I got super chats and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And when it came to releasing the first payment, they made up some bullshit that I wasn't responding to their thing to confirm my address, right? But they never sent me them any PIN numbers or anything. They got me stuck in this loop of sending PIN numbers and no PIN number being sent, and then me ordering a new PIN number because the last PIN number wasn't fucking sent. How can I confirm a number if you're not sending it to me?
Oh, that's as cruel as me telling the kids that
right.
Santa the law. Yeah, that makes sense,
then saying you've asked too many times for PIN numbers, but not offering an alternative. So then the account is inactive for 6 months, and then they close it and take all the money out. And then they monetized this channel, and they did the same thing, but with my ID. I was giving them my ID, and they were saying, give us another form of ID. This one isn't acceptable. I'm like, my British passport is not acceptable photographic ID. What? Excuse me? Makes no fucking sense at all. And they ended up that one also got super chats and whatever, and memberships, people paid memberships. I didn't receive any of that money either. They closed down that AdSense account and took that money and I can't monetize it. There's no point in trying to monetize it again because
they're going to fuck it up.
It'll be the same issue again, like, or send us a different photo ID. I don't have a different photo ID, you cocksuckers.
Well, my channel will never be monetized because I wouldn't be able to get away with what I'm getting away with at the moment. because of the stricter rules of monetization. And I'm not going to give in to Big Brother all the time. You know, I'm sorry, YouTube, but you get enough out of me. I don't see why I should give you 35% of super chats and things like that.
I mean, I really don't have much other choice. That's why I've got the PayPal and Ko-fi, because it's my only source of income at the moment. So, you know, I don't know. There's no other fucking way. It's the only bloody options. Leafy,
Okay.
here you go, mate.
I've been asked, can you sell a 1/8 of your soul for money? That depends on how much. I would, but I've only got 3/8 left. Listen, I don't do down payments from that point of view.
I don't think the soul is something. I don't think the soul belongs to us, so we can't sell it.
It's on loan. It gets recycled. Or am I not supposed to tell people that? I can't remember what the big book says.
I think it's reincarnated. I think it's there's a connection to consciousness, and it's on the journey while consciousness, it's a passenger while consciousness evolves.
Well, scientists have a theory, and I can't say whether it's correct or not, but some scientists are under the belief that the soul is what drives everybody. And I don't think really that's what it is. Having seen a lot of
ego
soul.
too.
Ego is not part of the soul.
No, I think it's the.
I know that,
purpose,
but ego gives you drive too.
No, I think it's purpose gives ego drive, and
all right, yeah,
purpose can come from the soul.
Yes.
Right.
All right. I see. And
I think the problem is that people get the idea that souls are to do with your religious beliefs. And if you don't have a religious belief, you don't have a soul. And I totally disagree with that.
I think it's our conscience. Soul controls our conscience, not the ego.
Yeah.
Well, what if consciousness is actually the soul? What if your consciousness is the soul, or is part of the soul?
Right.
The soul is an individual purpose.
So you got three thinkers in your head?
Well, I do have arguments with me, myself, and I on a regular basis, but
the soul might have a different purpose in each incarnation, right? In this life, the purpose is to experience these things, to then for the consciousness to then evolve, and then in the next incarnation, right, you've got to get a new consciousness, or is it the same consciousness? I don't know, but you've got to get that ego in the vessel that you're traveling in to listen, right, and be guided rather than so it's responding instead of reacting to the stimuli around it.
okay, so just reading through the chat, and the arguments for and against what a soul is. About 3 different discussions. None are right, by the way. As I say, I can speak from first-hand experience. And I could tell you what a soul is, but then I might be going against what the big book says.
Isn't it that rubber underneath our shoes?
The big book was put to,
Isn't it that rubber? Go on.
No, go on, Mac. What were you saying?
A soul, is it that's on the bottom of your shoe?
Yes.
Mate. Well, actually, no. It's also it's the sole of your foot.
Yep.
The sole of your shoe, the sole of your foot.
Right. So there's me, in my head thinking. There's me. There's the ego, and then there's the conscience.
Yeah, me, myself, and I.
Yeah, me, myself, and I. Exactly.
And that's when if you're at loggerheads with something and you don't know what to do, right? That's because the three aren't communicating.
Right.
But when they do start communicating, which one is going to come out on top?
Well, my conscience is on top now after meditating, realizing, because people don't know, they don't really think about what's going on in their head. They just go with the flow, whatever comes in their head, they go for it. And, my ego got me in trouble plenty of times. Yep.
Shut up, Tanya!
The taking souls are not in the business of doing too many part X's. Take a part today and a part tomorrow. I'm not really into doing that at the moment. I'll just take the full soul. And it did say good soul. So if you're offering part payments, etc., you're not a good soul. Sorry, can't have you.
What's up, Dom?
Listen, that's like some sort of fucking fiat currency credit system, and we all know that's a load of bollocks, all right? So you either pay up in full, right? Or I guess we could do layaway. You pay it off in installments, but not. Yeah. Hang on. What are the benefits of selling you the soul, of giving you or selling their soul to the Grim Reaper? What are the benefits of that? I thought the Grim Reaper, you don't need to buy the souls.
No,
you just need to collect them.
I just collect them.
Right.
You sell your soul because you believe in one, you believe in the other, to either God in heaven or to the devil.
Oh, that's a very that's a very black and white Freemasonic.
Yep.
I know. I just say
that you've entered into there, son.
If you believe in one, you've got to believe in the other.
Only if you're thinking in terms of a certain paradigm, because you can believe in Creator, right? But the Creator created everything, so the Creator created the
what created the Creator?
Or you could say what we're talking about. There's a dark entity, a dark force or dark entity, and there needs to be a ruler of that dark force or dark entity, and we'll call it Satan, right? And then there's on the other side, in the other corner, we've got the man himself in sandals, with a goatee beard and long flowing brown blonde hair, Jesus,
a wooden hammer.
That's a this or that, left or right, male or female, good or bad, black and white, Freemasonic.
Yeah, now you see where I'm coming from.
Which is duality. Right?
So what? Satan controls your ego, and Jesus controls your conscience.
No, what I was saying is
Jiminy Cricket controls your conscience, and the devil,
that's
on the other shoulder.
Wilson, by the way, especially to be a Canadian.
What's that?
That'd be Kevin Bloody Wilson, especially if you're a Canadian, because not that he doesn't like Canadians, he loves them. It's just one word he can't say in Canada.
So,
and it's a four-letter word.
Yeah, Dom puts crystals in all of his corners of his house. You can also do that with pennies, so you can be richer. Yep.
Right. You know what? You can do that with bottles of bourbon, and you can do that also with candles.
I'm gonna stick Barbie
Kevin
doll.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Kevin Wilson. It's not Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick Barbie doll in my corners.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know Kevin Bloody Wilson.
One more time. That's what that is. One more time.
Yeah, but Kevin Wilson was told he could go to Canada to do his live shows, And then the Canadian immigration said there's only one thing, and you can't say this word in Canada. It's 4 letters.
Was it begin with F or C?
C.
Does it end in you next Tuesday or next
Yep.
time? See you next time.
See you next Tuesday.
See you on the
Oh
rebound.
my God, Richie, where have you been? I've been here. I have been right here. I don't know who Kevin Wilson is.
You've never heard of Kevin Bloody Wilson?
No.
Not Bloody Wilson, no, but Wilson, yes.
Right.
No, I've heard of Wilson, but Andrew fucking Wilson.
Right. Okay. So just do a quick Google or on YouTube and just put in Kevin Bloody Wilson and then play one of his songs, but not live.
We have to put the word bloody in there, right?
Kevin Bloody Wilson. I mean, what's topical at the moment is Christmas songs like Ho Ho Fucking Ho, Santa Claus You Can't Wear Me Bike, and there's a few others like What Would Christmas Be Without Snow?
Mick the Master Farter.
Yeah. He writes all his own stuff. He's actually he was very, very good. He's getting a bit old now, but yeah. And then, of course, there's the
Why'd you say don't play it online? I mean, if he's got it up on YouTube, then
I don't want you getting a strike. That's all. Or, you know,
well, I don't mind him claiming copyright for it. I don't mind that. And he's. I mean, we'll share his. We'll share his. I'll share this. If you want to go and find it yourself, give it a thumbs up. Maybe submit to the channel. Subscribe. Sorry, subscribe.
Submit.
Not submit.
Stick that phone up your fucking arse. Or
how rude is this one? Does he say it's C word? Because we don't like the word cunt on this fucking channel.
You can't say the word cunt, but you're all right if you're not in Canada. You can't say cunt in Canada.
We can always call it a cockpit.
You can't do it, mate. You can't do it. Sorry, I speak with accent. You can't do it. You think I say cunt? No. And listen, if you all you got to do if you want to say the fucking word, right, is you put a little bit of an Irish accent on and say you fucking cunt, and then you can get away with it. And you can say it on national TV and all that. And also, now Kieran, I know, comes from a part of the world where they like to use the word. Now shut up, you cunt. And they say it all the time.
Yeah,
I like to keep the word as, you know, it's a real. If I'm going to say somebody is, you know, one of them, I'll see you next time, then it means that if I'm saying that, then that's like really bad, man.
I don't accuse anybody of being anything unless I can back it up 100%.
Like El Perro is definitely not, right? He is not to see you next time. But Queen Stephanie, on the other hand, is an absolute see you next time.
I don't. I've heard of El, but not.
You've heard of El Perro? You've heard of the Wizard? Have you never crossed paths with the Wizard?
Not directly.
See, the Wizard is called Keith. My middle name is Keith. So I have this connection with him without, you know. He's actually I like Keith. I like the Wizard himself.
That's fine. Whatever turns you on. I mean, rocks your boat.
No.
You know, it's
don't get it twisted.
I'm not twisting anything.
We don't need to turn this into a sexual thing.
Why?
Right? Whatever floats your boat, right? And what doesn't grind your gears. I know that El Perro can drop the link. Here we go. Come on, son. El Perro, come on down.
Yes.
The
You're
Grim
right.
Reaper knows me.
Yes, we know each other.
We're on first name terms, sir.
Oh, absolutely. I call him Al all the time. But I don't normally call him either. No.
He's still got his name as Little Lippy though.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yes.
checked out the video of his where's that one?
Hang on, let me get rid of that.
Oh no, it's him.
The second Comer of Kev.
Oh, you've drawn it back. But you've extended it. You're gonna have handlebars.
No, I shaved it off on Halloween. Everybody else put their mask on. I took mine off.
How you doing? I haven't seen you in the People's Podcast days. You know me, MacGyver.
Yep.
How you doing, man?
Good.
Good to see you.
You too.
Get some cameras on up in here, man. Yes.
Have you heard of Kevin Bloody Wilson, Lippy?
Say what?
Have you heard of Kevin Bloody Wilson?
No, I have not.
Oh,
And his name is actually Kevin Bloody Wilson as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Huh.
It's comical singing.
Oh, is it?
I first met him in the classroom back in 1963. We seemed to hit off pretty good. We were mates, Mick and me. He wasn't such a big kid even back then at the start. And he wasn't all that clever either, but Jesus, he could fart. I first found that out in class one day when things were going pretty slow. And just to keep us all amused, Mick let this fucking river go. Oh, God, you should have been there. Look, I'd describe it if I could. But I just turned around and I said, hey, Mick, you're fucking good. And at the end of school grand final on the rugby field that time, we were getting beaten. They were 12 and we were 9 and play was 3 yards from our goal line when the referee called a scrum. And Mick said, don't worry fellas, we've as good as got it won. So we just locked ourselves down in the scrum and we held each other's nose. And Mick, our little hooker, he let this fucking river go. Well, it stung their nose and it burnt their eyes and it even scorched the grass. And I twigged right then and there, he had a double jointed ass. Me made the master farter. Put the art back into farting with his custom tailored farts. Me made the master farter. Broke new ground in break and win with his double jointed ass.
Oh my God.
There's nothing like a little ditty.
A double jointed ass. Never heard of that.
And especially played at 1 1/4 speed.
Yeah,
That
listen,
that is my kind of humor. I love that kind of shit.
Go,
Thank you, Vic.
please go and listen to some of his stuff, especially this time of year, Christmas. He really does.
Let some rip.
Yeah, I mean,
let some rip.
Yeah,
he talks about Santa being stoned at Christmas and all sorts
that's
of
what I was
things.
looking at. Play that.
Yeah.
Santa was stoned.
He's got a unique outlook on life, like I do. If you go
Yeah,
look at
well, you see,
if you go look at my Little Lippy channel and all the shit that I do with those videos on the Abyss, I'm one of those guys. I don't need validation from everybody else. I have my own validation.
Yep.
And that's what makes me unique in my environment, because everybody else is looking for a pat on the back from somebody else and a good job and this and that.
Excuse me.
And that's where the comedy.
Excuse me.
And that's where the comedy comes from.
Excuse me. Do you think I'm sat here looking for a pat on the back?
No,
validation.
I'm not naming anybody specifically. I'm saying people in general.
Yeah.
But there are people that have talent.
Yeah.
Like this guy, you can tell.
There's a guy called Arrow does that a lot.
Yeah.
A lyrical, he's a lyricist. He's a fucking lyricist with a sense of humor, a light-hearted sense of humor.
Yeah, Lippy don't care what people think.
Exactly.
I've taken guys' songs and fed them into the AI, and then come out with something which sounds the same, is the same, but is totally different because it's a different beat. That's how I managed to get around copyright claim. I
don't
cheated.
even worry about it, man. I don't worry about it. I say, go on then. If you absolutely, you wrote the song, go for it. If I get any, I'm not going to make any money here anyway. Either way, they're not going to make any money. I'm not going to make any money. So it's like, I don't care. Take the copyright.
I know.
Do you know what pisses me off?
Go on.
Just I've written songs, I've written background music, I've done all of the. I've taken the video myself, edited it myself, and some other fucker has come in and claimed copyright on a number of my videos with 100% my own work on them, right? And I haven't even bothered fighting it back yet. I'll just that maybe like if I look one day and it says they've had a gajillion views and made fucking 140,000 quid off it, I might say then, actually, yeah, you don't own that song, I do, and I've got all the proof of that as well, and you don't. So, I'll cash in on that if they at the time if they ever make any fucking money.
Yeah, the production date on it is the key. When they make a copyright claim, but they can't go back farther than your first original production date, that's where they get screwed. And that's what many people, and it's so fucking obvious, but people don't see it. Their greed overwhelms them, and they want the copyright so they can produce it themselves. And they think by pushing, they'll push people out, and you can't do that with real creators.
Right.
Yeah.
If you want to make money, just make sure you have enough ink and press print. If you want to make enough money, just make sure you've got enough money. All right? You need money to make money.
Yeah, if you haven't got money to start off with, forget it. It ain't going to happen.
So if anybody else is up for helping me take over the world.
Donation. It's a donation. I thought it was a trash. Don't be good. No, put some money in. Stupid ass. I whoop your ass, players. Don't come on now. Watch it.
Oh, there's the drift.
It's got
very open and honest.
It's got to be done. Yeah, I've got an answer to that.
Gee,
as well.
if only somebody made the schematic of health.
Love it.
And
wow, the insecurity level with you guys is ridiculous.
And just so you guys know, my little lippy clown thing, those clips, when you go through those clips, if you find one you want to use it. Use it all you want. They're free.
Go on, Leafy.
Well, hello there.
Mate? How you doing?
How we doing?
CSR.
Hello, everyone on the panel. Good to see you. How we doing?
You're looking a bit Christmassy there, dude.
Well, yes, of course. Always.
Definitely the odd one out.
Is that a Christmas jumper?
Oh,
You got a
well,
Christmas-
no,
it is- it's-
t-shirt on as well.
Are you going to a fancy
I'm an
dress
elf.
party?
I'm an
Did you
elf.
wear that did you wear it to work?
No, I didn't go to work. I'm on the sick. I've been on the sick for
you still
months.
on the sick? Oh, nice, mate. Nice.
Yes. No, I jump up because Kevin bloody Wilson's on, man. Excellent.
I'd never even
Love
met you.
it.
Can you put your link?
Oh my god, it's crazy.
It was
Actually, like Matt, your voice needs to come up a little bit.
Mine's
Hi,
too
Mac.
low.
Hi, Graham.
Yours
Nice
is
to
a
meet
bit low.
you.
You just need to get a bit closer to the mic or turn
All
the
right.
mic.
Who else is
Let me do
here?
it.
Mac, Graham, and who else? Who else is here?
Me. Oh, and El Perro. The
El
wizard
Perro! Hey,
himself.
how you doing, man? Yeah, the wizard, man.
Is that better?
Well, I was
that's
supposed
better,
to be going out. I was supposed to be meeting the lads like 2 hours ago, but I just got on the stream, yapping away, and I couldn't get out of it. It's meant to have been my work's due today, but I couldn't be asked to go. It's too far away, so I was just going to go out with the local lads. But
Dressed like
I've had a
that.
couple of
dressed like that.
whiskeys, mind. Dressed like this,
dude.
yeah. I don't give a fuck.
I'd
I could have
never
got my
guessed-
Christmas jumper.
Lee, I'd never have guessed that you'd had a couple of whiskies, mate. I'd never have guessed.
I know. All right, mate. All right, I know. It's a good job I haven't down my port. I just had an Amazon delivery off my sister every year. She sends me a bottle of port. I haven't opened it yet. I'm being good.
Port and brandy, dude. Port and brandy.
Oh, well, my old man told me about dropping a shot of port in your whiskey the other day. Not in whiskey, in my Guinness the other day. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
No, dude, that's a
I haven't
black
tried
velvet.
it yet.
That's a black velvet.
I'm gonna have to try that.
Or is the or is the black velvet with champagne? No, black velvet might be
No,
with champagne,
black velvet.
actually.
No, what's it called? I can't remember.
Right, Guinness and champagne is pretty amazing, and so is Guinness and port. But Guinness and port gets you smashed. You get like 3 pints of Guinness and port, and you're done. I was.
But no, I was listening to Kevin bloody Wilson come up. Oh my God, Richie, where have you been, man? You've got to play the Santa Claus one, man. It's amazing.
Not Santa.
Yeah.
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Santa Claus is stoned. Santa Claus is
No.
stoned.
No, he's not stoned. He's a bit of a cunt. It's class.
Yeah. Well, there's two there which are classics, but I would actually prefer. I like Santa Got Stoned.
Yep, play
I
that
haven't
one,
heard that
please.
one, I think.
That
play that one,
sounds like
please.
that sounds even more up my alley. Santa Got Stoned.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Santa Got Stoned at
subbed you.
Christmas.
Yeah, I subbed you a little lippy.
Amazing stuff.
Hey,
And I
thanks.
thought
Appreciate it.
I thought
No
it'd be
problem,
festive.
buddy. Good
Name
seeing
up
you, though.
properly.
You bet. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I always enjoyed your company over there until it fell apart.
It still fell apart, but I still go over there. You know, it's one of those things. People's podcast.
Oh no. We were having such a nice conversation before.
Yeah. Can't understand. Those people can't understand normal thinking. That's C-U-N-T. That is
That's a
C-U-N-T in case you didn't know.
Yeah, can't understand normal thinking. I know that one. There we go.
Thought I'd stop believing in Santa until last Christmas night. I was having a quiet little cone on my own when I looked up into the sky. I saw this sleigh coming out of control, heading straight for my place. Crashed and burned in my backyard. Santa was off his face. Santa was stoned at Christmas. How'd he get that high? And what's he feeding them reindeers on that makes the bastards fly? I shared a coat with Santa, a happy Christmas pie. Santa was stoned at Christmas time, and so was I. Santa was stoned at Christmas time, and so was I. Santa was wrecked.
I haven't heard this one.
When he dropped in out of the blue with a battered old sled full of wacky weed and 6 bent reindeers too. Well, you might think that I'm making this up, but you can think what you like. Santa was stoned at Christmas time, and so was I. Santa was ripped at Christmas, shit-faced maggot as stone. And when I helped him untangle his reindeer, he offered me a cone. Then I strapped him back in that battered old sled to one more token of bomb and a crack of the whip and a calm, you bastards. Santa Claus was gone. Santa was stoned at Christmas. Your turn. How'd he get that high? And what's he feeding them reindeers on that makes the bastards fly? Oh, I shared a coat with Santa, a happy Christmas high. Santa was stoned at Christmas time, and so was I. Santa was stoned at Christmas time, and so was I. Santa was stoned at Christmas time, and so was I.
See, there's some beautiful, lovely opportunities
That's
there for a
crap.
certain vocal to come in and sing some lovely little harmonies to make it sound even more like a fucking vocalsy song. Oh,
Yep.
that was fun.
You could readapt that, Rich, and do it yourself.
Yes, make your own perversion.
Oh man, that'd be fucking class.
All you have to do is to change a couple of words or change
That's a good
some of the
idea.
arrangements. You're fine. Honest.
That's not a bad
That's
idea.
a great idea. Yeah.
Santa went to jail, and so did I.
Yeah, but what about when Santa Claus got stopped at the DUI place? For no reason. Well, I put a song together. I put a song together about how Santa got stopped at a roadblock, right? And he was caught with lots of cannabis and whatnot, and he told the coppers to fuck off. He ended up in jail. But that was the night Santa fucked Christmas. I won't be playing that just yet, but I will be playing it. Yeah, I've been playing around with Christmas songs, something which I like doing because I hate Christmas. Just the way it is.
Bah, fucking humbug.
Exactly.
Humbug, yes.
Overrated bollocks. Let's be honest. Overrated bollocks.
Listen, my neighbours used to, before we moved here, my neighbours used to send me a Christmas card every year until they realised why they were getting the humbug in return. I used to just put it through the letterbox for them.
You know, Christmas used to be about giving. In the future, I guarantee you, it's going to be more about comedy than anything else.
Well, I hope so.
People are gonna look back and see it for what it was, just a marketing scheme, and they're gonna start laughing.
Well,
they're gonna have the hand up.
Yeah,
I think it's going to go through a fucking very evangelical stage before that happens.
I think the problem with Christmas
there's too many people brainwashed by it all and fucking going on with it, and it's all that fucking consumerism.
Would you agree? Or
100% right.
Ridiculous.
Listen, Trump was sent by God to save America.
Oh my.
You know, his daddy's name is Fred.
Trump
Christ.
saves Christmas. There's a new fucker.
What was that there, Lippy?
You know, his daddy's name is Fred Christ Trump Sr. So he named his son. He named his son Fred Christ Jr.
No way.
Yep, and he wore a short mustache too.
And that explains why the ballroom, the new ballroom slash third temple, new ballroom slash third temple being built by Trump right now, on the end of the White House on the East Wing or wherever it is.
He's also building the arch, like they have in France. The arch, he's building that too over here in Washington.
The Arc de Triomphe.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
God.
All symbolic, guys. All symbolic.
Well, the farmers are having a good fucking time over there as well, aren't they?
I think my mic's working again now.
Loud.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'll hold it further
In
down.
Trump's ballroom. Yeah, Trump's ballroom. Why are they digging a pit for the ballroom? I mean, why do you need to go down?
I don't know. Sound.
Bunker.
Yeah.
If you're gonna have a
bunker. I
ballroom,
think.
Bunkers everywhere. Bunkers everywhere.
I think he's making a bunker, and just,
Another one?
saying, "Hey, we're doing a new addition. We're going to put a ballroom," when they really putting a bunker.
It's not for the nukes, though, so the next fucking mud flood. That's what I reckon.
I was just going to say, I wonder if they're not actually just digging to see if there's other structures underneath the White House that they buried, like a lot of other places.
I think that is
House,
more likely.
Is the White House actually sitting on the foundation of a previous civilization? Like so many other places?
Possibly.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
I see that
massively.
More likely.
What I've
That's a
seen
more likely
lately.
scenario. That's a more likely scenario. But Leafy's just
I
been
agree
to
with
Rome.
Lip. Yeah.
Leafy's just
Fucking
been walked
shocking.
around Rome.
Guys, I'm going to have to jump off. It's been great coming up
no.
and having a great conversation with you.
It's been great,
Welcome
Grim.
back
See you,
anytime.
man.
Welcome back anytime, mate.
Yes, good to see
Yeah.
you again, bro.
And listen, guys, when I do go live, I am going to do a live over the Christmas period. Only for the
You got a link?
hasn't got anybody.
Yeah, we need a link for your channel, Grim. That'd be awesome.
Grim Reaper Network.
Just drop a comment. Drop a comment in the chat, right?
Oh, yeah.
Drop a comment in chat in my main channel, and then I'll be able to get you. Well, one of the mods will be able to get your link.
Yeah, in the
that
comments
post in
area.
the chat.
You can always get it then. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I've only just realised that. Dickhead.
Yeah, you can always copy and paste it from the comments, and it'll take you straight to the channel. That's why YouTube have put the channel name in with an @ It's an automatic link. Nice, isn't it?
It's in the back chat for you, brother.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I just clicked on your name there. Okay, I'm subscribed. Thanks a lot.
Cheers, guys. Listen, I will be back. It's been.
I'm
great
already
to speak to you.
subscribed as well, dude. I'm already subscribed.
Well, yeah. You need to come over occasionally then.
I just the bell wasn't dinged. Dung.
Typical.
Notifications.
I got your link and I ring the bell.
Cheers, guys. Right. See you. I'll see you soon. All right. Peace.
Take care of yourself.
Man.
Nice one, bro.
Peace. Thanks for being a dude.
Class.
There we go.
Class. That's such a good time tonight. I got to be honest. Even though I was sat in chat, I'm like, shit, man.
Yeah.
I'm meant to be going out. What the fuck?
That's pretty right. That's pretty amazing, man. That's like you got so into the conversation that you forgot that you were going out. Right.
Oh,
That's
I'm
pretty
half-hearted to go out anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was a good
It's one of them
excuse to not
fucking
go
things.
out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pamela, how are you doing? Mystical Musings. Happy Shaturday to you too.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Sausages.
Oh dear me. Yeah, I've been off on the fucking sick. I don't know what fucking day it is these days. Jesus Christ. Mental.
Hope you're doing better.
Getting there. Fucking pain in my shoulder. I got a rotator cuff injury. Fuck.
Oh, jeez.
It's the day
just
right after the
fluctuating,
last
man.
day. It's the day
What's
right
that,
after
Keith?
the last day.
Yeah, it's just fucking.
Well, yeah, stop whacking it. That'll help your shoulder out.
I think the worst thing
What
is
was
that
that?
when we sleep, we end up sleeping on it. You end up sleeping on it at some time of night.
What's been
and then it
happening?
just-
What's been happening the last couple of nights? I've been sleeping. My fucking left arm's gone dead. I'm
You're
waking up.
sleeping on your
This
arm.
fucking. Oh my god, my arms are all over the place. These
You're
stupid
sleeping on your
swings.
arm wrong.
Oh, I'm trying my best, bro. I tell you what.
Get your back cracked. Get your back cracked. T5. The T5 has a nerve pack that affects your shoulder.
Yep.
No. Well, I also
get Twinkle
know.
Toes. Get Twinkle Toes to stick her knee in the small of your back and grab all your shoulders and give it a good.
Oh.
It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. In fairness, she says she's tried to do a couple of massages. I got knots all over my fucking shoulders, in my scapulars, and everything. It's a fucking nightmare. So perhaps I need to do acupuncture or something like that. You know.
I need 2 rototape surgeries.
Put a shovel in your hand and dig a 6 foot grave and then fill it back in.
I'm serious. That's a problem.
I'm serious. I'm serious. Put them shoulders to work. Put them shoulders to work.
Well, I have been doing a bit of work anyway. You know what I mean?
There might be some. Right, there might be some benefit to that actually. Just the action of digging a fucking grave. Right.
Well, funny enough, I got the driveway to dig out in the front. The garden in the front needs digging out. I want to put a driveway in, so I might fucking just. The guy who's told me he's fucking gonna do it, and that is just waiting.
You should do this. Hang on a second.
Well, when
if
you're
gonna dig a driveway,
I know this guy.
When you dig 6 feet deep, you have a different shoulder movement than just a top layer. You're limiting your labor. But when
my shoulders feel better.
You gotta throw that dirt. Yeah, you gotta throw that dirt when you're 6 feet down.
Yeah. Boy, Lippy was right. My shoulders are better after digging.
Range of motion.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh,
Lippy's no dummy, man. He knows his shit.
I could dig an hole somewhere. What can I dig it for, though? I don't want to dig it and fill it back in. Fuck!
Can you dig it?
Well, I guarantee you, your neighbors will think twice about getting in an argument with you again.
I'll stick it up on fucking Facebook then and show every fucker who's going in here.
Well, you go out once a month, you dig a 6-foot grave and fill it. After your third month, you just go out and dig a 6-foot grave, but leave it open.
It never falls in. Oops. Yeah, Cap goes, what are you doing? I'm repairing my shoulders. How are you repairing your shoulders digging a 6-foot grave?
Cool.
Right, here we go, mate. I don't know if you've come across this guy before. Hang on.
That was fast.
Woo!
Hang on. Fucking lost.
Your browser's lost connection to your screen share audio.
This is Colin Furs. Have you heard of him?
Nope.
If you haven't, you
No.
should have. Ah, he's fucking brilliant, this guy. Absolutely fucking brilliant.
For over a year now, mine and my neighbour's garden has looked a complete mess. And if we take a trip down the side of my house into my workshop, you can see access to the tunnel system I've built,
I
which
know
goes
this
along
guy.
the side of the house and then into the secret garage, which lies beneath the mess. But I want my drive back. I'm fed up with walking to my front door, having to walk across wet tarpaulin. So I say we get this thing covered in rebar and get it concreted up so I can park on it again.
I watch all of those videos. Yeah, me and
It's
Colin go way
fucking
back.
brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, me and
It's
Colin go way back.
fucking brilliant what he's done.
Where'd you go with planning permission in the UK?
There's this underground bunker.
So we've got the bare roof, the exposed
that's
I-beams, and of
taking some
course
shit.
all the rebar which comes up.
Look at all that money.
But he's done it
the
all
rebar
himself,
for the
mate.
roof has been delivered,
Yep.
and it looks very complicated.
The guy made a flying bicycle.
Yep, I seen that one.
No way.
He's made a flying bicycle. He's made some insane things, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely
a wheelchair
fucking
with a Hayabusa motor on it.
What? Imagine that.
He's like the ultimate kid that just wants to make gadgets, and he thought, "Fuck it, man! I have
That's
an
what I like to
underground
do.
driveway. I'm going to build a garage underneath my drive." And it's going to be all on this system where I can flip the lid up and fucking pop the car like Batman,
Yep.
right?
Yep, exactly.
Wow.
Colin's Pet Cave.
Now, I do have a sort of plan, which was printed out on a piece of paper. It was too small to read, so I printed out a bigger piece of paper. Right, we've got our heads around it now. We understand it. It's essentially, I've dropped the blooming thing. It's essentially.
Yeah, he's one of my
a giant
favorite
puzzle.
bricks.
So, the structural engineer has given me all these little things. It's like a schedule, and it's like a funny map, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Wait a minute, Colin. I think people are going to need a better explanation than that. So this is what I've been given by the structural engineer. Initially didn't make that much sense. Yes, I can see on the cross section, that's clearly all the rebar going around and these ties, but it was like the distances, how far are they supposed to go? Well, there's these little corresponding numbers along here, and these are the end of the corresponding numbers is bars, because every bar has been given a number, and that determines its length and its thickness. So once you know that bar mark 13 starts there and ends there, and then there's another 13 which crosses over it and comes over to here. And then if you look everywhere, there's 3s, there's 1s and everything, and it all starts to make sense. Now, there's 2...
By the way, welcome to the 007 channel, where we can move from talking about deeply philosophical subjects to building an underground garage under
And
the
Santa.
driveway.
And Santa smoking.
Right, and Santa as well, and the there's nowhere else on YouTube that you will find this sort of diversity.
Sets of reinforcement that we're doing here. There's a kind of a mesh
must
which
have
goes
cost
over
him
the roof and
fucking
follows the
bucks.
contour of the roof, and then there is the
Dude,
main...
he's got fucking I don't know how many million subscribers. The guy's making bank from YouTube.
Wanker.
This is YouTube has paid for this. His YouTube revenue for probably 2 months paid for this.
It was that jet
which
powered
sits on the
bicycle he
top,
had.
which is like a giant big rectangle. And we've got all these different shaped bits, which all coincide with...
Let's skip it on. Oh yeah, and I like his choice of music that he puts with all his.
Yeah, me too.
All his videos, it just shows he's just like a 10-year-old lad.
Yeah, it's British punk.
What were you going to say there, Leafy?
Oh no, I'm just laughing. Just like fuck.
I was gonna say it almost sounds like the Beatles on punk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remove that. But just to prove how wet this job was last year, there is a puddle that sat in the middle of that bit of steel. That has never dried up. That puddle formed last February and it has never dried up since. It went all through the summer and was still there. Right, let's get all this off. Let's get all the sheets off, get all the bits of wood off, and then we need to kind of figure out how we're going to temporarily cover it up again, because we can't just leave it off just in case somebody comes and walks in, falls down the hole. So we still need to be able to cover it, but we need to be able to lift it on and off like we have done the rest of it, so we can get access to it. And then we start rebarring and concrete. You know the drill. Lovely sunny day. Excellent.
You can see, like how much he loves what he's doing as well. Like he just fucking loves this sort of stuff, right? And the enjoyment that he gets from it, you can see it. It's genuine, you know. It's great.
It's almost intoxicating.
Yeah. I like this thruster jet bicycle.
Yeah, that's hang on, because I actually saw the beginning of this. I saw this when it started, and I haven't kept up with it. So this is all new for me. I want to see. We'll just skip in to see.
Suppose the gates are wobbling, everything's around here, and we've just got to do a bit more chopping.
Turn around, walk away, baby, just let it go. And you're looking at me, 'cause baby, you wanna show.
Whoa, look at all that rebound.
Okay, so now the fifth day of doing this. Now, I wasn't here all day yesterday. I was up at the
That's a fucking lot of rebar.
barn in the morning, but still, I am officially definitely fed up with rebar now. And I think, if anything, the secret thing of this garage is not the secret garage. It's when's it going to be finished is the biggest secret.
Putting a lot of concrete
that's
down.
gone wrong today is this has broke, or something's not happening with it. It just will not work. Never works. So I'm going to see if I can try and fix this, because this is a massively important tool on this job at the minute. Okay, so what's happening? This little bit here is flicking out, and it's not making its circle, which then gets grabbed by the little tie thing. Elastic bands round there.
The fuck is
seems
it?
to have fixed it.
Look at that. Look at that.
Now that's
Bob's
some
right,
redneck
cool.
shit. That I like this guy. That's some redneck shit. Love it.
Yes, mate. That is basically Bob's your auntie's living lover. Fucking. There you go. Done.
Hey! With the tool fixed,
Sort of
I
thing I
finished
do.
the rebar, and finally, the last tie went on.
Holy shit.
Imagine doing all that rebar like that with no knee pads.
Oh.
At our age.
mate.
At our age.
It's. I think
You'll
he's
pay
like
for
a
that.
couple of years younger than. He's a couple of years younger than me. I'm the youngest on the panel here. That's quite nice actually. I'm 48 and I'm the youngest on the panel.
That's just a boom, man.
You ain't a boomer. You're Gen X, mate. You're
No,
10 years
you're a
on me,
boomer.
aren't you? You're
Fuck off,
10
you
years
cheeky
on me.
cunt. You what?
What are
you
you?
cheeky
How old
bastard.
are you?
2 years older than you wanker. Fucking hell. Sort you out.
So you're
Oh, I see
50,
you.
right?
I'm
You're
50 in February.
I'm
In
60.
February. Right. You're 60. Lil Lippy is.
60.
What are you? 60. Serious? Fucking hell.
Yep. Born in the middle of the peace and love, the hippies, baby.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
1965. The summer of love.
Dude, you're like the result of promiscuousness.
I love being promiscuous with my weed.
Oh, do you know that's funny? That's funny. That is that nowadays, I'd rather not be promiscuous with my weed, and I'll smoke mine and you smoke yours. Like if somebody was to come around and I had some weed, I'd roll them up a joint. I wouldn't pass them my joint.
Yeah,
because it's my
friend with weed is a friend indeed.
That's a lot of ties. Come on, let's see the
neighbourhood with these white 2-rail picket fences, and I like these. Some people have still got them, so I'm going to replicate this, but I'm not going to do it in wood. I'm going to make it out of steel. I've started by bolting some plates to the floor, sticking the posts on, getting them all lined up, and welding it all up.
You know you'll never live.
Now, I know a lot of you don't have the equipment to make a fence out of steel, and wood, of course, is far easier, but it does make a beautiful fence. Give it a nice coat of white paint, put the curb engines in, drop some gravel down the other side of it.
There's a lot more fucking damage to your car if you drive into it, but
I'm sold. Metal fences for the win. Next up is the ventilation pipe. Before we did all the rebarring, we actually exposed the pipe as it came out the ground and attached a small piece of plastic to it. We've now extended that along, up, inside the garage, then out of the steel roof with a cap on it. And then the gas board arrived. Now with the concrete set, we've removed our cover where the car's going to go down so we can properly see the roof, because I think now is the time to drive on it for the first time. And what better first vehicle than the old Hilux?
Get it on there, boy.
I knew he was
Now,
a
I was never
redneck.
worried that the
I
whole thing
knew he
gonna
was a
collapse, but I
redneck.
was very excited.
He's driving on the wrong side. He's on the wrong side of the car.
wait, listen, English were rednecks before the fucking Americans, man.
To be able to do this after such a long time. I finally got to drive!
Hell yeah.
Just to make sure there was no issues, I put up my lighting pole right up to the ceiling, drove on and see if there was any deflection.
Absolutely nothing.
And there we are. That's a milestone.
Look at that, mate.
Wow.
That's pretty fucking awesome, isn't it?
That's some Batman
Like,
shit.
That's some proper. Look at that.
Oh man, what an asshole!
Look what I can do.
You imagine what he could sell that place for now? The value that he's put on that.
Over $1 million.
He's not, what is that? It's a semi-detached he's in.
Unbelievable.
Floor level, and then of course the top surface can go on, and then we're done. So I feel like we're in a slightly different phase of things now, because it's all internal and it's like the appliances, the fixtures and fittings. Now then, special thanks to Newark Steel. They have supplied the steel for this project. As you can see, it is a huge and expansive room. Thank you so much for them. So if you want steel, go and get it from Newark Steel or the Barrett Steel Group. Also, thanks to the people that supplied the aluminium tracking that went on next door's drive. That was absolutely so...
13.3 million subscribers. Right? 2 weeks ago, he posted it 2 weeks ago, and it's had 4.3 million views.
What if the suspension on a bicycle
This guy-
was not done by dampers or shock?
This guy is making bank. He's making some serious money, man. But these things he does are crazy. I want to find the. Look. I
Where's
thought
that
this would
bike
be
thing?
safe. Drifting wall of death. Where's his rocket bike? No, hydroform
Pulse
steel
jet.
spherical wheels.
It's a pulse
Eh?
jet.
It was ages ago, wasn't it? 14-leg bike wheel concept. Like, it's ridiculous some of the things he does.
Like he took a bike
Hydraulic
frame.
driven.
Yeah, he took the bike frame apart and put springs in it, so the bike was all wanky. That was funny.
Yeah, that was that three-part
that
bike.
was funny.
The bike that it was 3 pieces with 2 springs holding everything
Yep,
together.
you got it.
Ingenious.
He had to get some
and
heavy
look.
duty springs because the ones he had didn't work.
A bike of hydraulics, a shape-shifting bike.
That
It
one's
goes in and out. It goes.
Yep. You can
yeah.
lengthen it and heighten it.
Yes. That was the bike.
He made a trebuchet. Massive trebuchet catapult first test.
Catapulting a fucking dryer. Jesus.
Yeah. And a car. A car
That's
frame.
blasphemy. I'm an appliance repairman. That's blasphemy. What about the pole he would stand on? It had a big weight at the bottom. He'd go back and forth and shit on it. It was like a cement block with the pole sticking up out of it, and he'd get up on the top and just swing back and forth.
Oh, yeah. Look, he's got a fucking warehouse.
bank.
Like a huge, great big. I think
He's
he
got-
owns that entire complex. there.
Yes, that YouTube
Right.
paid him big time.
He's doing so well for himself, man. Fair play to him, mate. At the end of the day, it's entertainment.
Run, 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 said the girl in black. He's coming to get you with his Kodiak. Run to the edge, then run some more. If you don't...
Now, we're going to give it a test fire, obviously. We've not fired it yet. There's probably going to be a little bit of fettling, because how these things work, there's a pin, there's a release mechanism. Might want a little bit of fine-tuning, but we'll get on with that. Now, we've made this because Xbox Game Pass for PC have sponsored me to build a huge trebuchet like the one in Age of Empires Definitive Collection.
There you go. That's
Sponsored
why he
me.
built it. Because Xbox paid him. Can you build us a great big fucking trebuchet? Yeah, sure, mate. You
Now
paid for it.
now
Okay,
that's
no worries.
that's a gate that most people can't get through. Making something so intriguing that corporate entities start contacting you to do things for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Collection. This is available on Xbox Game Pass for PC, which you can have for $1. Now, to release it, we have to tie the JCB to it.
What a slingshot!
I could have repaired that dryer.
Yeah!
I think
Right,
that
about
was
100
just a
metres.
bag
Let's
of
fire
rocks.
again and see if it does the same thing or better.
It's that Roman
It rips the
catapult
two
shit.
ton bag. It rips the two. Listen, if you don't know the difference between catapult and trebuchet, then I just don't know what to say.
Well, fucking.
It's technically the same thing, but a catapult, yeah, it's different.
A catapult is more like a slingshot where you have a straight track, whereas a trebuchet uses the arc.
Yeah, the trebuchet uses the arc. Well, actually, I'd say the trebuchet works more like a shepherd slingshot, right? I've actually made a few of them. I've made like 3 shepherd slingshots. It works more like that. Whereas a catapult has got it hits the thing, isn't it? It's got a bar that it hits. It doesn't go all the way over. It hits the bar, and then
I'm with
that
you.
causes
Right.
whatever it is in
doesn't
the.
have
In the
because it doesn't
stops
have a
it from
finger
going.
release. Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't have the finger release.
yeah.
So we had 2 problems. Ton bag's ripped. Come dislodged from that, I think. I've not checked the footage back, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Right, we do have a second option though. There we are. Chain sling. I've taped it shut.
Oh, shit.
We're just going to try smacking the pin down so we can get the sling to release a little bit earlier.
Wow.
Some of the nuts have been coming loose. Okay, so the problem we've got with the chain is it's wrapping around the block, it's hugging it, it's getting trapped in the gaps, and it's not releasing it very well. And because it's so inconsistent, we think the pin is releasing the strap at the right point, but we don't really know. And there are some instances where it hasn't released it at all, and it stayed hugged into it and then come back and actually smacked the machine. So with that in mind, we're kind of thinking, let's put something bigger in it, like a washing machine.
That's why they use the washing machine.
No idea if the system's going to work with this, but we can only give it a go, can't we?
And a washing machine's got a lot of weight to it because it's got basically concrete inside it.
I was going to say it's heavier than a dryer that I thought it was earlier. If that's a washing machine, it's almost twice as heavy as a dryer.
Yep.
Bye-bye, front loader.
It ripped it to pieces without even... It was only the drum that actually went.
They make them
completely ripped
shitty.
it to pieces.
The new appliances
I
are
wasn't
made like shit.
expecting that.
Yeah,
I was
they're
not
all-
expecting that.
All these new appliances are made like shit.
It's a new day. Now, I've been thinking, I'm putting the chain to one side because I think ton bags are better. Now, we tried lining two inside each other for extra strength, but the blooming thing got tangled up in it again. So, got back down to one, and then this happened.
I like when he throws a car. Damn.
He's lucky the camera fucking took the glass.
Holy shit.
That is some distance, man.
They used to take diseased people and throw them over the castle wall.
Look at that on the floor. Oh my god.
And we know it's true because they depicted it in Monty Python. Quest for the Holy Grail.
Yep.
This is about 200, 250 metres away from it, and we're just trying to get it like perfected before we start shooting at this. But it's reached it from there. Need to go back and have a look at the footage, see what happened, see why that one worked so well, and then hopefully do it again. It has got potential. This thing has got power. Right, what am I doing? I got my wheelbarrow because I gotta walk all the way back with that now. Do you think in medieval times they had to walk up with a wheelbarrow and get their ammunition back?
Yeah, that was a job. Do you want to be a shot fetcher? You be a retriever. You just got to run over there.
I'm going to jump out, boys. I better go.
Take care.
7 o'clock.
Oh, mate.
Have a good
do you
day,
know what?
lads.
Fucking hell. It's getting, it's late, man.
Have a good night.
7 o'clock. I'm late to the show, man. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It's
Get
been
your ass
awesome.
down there.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for being here, dude.
Be blessed.
Have a good day.
All the best, boys.
See you in the,
take care.
all the best, man.
Good to meet you.
You take care. Take care. Ta-ra.
Take care, dude. See you tomorrow. So yeah, do you know what, gents? It's 7:15. And actually, no, it's not. It's 2 minutes to 7. It's nearly 7 o'clock.
7 hour
So,
stretch.
I'm gonna. Well, it's 6 hours and 43 minutes because I was, just after. It's coming up to 12:15. I went live. But thank you for being here, man. Keith, thank you, dude. MacGyver, and to the people on earlier, Dom.
Yep. Have a good one, Lippy.
You bet. You too. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice to see you,
Richie,
bud.
Be blessed. Everybody have a good set of
Aztec,
holidays.
what's up?
But remember, be safe.
Oh, yeah.
They are dangerous.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll see you before
Right.
Crimbo. I'll see you again before Crimbo. But if I don't, merry holidays to you, happy Christmas, and all that.
Right.
Remember, go check out Little Lippy. You could
I
learn a lot
gotcha.
about yourself.
Drop a Little Lippy link. Oh,
Little Lippy
have you
link.
You should be able to just put in the Little Lippy into YouTube, and my channel should be the only one that comes up.
Okay, all right. So yeah, go and find Little Lippy's channel, sub up. I'm gonna do that, and as
Put the link in back for you, just in case.
Oh, nice one. There you go. That's easier. It's Little Caesar, not Little Lippy, see?
Yeah, well, that was the original name. And when you go through and change it and they do the @ sign, it puts it back to the original name. So Little Lippy will still bring it up.
Yep.
There's a link to Little Lippy. Boys and girls, thank you for being here. You're a new face as well. Good to see you. Need Guru.
Have a good night.
You're still here, dude.
Take care, everybody. See you later, Dom.
And you, man. Peace and love. And Leafy, Dom. Who else we got? You guys have just been owning the chat for the last hour. You can't see any different names here. It's just Leafy and Dom and Nude Guru. Leafy, Dom, Nude Guru. Anybody else that's here? We've only got 14 people left. Peace and love, guys. Thank you very much. I'll see you all on tomorrow.
When we relate to each other with attentive and generous gaze, Simone Weil said, attention is the purest form of generosity.
Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate.
Add a drop of lavender to your bath, and soon you will soak yourself calm. So, if you want to feel calm, eat more raw fruit and vegetables, yogurt, milk, and seeds.
Maybe I should let you get some rest.
When you rest, you are a king surveying your estate. Look at the woodland, the peacocks on the lawn. Be the king of your own calm kingdom.
Yes.
Right, the shop is closed. Everybody get out. Time to go home. Come on.
It's only 2:45.
Yes, but it's my shop. Come on, go home. Bye-bye. Thank you.
That's hardly fair.
It's not fair at all. Get out. Bye-bye.
I expect better service.
We'll expect away. Get out. Bye-bye. Come on, all you time-wasting bastards back on the streets. Come on. Bye-bye. Bye. Goodbye. Thank you. Bye-bye-bye. Back to life. Back to reality. Thank you.
Shut it down!